Vertical should be running.
Oh, okay. And I can join from my
Yeah.
TikTok feed.
And then you might have to plug in your phone though, so it doesn't die during the
I have
stream.
the power bank.
Okay.
If needed.
Let me get TikTok plugged in. Or it is plugged in. Get it running. Okay, TikTok.
Kent Hovind is currently live, by the way.
I saw that Kent Hovind's going live recently.
I'm friends with him on TikTok.
I'm shocked actually that he's still pursuing this.
Oh, it's not even him though. It's this guy.
Wait, what?
I don't even know who this guy is.
I have no idea who that
But he has a
guy
phone
is.
number up.
That's
855
crazy.
Big Dino. Is there a way that we could like call in? That would be so funny.
There might be a way to
If the
call
three
in.
of us called into Ken
Yeah.
Hovind's Sunday show while he's preaching.
I actually would be really interested to find out if there's a method for
I mean,
calling
maybe we can try that another week, but that's definitely like that would be good, such good content.
That would be
Just
amazing
like ambushing him
content.
with 3 people.
But we wouldn't. I think we might need like a biology person, right? Does he?
Maybe.
He tries to do biology, doesn't he?
Yeah, but like that's exactly why we should push him on other things.
True. Like we could push him off on physics, on Bible, on philosophy. Do you
Have
think
you ever
he'd
spoken
bite?
with him?
No.
So I spoke with him once. I called into his show, and I just flat out asked him about uranium lead dating. He's like, I don't know a lot about that. I'll have to look into it more.
Well, obviously,
we can talk again.
he doesn't know anything
and then
about
he, because I was emailing his guy, and
Right.
he never got back to me after the conversation.
Well, I do know one thing. He doesn't know anything about that. That is a fact. Cold hard fact, actually. Nevertheless, hey, I think we got everything rock and
we're
rolling.
live.
We should be live, and
We are.
live in person. In fact, Dr. Blitz and Justin DZ. We're logging into the TikTok real quick, though. Give me a second to
Yeah, I'm here.
plug in. Let's see. We need some power. Actually,
Whoa, that split screen looks so real.
it's a very good.
Yeah, I just stole Justin's background and we're just split screening it. Yeah.
It's a very
Over here.
solid split screen.
Yeah, yeah. We
All
actually
right.
have like on the fly photoshopping.
And yes, the audio is surprisingly synced up as well.
Definitely.
All right, guest boxes should be open. Let me open up the TikTok guest box before I forget.
And
There we go.
we also need to get Ian in here.
Well, getting Ian in here is
A little bit.
It will happen, just not quickly.
Yeah, it's actually Ian's fault that we're late.
I would 100% blame Ian,
Yep,
which is what we're
100%.
doing right now.
Ian is late, and it is Ian's fault that we are half an hour late.
It actually is true that Ian's late, by the way.
Yep.
This is not a lie.
Oh, King E. Wait, is that King E? I know King E.
I don't think I know King E.
Oh, he's a flat earther.
Oh, well, they're gone now.
Ah, bummer.
King E
Is Ian going to sit on Justin's lap?
You know what? We might be
Coulda
able to
happened.
work that out.
Could have happened.
Yeah.
Didn't.
His girlfriend might be a little upset if that happens. We'll have to have
True.
a conversation. I don't know.
Oh wait, we're echoing. You need to mute yourself on TikTok.
Oh, sorry.
Bonk. I got you.
Oh, sorry. Yep, there we go.
Yep,
Thanks.
we're good.
Anyways, Ian should be here shortly. I wanted to do one thing, though, real quick, because
Oh, I can pull up my laptop and use that as...
we actually have to set our audio output so we can both hear what's happening here real quick. Let's see, we need to set it to this group output. There we go. Now
I'm
both
the guy
of
in the
us
chair.
should be able to hear.
So you don't like fun. You wouldn't know what that means.
Oh, you know I don't like fun. I mean, come on.
Now I'm hearing myself. Oh,
You should be able to hear you.
I can, but it's breaking my brain.
I'm making sure I can hear me too, or I can hear all the audio that's going to come from the guest, because we got dueling outputs right now.
Dueling outputs.
Yeah.
What a crazy thing to say. Blitz don't have a dad, LOL.
What? What is that even supposed to mean?
Well, my dad died when I was a kid. And so, like, that's just a wild thing to say. But also, like okay, true. But also, LOL. Like, what is that? What are we doing?
Blitz don't have a dad is crazy.
Right?
Holy smokes.
Surely Justin should be on Blitz's shoulders to keep things correct.
Well, that might be easier.
Oh, no, he doesn't know. He said Blitz's dad never came back with the milk. No, my dad had a brain tumor.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
That's... I hate that I know this and that this has happened in real life. I actually do know a family where the dad went out for diapers.
That's rough. For diapers?
Did not come back, yeah.
Oh, come on.
Specifically for diapers.
That's rough. I mean, clearly he wasn't actually getting diapers.
I mean, yeah.
Well, maybe he was, and something happened along the way.
It was tragic. It was, I mean, he came back eventually, but, you know.
With diapers?
No diapers. All right, you should be able to hear.
I can hear you. I can't hear me. Or maybe I can hear me. Oh, no, now I can hear me twice.
Good. We're good.
No, but that's not good.
No, that's on purpose.
Okay. Oh, okay. It's better now.
I was just setting the audio output so we can both hear the same thing. So no worries. Don't worry. Let's see. All right, that should be good. Friends, we got one guest already, and we got some super chats, and we're waiting on Ian. So I think what we'll do is we'll take our first guest. We'll grab some super chats. Ian will probably be here, if I had to guess, while we're reading the super chats after our first guest. So hopefully our first guest won't want to talk too much nonsense philosophy, and we'll, maybe have a normal conversation. We'll have to find out. The name of which doesn't seem to exist.
By the way, everybody, just so you know, Justin's eyes aren't bad. The text on Justin's screen is just tiny. I can finally stop making fun of Justin because, he's using, size 4 font.
This is the case. It turns out I'm not completely blind, and I understand that might be a shock to some audience members.
Yep.
But nevertheless, here we are. We're making things happen.
Oh, Ian needs a site link.
Oh, it's on the screen.
Ian, I think we're just using Video Ninja.
Yeah. Sorry, Ian.
Oh, wait. You can't hear me.
Yeah, Ian can't hear. All right, we should be able to hear the guest though. Give me 1 second.
Hello.
What's the name of what's your name there, guest?
You can call me Blasian. The name is
Blasian.
Piece.
Okay. Blasian.
Yeah.
Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Sure. Any particular one?
Nah, not necessarily.
Nothing in particular? So, you would have no problem, doing, what do you call it, where you slander the divine?
Blasphemy.
There you go, that's the word. You have no problem doing that?
Blasphemy?
Yeah.
To which religion?
Jesus or Allah or, Vishnu.
Yeah, no. I just think that the concept of God, probably exists.
Okay, why so?
Just because I think that with the complexity, I think that I talked to one of you before.
Maybe.
Just with how the complexity of the world or universe is shown to me, I think that I can come to the conclusion that an intelligent creator probably made it.
Why?
Just because of how previous experiences are.
Your audio's a little
Usually complex concepts don't come from unintelligent
It's a little
things.
muddy, I think. Yeah.
So, do you think that it's the case that, okay, better question. What do you consider a complex thing? Would you consider,
One more time?
crystal-
Sorry, Alan.
Would you consider a crystal a complex thing? Would you consider, a galaxy a complex thing? What kinds of things do you consider complex?
Well, I think the galaxy is definitely complex. But
But galaxies, if galaxies
I've
are
heard of the
complex,
crystal
then we
thing
have a
before.
great example of ways that we can see complex things arising through natural processes. The formation of galaxies is something that happens through the interplay of gravity and hydrodynamics, essentially. There's no God involved.
Well,
So why would we think that we need a God in order to explain the complexity that we see?
well, not. I don't think about the explanation in and of itself. We can explain how things are, but that's not really what I'm in reference to. I'm more so in reference to how the thing comes to be and how the system more so is existent within reality. Like for example, I could
But then that's not
explain
about
how a
complexity, right?
box. Well, what do you mean?
I mean, look, so we can account for the way things are using, physical laws. So if you're not concerned about the way things are, that way being complex, if you're not concerned about how that's being explained, then it just seems like we're not talking about complexity anymore.
What do you mean?
It seems like we're talking about some other
I
issue,
think that
perhaps,
we're
that...
still on the topic of complex.
One more time?
Like I think we're still on the topic of complex. Like I think, like for example, I would just denote complex, like or define it to
Your
just
audio's
be
cutting in and out. Or is that just
multiple
me?
multiple
It might
talking
just be
points.
you. I can hear it just fine. That's
Yeah, it is just me then.
Is my mic bad? You can tell me
It
my
might be on
mic
my
is
end.
bad.
It might be the receiver, actually.
could be. It could be your Bluetooth. I'll look into that. Go ahead. You can continue talking.
But yeah, I just would define complexity or the level of complexity I'm in reference to would just be a vast amount of talking points, which is a very watered down,
Yeah, it's cutting in and out on my end.
like
I can't hear it at all.
like I guess thing I'm in reference to. It's very simplified. But when you have a mass or a vast majority of talking points, even in reference to like crystals or something, how crystals are naturally formalized, that's a complex process. But I still think that there has to be that something is in place or some sort of God led to the ability for these crystals to be naturally formalized, just because of how complex the system and formalization is.
Right, but why would
Like
something being
computer,
complex require a creator?
why would it?
Yeah.
What do you mean by why would it?
Right. So you're suggesting that things cannot be complex because or unless they have a creator, and that's an interesting
Usually
claim.
that's the case.
Well, I actually don't agree. I think things are
You
very
don't think that
complex.
usually is the case when we
Things are
have complex systems that's not created by
things are
something
very
intelligent?
complex even without a creator.
In fact, probably the vast
That's
majority of the
true.
universe is still very complex, and yet it's completely natural, right? There are a lot of complex things on Earth, and those complex things on Earth, many of them were, built by people. But like, as far as the rest of the universe is concerned, there's tons of complex stuff out there, and if it's further out than our solar system, then it certainly wasn't built by people.
Yeah, and I get that, but I'm saying like for example, with the well, it's irrelevant to use examples. I'm just saying that it just seems to be more simpler or yeah, more simpler to come to the conclusion that because usually complex systems are usually things with multiple intrinsic parts to it has been created by something of intelligence.
I don't know what you mean by usually. Like it seems strictly false because usually, like if you think of galaxies as complex or solar systems as complex, there are far more galaxies in the universe than anything that humans have ever built. So usually,
I'm not talking
the
about
complex things.
humans necessarily.
Well, so then you don't have any evidence that things are usually that complex things are usually going to be built by some sort of intelligence. It's just not the case. Most of the things in the universe, we have a good understanding of how they formed. They formed naturally and were not built by intelligence.
I'm saying, well, even when you say built naturally and not by intelligence, what do you mean?
Meaning that there's some physical laws that dictated their formation process. Like we have
And
some
I'm saying
gravity.
that
Gravity is
I'm saying those
a natural
laws of
process that
nature
doesn't
and
require
thought.
intelligence.
But those I'm saying those laws of nature and thought
Oh, I can't hear nothing.
are the responsibility is from God, is what I'm saying.
Well, that's
I
the
can't hear him
claim.
at
That's
You
all.
probably
can't
the
assume
case.
that if you're trying to
Oh, Ian, you
demonstrate
can't hear
that.
him?
No, I have no guest audio at all.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I'm not sending him over to you. I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
1 second. I'll send him right over to you.
So look, we have, when you're making a complexity argument, there are things in the world that are definitely complex and are definitely designed by intelligences. Think like a Volvo. A Volvo is, it's a complex car, and it was designed by things with intelligence, with people. But then there's far more things in the universe that are not evidently designed by things with intelligence, that are not evidently designed at all. And so on the balance of things, most things that are complex are not designed. At least not designed by anything that we know of. They're seemingly not designed. So the argument seems to fall flat. It's just not the case that most designed things do have some, or most complex things do have some sort of designer.
So you're saying because, and what are
Justin, I don't
these
want to add
things
to
in
your
the universe
workload,
that you're in
but
reference to that wouldn't have some sort of that wouldn't, like, I'm not saying that it's necessarily the case, or it's a fact that it's the case, or that I know of the intelligence that went behind the creation of these things in the galaxy or universe. What I'm saying is, it's probably, what's the word I'm thinking of? More parsimonious for us to believe the case that an intelligent sort of individual or an intelligent factor created this complex thing, not because it just came to be, but because more simpler.
wait, can you hear me? Am I
Yeah.
I don't really
audible?
think there's things in the universe that just pop,
He's cutting out.
that just exists.
Look, so if you're saying it's more parsimonious, what you're suggesting is that somehow thinking that there is a world with certain physical properties is less parsimonious than the same world with the same physical properties, but also a god. And that seems like it's less parsimonious, not more.
Well, I'm saying
I can't hear him again.
the
I don't know what's going on. Go ahead.
oh, well, essentially what I'm saying is it's not really that there's a world with things and then the other option is that there's a world with things that was created by God. I'm saying that it's more simpler to say, well, these complex things didn't come from nothing. That's harder. That's harder to explain. It has more
What do you mean by
talking
nothing?
points and,
What do you mean by nothing?
well,
Because,
you're saying that,
nobody here
well, I
thinks
don't
that there
think,
was ever nothing, including you.
well, I don't, it's a little confusing, or it's frustrating my line of logic when you say that you don't think something of intelligence is creating these systems or functions or naturalistic properties or whatever that happens. And I'm saying, well, it's probably more parsimonious that something did create that sort of system, because when we have systems that are created, like, I don't know. It's just it's confusing. I don't, if it's not coming from something intelligent, then what could it possibly be coming from?
Look, you hold this same view about the God that you believe in, right? This God that you believe in is some beautifully simple, elegant thing, and yet you don't think it was created by anything, right? You don't think that it was created by something more intelligent. So,
I don't
I don't
know.
I don't
Probably
see
not.
so I don't see why it would be so hard to believe that the universe was not created by something intelligent.
Well, see, that's the thing. I can say that I can say that I don't know what, and that's sort of the, like, question I haven't been able to answer yet is, well, if that's the case, then what is God created by? That's like the big question. But I can say that I don't know how to answer that yet. But again, I think it's a little. I don't think these things are very analogous.
Do you think that
Mainly
there's like an
being,
infinite chain of gods?
I don't know.
Okay. I mean, it seems
Okay.
like that you're. It seems like on the view that you hold that these things that exist, they must have been created. It seems like on the view that you hold, you must believe in an infinite chain of gods.
It could be the case, but I think it could be the case. It couldn't be the case, and that more so doesn't really frustrate my, like, or not frustrate. That more so isn't really something more so important to me. What the main thing that I'm in reference to is the importance of how you Sir, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. How you could come to the conclusion that these systems or functions are present within reality, but they're solely present within reality without some sort of
Sorry,
input.
one sec. Justin, what if I
Okay.
just hooked up audio to my phone?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna give you my headphones since they're working real
Do
quick.
you have a pair that works?
Yep.
Another pair? Okay.
Those are
You
just
don't have an ear lice, do you?
no.
Okay.
Wait, what's
Those
the
are-
current state of the audio?
Oh my god, I can hear so much better.
What's that?
Gosh, is Ian chilly? All right.
Yeah, I'm
So,
just chilling.
um,
Wait, can you hear me? Or am I?
All right, we
What's
can hear.
up?
We're good.
okay.
Although I can hear myself now.
So,
Wait, can the
so
guest
essentially
hear
what
me,
I
or
was
what's going
saying,
on?
I don't,
The guest
what was
should
the
be able
last
to
part
hear
of
you.
what
I
you
just
heard?
don't think he's responding to you.
Wait,
Hold on.
you don't hear me?
Are you?
Oh,
Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. So look. Oh, that's gonna break my brain.
what was the last thing that you heard?
So roughly, all I'm saying is something like, if your view is going to be that that our universe is the kind of thing that needs to be created because it has these features, then it seems like that whatever those features are, the divine being that you believe that it exists would also probably need features of a kind.
I agree.
Perhaps
I
complexity,
agree.
perhaps intelligence, perhaps beauty, elegance, whatever it might be. And so if the contention is merely that things with those features need to be created, then that seems like you end up with an infinite chain of these divine beings. On the other hand, we could just hold the position that our universe is a certain way. Perhaps it had to be that way, perhaps there were many ways that it could have been, and our universe just happened to be this way, just through sheer random chance. Whatever it is, it seems like we can account for the way the universe appears to be without relying on intention.
Well, it could be the case that there's an infinite chain of gods, and even if that could be possible. There's nothing wrong or irrational with that being with that being a possibility. But what I'm more so saying that more so isn't really, I guess you could say, important to the topic for me, whether there's an infinite chain of gods or not.
Well, but
that
it is
doesn't really
important
seem
because
to.
your claim is something about parsimony, right? And if there's an infinite chain of gods, then that's far less parsimonious.
Why? That's
Because
far
you have
less
an you have an
okay.
infinite number of things that we don't have reason to believe exist, and you're claiming that those things
We
those
do
things
have
must
reason to believe
follow.
it to exist.
What's the reason for
Well,
believing that there's an infinite chain of gods? How does that better explain the data
in
than
reference,
just the natural world?
in virtue of what?
In virtue
Like
of
in
what is it
reference
less
to what?
parsimonious? There's like an infinity of metaphysical entities, and those so adding that infinity of metaphysical entities is less parsimonious than just not having those metaphysical entities.
And I disagree, because if we
Do you know
remove
what
those
parsimonious
metaphysical,
means?
yeah, the simpler
It means it's
outcome
able
with
to
less conceptual schemes.
Right, and so what you're suggesting is something that has an infinity of additional entities. Right, you're
And I'm
proposing an
explaining to you,
infinity new stuff, which is kind of by construction less parsimonious.
and I'm explaining how when we have these infinite things or these infinite entities, these infinite talking points, is using these as a justification for why our world exists is more parsimonious than not having them and trying to provide justification for
So
why the world was
so
created.
in order to explain why the world is this way, you have to propose an infinity of extra stuff. I can just say,
I
Wait.
didn't
oh
propose
well, our
that. You
universe
just said
needed
it
to be
could
this
be the
way.
case.
Wait, could you hear me?
You just said it could
Yeah,
be
I can
this
hear you.
case.
Wait, but
Oh,
can TikTok
yo.
hear me? Can the guest hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Finally, we're just
Oh.
now.
What do you think parsimony means? How would that possibly be more parsimonious?
Well, that's why I said in reference to what I think parsimony. And I don't know you guys' definition. Parsimony to me would just be, in reference to the simpler,
There should be a mute button on
outcome
here,
with
yeah.
less
I'm not sure where,
conceptual
though.
schemes. So
Like, why would that be
when
simpler
I'm
to
in
have like the infinite regress of
It's on the
gods?
back.
That sounds way more
Oh, it's the power
complex. And
well,
why,
and
after
I explained it
infinite gods,
because
did they produce a god that decides to produce a universe instead of another god?
well, I didn't say this necessarily was the case, but the other guy, he said that it could be the case if we're taking it that everything has to be necessarily created, right? That it could be the case of the infinite regressive gods. And I said, well, that doesn't
It would need
frustrate
to
no
be the
logic of
case.
mine. Uh-huh. You said
Oh,
it would need to be the case?
yeah, it would need to be the
Hello?
case. If everything has a creator, then all the creators have
Oh,
creators, and
yeah,
there's an infinite regress of creators.
yeah, I don't see. Yeah, and I said, okay, and he said, well, that seems to be less parsimonious. And I said, in virtue of
It
what? In
is.
reference of what? Because if we're in reference to
In
why,
virtue of the
if we're in
infinite
reference to
gods.
why, okay, no, that's not what I mean. If we're in reference, or if we're talking about, if the domain of the conversation is in reference to, I guess, a logical reason for why why the complexity of the world is how it is, or why it is like currently, then it seems to be more parsimonious that because if everything necessarily needs a creator, then the metaphysical entities all have creators. That's more parsimonious than saying there's nothing.
Well, wait, so to be clear, that's not more parsimonious. You don't weigh parsimony based on like how simple the proposition is, like how many words it takes to
Yes, you
say the
do.
proposition. No, you don't. Wait, cite me one philosopher
Yes, you
that would
do.
weigh it that way. Cite me just one philosopher that would weigh it that way.
One philosopher? I couldn't cite you one
Yeah.
philosopher that relays it that way. But no, I can tell you
Okay,
what,
yeah, I can cite you
parsimony
multiple that would
definitely is in
relay it the
reference.
opposite way. That what you're actually looking at is like the types of fundamental entities that you. So the reason why it would be more parsimonious to have fewer gods is because you can count by like the types of thing. You know, under your view, you have the natural things and you have the supernatural things. That's two fundamental categories. But on our view, we only have one fundamental category, the natural
Do you
things.
think that
So that view is
parsimony
preferable
takes
because
into
there's one
account of
fewer natural
rationality?
category.
Parsimony
Hmm?
takes into account of rationality. Do you
Okay,
agree?
and it's like certainly a part of
Oh
like
wait, okay. So
hypothesis comparison, if that's
if
what you're
parsimony
asking.
takes into account of rationality, if
Yeah, why is it
parsimony takes
rational
into
to believe
account
in
of
an infinite
rationality,
regress of gods?
I just
Why did the
explained
infinite
it. I
regress
just
of gods
explained
start
why it could
producing
be
a universe at some
justifiable.
point?
I just explained it to you. The only response that you and the other guy had was that, well, it's not, it's more, and that's why it's not parsimonious. But you don't
That
take
is
in, you
that
guys
is
forget
what
into the account that
parsimony
parsimony
means.
isn't just fewer. It takes into account of rationality, justifiability,
Right.
conclusions,
Parsimony.
like
So
multiple
one
conceptual schemas
explanation.
and talking points.
So
It's not just
one
simple.
explanation would be more parsimonious than the other if they equally well explain the data, but the first one is simpler, has fewer ontological components than the second one.
That are rational.
I don't know what you mean by that are rational. I don't know how that comes into it, but
Justifiable or reasonable under whatever system
yeah,
or conceptual trope that you want to hold to. What
yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying
So
is
so
that
they have
it's
equal
less
explanatory power.
rational. Yeah, but if we're taking into account of the rationality part, justifiable part, and reasonable part inside of parsimony, then it makes no sense for us to come to the conclusion that nothing is more justifiable than the rational outcome of there being an infinite something because
How does
everything necessarily has a
are
creator.
we talking? When did we start talking about nothing?
Whenever you
When our
guys
actual
wanted to
argument became
make
too
the
hard to
king,
engage with, and he was like, "It's straw man
Because
time."
nobody here holds the view that the universe came into existence from nothing.
Yeah.
It's not the view.
oh my gosh, oh
Like,
my
did
gosh,
you think that's what we believed?
I don't know what you guys believe. You guys never clarified, so I assume.
Well, I'm pretty sure about
It says
10 minutes
God's
ago I
not.
said that nobody believes that, or at least I don't believe that the universe came from nothing. So,
No, you
I
did
didn't.
say
I
nobody
didn't hear
here. To be
that.
clear, nobody here, including you, believes that there was ever nothing. That is like an exact quote from you, circa like 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
But okay, we can just make like a book move. You know, we can make like the Leibniz move. Does the entire chain of creators have a creator?
Does the entire chain of creators have a creator? Possibly.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. You're
So why
saying that
wouldn't
there's
why
like an
wouldn't that be
infinite
possible?
regress of gods. Does the entire regress chain have a creator?
Sure, that could be possible.
So okay, and is the regress of creators? Is that creator within the regress of creators?
I don't know, but sure, that could also be possible. That wouldn't be
Okay,
not
then
possible.
then you believe
That
in
doesn't break it
self-creation.
down
You
to
think
possible.
you unironically just admitted that something came from nothing in your view.
What do you mean something came from nothing? What are you
Because
talking about?
so you have this God that is creating the entire chain of creators, but he is in the chain of
Mhm.
creators So he created
I
himself.
said that sure that
So
could be
you
the
think
case.
that
That
he
doesn't
didn't
necessarily
exist
have
and then
to
he
be the
caused
case.
himself into existence is basically your
Well,
view.
no, that's not what I said. I said that could. I
Okay,
said that
well,
could
we can ask the
logically.
questions
I said that
again.
could possibly. That could possibly be the case, but even let's say that's not the case. Now what?
Let's say it is the
It
case
could
because you think that
both of
everything is
those
a
outcomes
creator.
could both of those outcomes could rationally be the case. I don't see why that
Would the
doesn't. I don't
infinite
see why
regress
that
of creators, would the set of all creators need a creator?
would the set of all creators need a creator.
Yeah.
I don't. I don't know why
He
we're
doesn't
using
know what it means.
obligatory language. I don't know what obligatory.
Does the
we're
universe
using
need a creator?
does it again? We're using obligatory language. I don't.
What the fuck are you
I don't-
talking
Okay,
about?
perhaps.
I have no
perhaps-
idea what
You're
he means
using
by
necessary
obligatory
and need.
language.
Okay, how about this?
That's
Is it more
obligatory
You're
parsimonious?
using
is an odd
necessary and
claim.
need.
Is it
What?
more parsimonious to
Bro,
say that
Deontay's statements are necessary and need claims as well. They're not just ought claims. So I reject
Okay, well,
that
Ian
sort of
just
system where
clarified for
everything
you,
needs
so
to
I
have
hope that makes it more clear what Ian was referring to. The question is it a better explanation to say that the entire chain of creators has a creator, or that everything has a creator, rather?
I don't know. That could be the case as well. Like better? What do you mean by
You're,
better?
you're sounding awfully
subject-
agnostic for a theist.
Well, no. Well, you're using such subjective language. Is that better? Is it good? Like
Is it a
and
better
then- and then
explanation?
after-
We're comparing explanations.
What's it? How do
here,
you?
so-
How are you
God.
determining better explanations? Like you're just now we're okay. Now it
I don't
changes
know.
from.
You
now
were
it
using that
changes
kind
from.
of. I'm sorry. You were using that kind of language when we were talking about complexity, and now you don't know
Oh
what
my
it
god!
means.
Every time I discuss, it always turns into either obligatory statements of necessary and need, or it turns
You don't
into
know what that word means.
these subjective standpoints of, well, is this better? Is that a better explanation? Which one's more good? Or in virtue of some
No.
sort of like ethics. I don't know why we go into that.
Nobody's talking
It's
about
what I'm
ethics.
saying
the
is
fuck?
what I'm saying.
country-
We're
is there
talking
like a
about
fourth
logical
person?
possibility.
I have no idea where
We're
ethics
talking
came
about
from.
logical possibility.
Bro's getting
talking about
semantic
what-
logged.
It's not semantical. It's just facts. We're talking
That's
about
why you're
logical
literally
possibility.
complaining about the semantics that are being used here.
Because
you know
that's
exactly what
because
we're
these
talking
things
about.
are
We're talking
critical
about
to the conversation.
We're talking about explanatory, or we're talking about explanatory power and parsimony. The way that you talk about explanatory power, one way that you would colloquially describe this is something is a better explanation than another. So you are absolutely just getting trapped on semantics and trying to run away from the actual argument. So is it the
I'm
case
not running away.
is it the case that one explanation where everything has a creator is a better explanation than some things not having a creator?
Okay. Well, again, two things. One, that's an irrelevant question, and two,
Perfectly
even if I were to
relevant. That's
answer
the
that
con-
question, how
that's
are you
the context of the
determining
conversation.
which is a better explanation than another? How are you? Okay,
Hmm.
how would you determine? I'll appeal to your system. How are you determining what is a better explanation than another? If it's parsimonious,
Explanatory power, parsimony. These are two virtues for explanations. Yes.
explanatory power. Okay, so you take into account of parsimony. Okay, so you take
Yeah,
into
both are-
account
both
of,
are taken into
of
account, sure.
simpler. So, and what is explanatory? What is explanation power?
Explanatory
What you
power.
just said. What is that?
It's the ability
that?
for a model to account for. It has more explanatory powers if the explanation can account for more pieces of data.
Can account for more pieces of data.
Yeah.
So if it's analytically true, right? So you take into
No,
analytic
that's not at
truths.
all. That's not at all what the.
What you just
I-
said.
like-
If you
I
just said
don't
if it
even
takes
know.
into
I don't even
if
know
it
how
holds
a
to account of
hypothesis
pieces
would
of data.
predict analytic truths. What is that? What does that mean?
What do you? Oh my God! You just said.
Could you give me an
just said-
example
you
of
just
like
said
how
you
a
take into
hypothesis?
account-
It doesn't
my
even need to be
gosh.
related to this. Just like, could you give me an example at
my
all of
gosh.
like how a hypothesis could predict analytic truths?
Oh my God! I'm not. Who said that it could predict analytic truths? I said he takes into account of analytic truths when he's coming to a conclusion of
How can a
determining
model
which is a
take
better
into
explanation.
account- How can a model take into account? Truths?
Yeah, because you just
What does
said
that
you
even
take
mean?
into account of how much pieces of data. If an explanation takes into account of the pieces of data that are present to you. That's what
No,
you just
it's the
said.
piece of
Data
data
point
it can account
one:
for.
bachelors are unmarried. What?
Oh brother. Oh
What's
brother.
which
Listen.
hypothesis is that false under?
Oh, listen, man. Listen, man. Okay, if you're taking into account of parsimony, right, and all
Yep,
things
and
when
explanatory
you
power.
come, when you're asking me which one is better, right?
Yep.
And even so, I think that question in and of itself, the reason why I think is such an irrelevant question, especially to what I'm talking about,
Then
It's
why the
because
hell did you
I
bring
don't
up
really care.
parsimony when you were saying that it's more parsimonious to say that
'Cause I'm
everything
not
has a
using-
designer? Why should we care about your
What? Because-
subjective evaluation? Why should we care about parsimony?
Well, that's
If
the
you're not-
thing.
if you don't
That's
care
the
about
thing.
parsimony.
That's the thing. We're having two different conversations. I'm not
We're
really in
trying to
reference
have the
towards
same
your
conversation,
attitude.
but it doesn't seem like you want to.
You want to debate the attitude. You want to debate your attitude and my attitude
Yeah, we're
towards the
talking
actual
about our
topic. But
attitudes towards explanations. Of course, that's the conversation we're having. Like,
you're
obviously.
talking, yeah, that's the difference. You're talking about your attitude towards explanation, and I'm talking about
Yeah, that's how we evaluate the
explanation
quality
could
of the
logically be
explanation.
the case. I'm not talking about
Nobody's
attitude. I don't
saying
care
that
about the
nobody's
attitude.
saying that like the that God's simpliciter could not logically be the case. Literally, nobody's made that claim here.
Okay,
You made the
then,
claim
so
that it's
you're
a
not
better
even engaging
explanation.
with me.
You made the claim that it's a better explanation.
You're no, what? I said it's more personal, better
Oh,
than not come
it's
out
not
of
a
my
better
mouth.
explanation?
You and
Oh wait,
Ian,
so
you guys
oh,
said
okay.
better. You
Okay,
guys
so
That was
you
the
don't think it's
you
a better
guys were the only
blunder.
one that started invoking.
This guy snapped
You
his
guys were the
position out
only
of
one that started invoking
existence.
attitudes. Oh
So
my
you don't
gosh.
think that God
You
is a
guys
better
were the-
explanation than naturalism for the way the
You
world
guys
is?
were the only one
W concession?
it's more probable. You guys are the only one.
Oh wait,
you guys are the only
I'm sorry.
ones.
How did you evaluate the probability?
Well, when I first came up, I said that it was more probable.
Oh yeah. How do you evaluate the probability? What formulas are you using to calculate
you weren't
it?
listening to anything because it's more parsimonious, and then I gave
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
razor
What's
of why
the,
parsimony raises probability.
I'm sorry. What's the intrinsic relationship between parsimony and probability?
I explained it why parsimony is a probability raiser, and you weren't listening.
Oh no, well,
And then
A,
you started.
no, you didn't. You actually haven't used the word probability once in this conversation, except just now.
Oh,
But secondly,
what? You're a
it sounds like that you're going to make the claim that parsimony raises probability without justification. So please give us the justification.
You're a liar, dude. You're a
Please
liar.
give us the justification for why parsimony raises probability.
And what do you think justification is? Give me your justification theory. What is your standpoint for justification? What
I don't know.
justification?
You're the one who
you
made
want
the
an
claim.
argument?
Wow,
You're the
you
one who
just
made
said
the
an
claim that does
imperative.
it.
That assumes
Okay, well, if you want my
some type of
justification-
Yeah,
ariatic
justification.
relationship. You know, what's your
Hold on.
theory
If you
of
want my
errata?
erratatic, are you right? You're talking about erratatic validity now? Are you serious?
Wow,
Yo,
you're
stop,
you're
yo.
invoking a theory of epistemic recall, remembering something in the previous conversation. You know, how do you overcome Bradley's regress, indicating that actually we can have no knowledge?
That's irrelevant towards me.
I totally
Again-
agree, dude. It's like giga irrelevant. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
No, well, listen, man. Essentially, the reason why I asked that is because if you're saying I don't know, we can go with your schema or go with your justification clause, dude. My justification clause is because I said it, dude. Like if you're asking me for justification, right? You need to have two things before you ask me for justification. One, you need to have your system for justification first of all. Two, you need to have your way to determine which justification system is more rational than the other. If you don't have neither of those, I don't have to
Let's
give
do.
you anything.
Yeah, we
I
could
can
do.
just
We could do
say because I freaking
Bayesianism. How
said
about we
so.
just do Bayesianism?
I
then we
reject
could take,
Bayesian
like-
theories. We can debate about
we could
that.
take just-
do you use,
That's so
wait, sorry, what theory of probability do you rely on? Do you rely on frequentist probability?
Yeah, I do. Do you
TikTok
wanna
okay.
lol cow
Hold on.
disproves Bayes.
Hold on it. So you take a frequentist approach. How many times has the universe, or how many universes do you have access to epistemically?
It can be set towards any connection of logic. That's irrelevant. It can be set towards anything. The set
No,
can be.
can you
I
please
can
answer the question?
quantify the set towards anything.
How many
I can quantify
universes
the
do you have
set
access to
towards
epistemically?
anything.
How many
I
universes do
can
you have access to
quantify the
epistemically?
set. I can quantify the set to anything. That's irrelevant.
I have no idea what that
I
sentence
can-
means.
my-
Can you just answer my question? How many universes there are that you have access to?
I answered your question sufficiently, dude.
The answer to
Every
my question
time-
is a number. So how many universes do you have access to epistemically?
Oh, and now it's okay. The answer to your question is a number.
Well, yeah. The question
So
is how
now-
many,
now-
and the answer to a how many question is
So
a number.
now-
So yeah,
How many has
Now-
always
now
been
this
a
guy-
question
it's always been a
about
number
numbers.
question, yeah.
This guy is trying to lock me. This guy is now trying to lock me into his.
So
this.
you realize that if
stupid-
you're a frequentist about probability, then you need to know how many samples you have so that you can evaluate probabilities over
I
that
already
sample.
said.
So how many
Okay,
samples of universes do you have access to?
Yeah,
I'll
this is
semantically
unfortunately a
reduce my
basic blunder
answer
when
for
it comes
you.
to the God debate.
Yeah, you'd never
I'll
want to be a frequentist if you're making a good
I'll
argument.
semantically reduce my answer. I'll semantically reduce my answer since I already answered it sufficiently, but you didn't understand. Okay, I already answered it sufficiently, right? I could say that the amount of access that I have, right, the access could be called the set. It doesn't.
I'm
It's
just talking about the
irrelevant
universe.
because
I'm
the
asking how many
quantifier
universes
that
you
I
have access
place.
to. epistemically.
Yeah, I'm saying the quantifier. Okay, the axis is the quantifier, right?
No,
the universe
it's
is a
not
set.
the quantifier. A quantifier is a logical
Yes, it
symbol.
is the
It's not the
quantifier.
sample
Are you?
size. What are you talking about?
Are
Do
you?
you even know what?
Are
Do
you
you know what?
ignorant?
Do you even know what what frequentist probability is
ignorant?
about?
Dude, are you ignorant?
Here's
No.
the move. You just turn back. You turn to like the index in the back of your logic textbook.
It's just start
Excuse
reading
me.
words.
That committed a fallacy. If we consult a Barkin formula and we investigate the conditional extension, we'll find that the deduction works under Gödel logic. But unfortunately, Gödel logic has been vastly refuted by Meinongian semantics. You know, the syntax has been proven vague by Russell's tableau from the 1970s.
Obviously.
By the way, it's
Are you
pronounced
dead ass
tableau.
right now, Doug?
Yeah.
I'm making fun of you.
So okay,
Why are
maybe
you
I
making
can-
fun of me?
Maybe I can ask you a question.
Because
just
you're a
out of demonstration.
gibberator.
Maybe I can ask you a question, and I'm being super charitable here. Just so that I understand that we're on the same page regarding frequentism. So, if you wanted to compute the probability of, I don't know, rolling the number 4 on a die, and you rolled it 6,000 times, and you had you rolled it 6,000 times, and you got 998 times it turned up the number 3. Under a frequentist
What is this
approach-
analogy?
Under a it's not an
What is it?
analogy, it's just it's a math question. Under a frequentist approach, how would you calculate the probability of rolling the number 3 given that data?
Okay, so again, the answer that I get usually, okay, you're asking the same question. The answer that I gave you, right?
I'm not asking
Most
the
of
same
the
question.
time, okay.
This is a very, very basic question. I'm just trying to gauge to make sure
No,
that we're on the
well,
same
again,
page.
and well,
as far
obviously
as
you haven't studied.
understanding.
Obviously, you haven't studied the position a lot to
Can you
actually
just answer my
ask these
question,
types
please?
of questions. Yeah, the question that I gave you. Okay, maybe you think that frequentists. Okay, maybe you think that for whatever reason, under all sort of frequentist schemas, that we have to necessarily provide a concrete answer. We can't quantify over all the
Wait,
possible.
can you just answer my question? In the case of the die, where you rolled
what the question
998
could
threes
provide,
out of
but that's the
6,000
difference,
rolls,
right? There's three
how would
different
you
types.
how would you
There's three
calculate the
different
frequentist probability?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, bro. This is like you're just being
How would
disingenuous.
you calculate that? Do you know? Do you know the answer?
I already answered, dude.
Okay, so
You
how would
already
calculate,
answered you.
what's
You're being
the formula?
disingenuous.
What's the number?
You couldn't engage. You couldn't
you actually
engage
haven't
with me
answered
on the,
the new
on
question.
the theology topic.
Theology.
I have. You couldn't engage with me on the
Wait, so
theology.
sorry,
When
can
did-
you repeat it? Maybe I
When
didn't
did
hear you.
theology come in?
You couldn't.
Wait, this is a theology conversation? I
I
had
didn't
no
hear
idea.
I was
theology
asking about
anywhere.
dice.
This guy doesn't believe in theology?
I thought this was like a track
Oh my
meet.
gosh,
That's what I thought.
bro. Yo, are we serious right now, dude? Yo, bro. All right, man. Listen, you guys, bro. You guys
Do you-
couldn't engage, and you didn't have an answer to
Do you
any
know
of
what
my
theology
questions.
means?
You guys didn't have the study of religion.
Not quite, but close enough.
You took
To be clear,
So-
you
us
took
with-
no position.
Not
You took no
quite.
position on
Was there a
religion.
new theology word?
So in like colloquial English,
dude.
theology is a systemized method of belief. So like for example, we say Christian theology is how to understand the nature of the Christian belief system. We would understand it the study of God. Theos in Greek is where you get the theology from. But I'm just saying in common English, to study theology, you're typically studying like a formalized system of some sort, not just like a general classical God. He's chat GPT definitions right now. I can hear him typing.
I still want an answer to my question.
I'm typing
How
to
do you
somebody in the
approximate
chat.
probability?
I
How
don't
do you
need
approximate the
ChatGPT.
probability from rolling a 3 if you rolled
I
998
honestly, man,
threes out of
listen.
6,000?
Listen. I'm giving you the answer, right?
Wait, can you
and
answer my
you're
question? I
not-
just
We're
asked
just
it.
not. I answered that 3 times. You're not engaging.
So I asked, how would you calculate it?
every
didn't-
time you
didn't
don't
really,
engage.
explain
When we
how you
talked
would
about
calculate it.
earlier,
Okay,
when
can
we were
you tell me what the
talking about
explanation is?
the
How you would do
religion,
it?
we were.
Can you answer how you would do it, please?
Oh my gosh.
I
Well, pay
haven't I haven't
attention.
heard an answer to the question yet.
That's irrelevant.
I'll pay attention.
That's
this time, I
irrelevant.
promise.
Me explaining to you how I would do it. Me explaining to you how I would do it is such an irrelevant fucking question.
It's not an
Like,
irrelevant question.
how
I'm
is
trying
that
to
a-
evaluate
unnecess-
whether you even know what frequentism is.
That is. There's no necessary clause for me to provide you how I would do it if it's logically possible.
Well,
for
okay,
it to be the
it
case.
just seems like you don't know what frequentism is then.
Yeah.
No, I did. What the hell? Dude,
Well, if you
you're
can't answer
wait,
this
asking
then
me.
really
Okay,
explain
basic
you're
what
now
question,
what's
asking me
the
how I would do it. I gave you the system.
I'm quizzing
I gave you
you.
the system on how it would be logically possible for me to be able to do it, and you're now saying, "Well, no, I want you to tell me
Look,
how I would
it's
do it." That's
logically possible
irrelevant.
that I could explain how to calculate the frequent probability. Therefore, that's equivalent
That's
to having
not. Are you?
explained the
Are you?
What a dumbass.
Bro, that's
it's
bro. That's
well,
not
I
what
just
I'm.
wrote something
Bro.
down on my piece of paper. It's logically possible that it's the disproof of God.
Okay,
So you grant that it's
Mr.
logically
Guy.
possible that there exists a logical disproof of God?
It's logically possible that there exists. Yeah, that could be the case. Sure. That's
Okay,
I don't
so that's
care.
it. So if it's logically possible, then there is some world amongst the logically in the logical modal scope, of course, amongst the many possible worlds in which God does not exist, because one would have logically disproven the existence of God. But therefore, if God is not indeed necessary in all possible worlds, logical or otherwise, then it seems like God can't exist.
What? Okay, could you what is the inference rule there?
Bro just got blown out.
The S5 axiom of modal logic is the inference.
Listen, buddy. Right now,
Listen,
I'm telling you
pal.
right now, dude.
Don't call me buddy, pal.
Repent to
you guys-
Christ. This would be the funniest thing he could possibly say.
Are you guys serious? You guys think you're funny right now, dude? Like, listen,
Pretty funny,
listen,
yeah.
man. Oh yeah, bro. Can you guys bro? You guys aren't funny. Could you bro? Is this like rhetorical?
We'll
for
leave
you
that up
guys?
to chat to decide.
Bro. All right, bro. Like, you guys didn't disprove anything, bro. Like,
We didn't even provide an
honestly.
argument.
In fact, you disproved it by saying it's a
You
logical
guys
possibility
couldn't
that there
provide an
exists a logical
argument. You
disproof
guys'
of
you
God.
didn't-
argument. You guys'
You didn't
argument
actually
was,
ask us to provide
your
an
guys'
argument.
argument was
Do you-
infinite
do you wanna
regress
hear-
of God. Oh wow.
That wasn't an argument.
Then you guys, the only argument
Would,
that you guys
would
have
you
is
like to
all-
hear an actual argument
all-
for our proposition or no?
I don't care. I don't care. I want you guys to disprove. I want you guys to provide some actual actual reasoning to raise for why it would be logically improbable for the existence of an
Logically
intelligence or a
improbable? What is
mindset.
logical improbability, my guy? Are we like
You don't think
quantifying
something could
overall
be improbable
possible
using? You don't think something could be improbable?
like
Yeah,
in, like, some
sure,
sort of
sure. You don't
logical
think
modal
something
scope?
could
What are
be
we doing?
improbable? Yeah, sure. You don't think something could be improbable using logic?
No,
I think the fact that 2
logic
plus
doesn't
2
get
would
you
be
to-
equivalent to 4 is quite unexpected if God exists.
Yeah. So I'm not in reference. So obviously, I'm in reference to the colloquial usage
now
of
we're
logic.
using
I'm not in
colloquialisms.
reference.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, obviously, I'm not in reference to the 3 laws of thought when I say logically improbable. I'm in reference to rationality, reasonability, and justification. You dimwit.
Oh, I'm sorry, what's
Obviously,
your
I'm not in
theory of
reference to the 3
justification?
laws of thought.
What's your
I'm
theory
not
of justification?
like what? What's
What's
my
your
theory of justification?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
sure.
theory
It could
of
be what.
justification are you
Yeah,
using
sure.
here?
It could be if I say it. Yeah, we could debate that. It could be if I say it, then it's necessarily true under a Tarski's reflexive system. Do you
Well,
want to
look,
debate
you
that?
asked. You asked for what?
My God.
You asked for some sort of
You guys don't. Yo,
argument that is
atheists don't have
logically that
any
increases
justification
logically.
system. You guys
Oh,
don't
he's
have
doing tag.
justification
Ian, you want to have
systems.
fun with that?
That's
he wants to
so
run tag
funny.
now.
Listen.
Yo, wait, what's the
you
argument for
atheists,
that?
You
Yeah,
atheists,
what's the argument?
You guys don't have any
Just-
do you wanna-
justification
just
system.
do you wanna go ahead
and lay out the
argument?
You're only.
Just repeat it and it becomes true.
You're
Say it again, it'll
He doesn't
become
even
true.
know the premises
Not
of
only,
tag.
not
He doesn't
only
even
are
know
you
the
guys
argument.
subjectivists, you only want to
He-
debate. You only
he
want to
has
debate
no idea
attitudes
what's
of
happening right
God's
now.
Oh,
existence.
he's having his
You
like
never want to debate
grandstanding moment.
actual.
That's
You
too
never want to
bad.
debate
He's definitely
actual.
gonna
He thinks that,
grandstand.
maybe if he starts
You don't wanna debate
grandstanding, that
actual
maybe
logic.
somebody in chat will get confused into
Sorry,
thinking that he's
bro.
doing well.
Sorry.
Oh no.
You don't want to debate actual logic, bro. You guys only
Is
debate
it just me,
attitudes and
or do
subjective
Zoomers have like a
opinions.
particular Zoomer accent?
It might maybe.
Bro, listen, bro. Learn how to actually debate the claim and not debate
Well,
your attitudes
you
that
you
all
actually
atheists do.
you haven't asked us for an argument for our claim. I asked you 3 times? Do you want us
I
to
don't
provide you
need
an argument
to.
for the
I
claim?
don't need to.
Do you
I don't
want
need
us
to.
to? Okay, we'll give it to you anyways.
I don't want you guys to because I don't need to disprove
So
it.
you don't
It's
want
more-
us?
it's more
You don't want
probable.
us to give you an argument?
I don't need you guys to give me an
Amazing!
argument. I already gave mine. You guys couldn't
Amazing!
refute it.
Oh no, we did actually. It
You
wasn't
guys
even
couldn't refute
hard.
it.
So the reason
No,
why
you guys
you don't
didn't.
understand
You
why
brought
it's
up
refuted
attitudes and
is because
opinions.
you don't understand like statistics.
listen,
right? So
guy.
statistics is
Listen, guy.
this really interesting
You brought
thing.
up attitudes and opinions.
Statistics is this really
I mean, if
interesting
that's
Don't
your
call
thing.
me
comment.
You
guy,
brought
pal.
up attitudes.
Statistics is this.
Attitudes and opinions.
I'm gonna keep muting you if you don't want me to
You couldn't
respond to
debate
you.
it.
I'm just gonna respond to you while
Goodbye,
muting
bro.
you the whole
Oh,
time.
he's running.
So Yeah, and right. So the minute they can't talk over you, they have to run. So the reason why like our rebuttal was upsetting you, and the reason why everybody understood what was happening, is because if you're saying there's a
What just happened?
probability, don't worry about the monitor. If you're saying there's a probability of something being more likely, you need some measure, right? Probabilities are statistics. You have to have a formula, you have to have a measure, you have to have some sort of computational value that you're working with, right? You can't just say, well, it feels like something's more likely, right? That's not how that works. And you can't just throw the word parsimony out there as though that does all the heavy lifting for you. Probabilities require mathematics. You didn't provide any. That's why he was asking for the formula for the numbers. Where are the variables? How can we run the numbers and see what's more probable? He was pointing out the flaw in saying that something's more probable when you don't have any actual probability formula. That's it. That was the whole thing.
I mean, the secondary thing is just that, like, he kept on saying, oh, you just have attitudes and opinions. Like, look, I was using the words like, good explanation. I'm sorry. Like, that's this. Ian, correct me if I'm wrong, but people in the philosophical literature refer to things as good explanations, right? Is that
Well, they
totally unreasonable?
in the philosophical literature, beliefs are attitudes. They're propositional attitudes.
Yeah, well, that was a separate issue, but it's not an
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah. They,
Like,
of course, yeah. They use it that way. Yeah.
It's just like the quality of an argument can be judged in the sense of, what virtues arguments have. And once we agree on what makes an argument virtuous or have certain virtues, then we can just say that it's a good argument or not. Like, I don't know what the issue
Yeah.
is.
I think it's too bad as a tertiary issue. I think it's too bad that this is like the state of internet philosophy, where instead of like engaging with the arguments, people try to like memorize like jargon and then like jargon dump on other people and then belittle them when they don't know the jargon that the person speaking also doesn't know. And then when they're met with people who do understand the jargon, they just get like completely mauled. I think that that's too bad that that's like its current state.
But I thought just knowing the jargon was all you needed. You didn't have to utilize it properly.
Well, it
Yeah,
turns
it's
out
vibes. It's all vibes.
it was vibes the whole time.
Oh well. Well, listen, friends, we've got one guest in the guest box, or two guests in the guest box. I'm going to read some super chats so we don't get too far behind, and then we'll get our next guest pulled in here. Carnage, hey, thank you so much for the super chat for the Blitz New Bird Fund.
How did they hear that?
Well, I mean, listen, bad gas travels fast in a small town. So.
Is that an Ohioism?
Nah, it's just a hillbilly thing.
Okay.
Texas, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. If you guys merge into a trinity, would you be one streamer of 3 parts or individuals comprising of unified Doug head? Rock hard for Doug. I don't know if we worked through that yet. Our theology is still...
It's confusing.
It's young.
Look, it's a mystery, okay?
Obviously, it's a mystery. Come on. You can't understand the divine. And with the follow-up, by the way, while waiting for start, lots of time to hit the like button. Hell yeah. Greater than 80 people waiting, but not to the likes. True. Friends, the more you like and share the stream, the more it gets sent out to opponents who might request up and end up, making a fool of themselves like that last guest. But the lifeblood of the streams obviously is getting good guests, and the easiest way to do that is to like, share, and boost the streams, y'all. And Gretchen, good to see you. Says Stranger Danger, Justin. That dude is an imposter. No, this is the real Blitz, actually. It is a real thing in real life. It actually did happen. And we've got some gifted memberships as well. Amir, thank you for sending a gifted unapologetic membership. Big W, my friend. And also from Amir, says, perhaps the guest is trying to say that most things they use and interact with actively every day are designed, engineered, and made by people for people. I do think that was what he was trying to say, but poorly articulating it. The general idea is, well, in my everyday life, the things that I interact with are designed by people. So then you can use these generalized terms like most things are designed, but
Yeah.
he couldn't define it.
I found it exceptionally funny that like he came in with just like, things are like mostly designed and design things need designers. And then when pressed on it even the slightest, he retreated to like fill jargon to try to like, oh, what do you mean attitudes? What do you mean better? I reject Bayesianism in terms of probability because I don't quantify over the block. Like, bro, like you don't come on and start with like, oh, most things are designed, and then when confronted, completely change tactics. Like, that's pretty cringe.
I actually had high hopes for that guest because when he first came in, he
Yeah.
wasn't doing like the jargon dumping right away. He didn't do anything weird, and then like Blitz said, as soon as things went south, it went right into Nonsenseville. Eat some shorts, hey,
Yeah,
thank you for the
it's
super
too
chat. Oh, go ahead, bud.
it's too bad that the state of Discord debate, it's evolved to a point where now the meta is like creative ways to avoid engaging in the debate in the first place.
That is what just happened.
Yeah, it's true. Eat sure says holiest of holy shits. Well, I mean, yeah, indeed. If there ever was one. And Game Guy, good to see you this morning, says you guys didn't invite Ian to the slumber party.
Fun fact, we did.
We did. It was a real thing.
They did.
I understand, though. I understand. It was a whole
Yeah.
thing. Panoramic Banana says Jesus's silly jism will provide Philbros with their evidence of his second coming. I don't have a lot of faith that the second coming is going to happen, but if it does, we'll have something to talk about. Last super chat for now. We're going to get our next guest in here, which may or may not have a troll's name. I can't tell. Dr. Carla, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for $10 super chat. Sweet baby Jesus, my heart. Worlds are colliding in the best way. Rock hard for Doug. Loving the lamp and all the things. Thank you. And we do have the lamp overlays and the god overlays, or the fake god overlays in here. I'll have to get
Fake
them set
God.
up.
Heretic.
I have
Burn
to
him.
I have to reorganize
Also,
them now.
I can confirm these books are real.
They're real books. Yeah.
It's not a backdrop.
I would never.
Unlike Ian's. Ian's are a backdrop.
Yeah, they are. It's a Zoom green screen.
Yep.
All right, let's get Equinox in here, and then after Equinox, it's going to be this guest.
Oh, this person was a friendly.
I actually
Autismal Equinox.
don't know, but I do know that the YouTube guest box is surprisingly bare. You can join the YouTube link on the screen. Well, it's not YouTube. It's a general link, tiny.cc/UA guest. If you want to debate, but you don't have TikTok, that would be the way to do it. We've had a couple guests kind of pop in and out, but I guess they couldn't stay. But we do have some, I think, some people on TikTok. If Equinox doesn't load up, although I think it might have been accidental request because they're not connecting, and
Yeah.
I don't think they're op. We'll move on to the next one. Let's go to Flan.
Flan Clar. Flan Clar, how's it going?
There you go, Flan.
How's it going?
Well, you got about 5 minutes to think about it.
You need
What?
5 minutes to think about how it's going.
Because we'll be home in 5 minutes.
Do you know you're on a live
yeah.
stream
Now
right
you're
now?
making breakfast.
He said
Well,
he's.
he doesn't.
Oh,
He doesn't know he's on live stream.
He's gonna be home in about 5 minutes.
What?
Well, maybe we'll grab him in about 5 minutes.
Is that what you want? Sausage?
Wait,
Just one
are
sausage?
you ordering breakfast? I want some breakfast.
Honestly, I ate breakfast, but I realized that I
Can't get
don't
it.
know how you guys do it, because for you, the live stream is, from 11 to 3. What about lunch?
Just skip it.
I would get so hungry.
I'm
and
not
cranky.
withering away.
Well, okay, I would get angry. Angry
Well,
even.
I
Yeah.
don't have to worry about that. I don't get hangry.
Well, I get like a headache, and that's irritating.
Oh, see, I don't
right?
get that either.
And usually it's like a blood sugar thing, but like I can't eat bread now.
But you're so thin. You have to eat.
Well, that's true.
I've got reserves. I'm good.
I'm gonna lose so much weight because of this.
Yeah.
Like this sucks.
Anthony, welcome in. Are you at least 18? Anthony,
Antonio.
did you request up by accident? I think we got 2 in a row.
Hey, brother,
Listen,
that was by accident. Apologies.
I thought so. No worries. At least
Thank
we
you
know.
for what you all do.
Hey, thank you. At least we know that they're tapping. Remember, tapping is clapping, y'all. The more you tap, the more likely you are to get some good guests up in here. Let's grab our next one then. I think it's going to be Moon.
Is that a moon?
It looks that way, right?
Oh yeah, okay.
A crescent.
God, your screen is so So tiny.
I know, right? You have to get real. Well, you're always here far away from
Yeah,
it, though.
but I wear glasses too, so
Right.
you think that I have like supersonic vision.
Supersonic.
That's all I could think of.
Welcome in, Moon. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am 18.
Good to hear. And do you believe in God?
No, I'm an atheist.
Okay.
Well, thanks for being here.
Well, thanks for being here, but we are just talking to people who believe in God, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry.
No worries.
How dare you?
Cheers. Have a good one.
Shame.
Hey, we appreciate you watching, but we're just doing debates on this show. This is not a show where we talk to
We
friendlies.
don't talk to friendly people.
Except for maybe Catholic Thinker.
Yeah, that's true.
He's opposition, but he's also a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
You've
And sometimes
got a
Riz Laden,
friend.
because he has 160 PhDs, so how can you not talk to him?
Welcome
Old
in,
Howden.
Z. Holy smokes, Z's got a crazy loud mic. Hold on, I gotta turn that shit down.
Hey, Z, do you know Tom?
Z, did you even request up here on purpose? No.
Apparently not.
No, Z did not request up on purpose. All right, we'll try the next one.
Douglas!
Howdy.
How you doing, Douglas? Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Sure. And which one?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Okay. And what do you think is a good reason to believe in this particular God?
The Bible says that God
This is a troll,
It's
right?
definitely a troll.
used the Holy
This is a
used
fake
the Holy
accent.
Spirit.
Yeah, this is a fake accent, buddy.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
The accent like switched halfway
They're making
through.
fun of my accent.
Yeah, it was like a somewhere between like an Aussie and an Alabama accent.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was.
they got.
No, it would be this is a New Zealander.
I spent a week with a New Zealander in the last week, so not what New Zealanders sound like.
You're my best friend. That's how you can tell.
True. Yeah, yeah.
Although that is an accent of in some sense it's associated with like big air quotes lower class because that's more common amongst Maori people, and obviously the Maori people are considered lower class. Yeah.
Well, we got another one that might be an actual real person because I'm looking at the profile picture and it looks like it's Saint Peter, perhaps, in the profile picture.
Why are the like the Catholic or the Christian patriarchs? Why are they always posed so cool?
You know what?
They're always like fucking giving some gang signs.
If you want like to be remembered forever, like an icon, you got to get a good pose.
I guess that's true.
1,500 years is going to be, Cephas, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. Is it safe to assume that you're a Christian?
Yes.
Awesome. And are you over 18?
Yeah.
Cool. Hey, what do you think is a good reason to believe in the Christian God?
So I would say that there's not very much credible evidence to suggest that he does not exist. Therefore, we have to use our reason to kind of, extrapolate what we do see, which is most things have a cause.
Well, first of all, I'm more than happy to engage in your cause argument, but I did have one question because this might be the first time I've heard this. This is the first time someone said that there's no credible evidence for your God not existing, but I'm curious, what do you think that evidence would look like? Like, what do you like the evidence of something not existing?
Exactly. That's hard to explain, right? Because we can't really see that he doesn't exist, right? Like, there's no.
Would you say that
for
there's
instance,
any credible evidence that like unicorns don't, or that unicorns that float around Jupiter don't exist?
The Jupicorn.
Unicorns around
Jupicorns,
Jupiter?
yeah. Yeah, is there credible evidence that they don't exist?
That's... No, I don't think there's existence of unicorns, but I don't see any.
Well, right,
proof
but
that
is there
they do
credible
exist either.
evidence that they don't exist? Right.
No.
Right, so here's the trouble. if something doesn't exist, of course it's not going to leave behind evidence of its non-existence because it's not a thing that can leave behind evidence at all. So the question is really, what are the arguments for and what are the arguments against, and are they comparable? Does one have or is one set of arguments better or worse than the other? That's really the question. We really shouldn't be talking about evidence for the non-existence of something. I mean, of course, you can ask for facts of the world that are unexpected given a god. That in some sense could be considered evidence for non-existence, but it's hard for a thing to leave behind non-existent evidence if it doesn't exist.
Yeah, so for instance, like everything in the universe has a beginning, right?
Does
Most
it?
things start
Oh
from,
boy.
actually everything starts from something.
What do you mean?
Oh, you don't want to say that. Otherwise, I mean, you'd have to say like God starts from something.
Well, he's the unmoved mover.
Oh boy.
Yeah, then you
So
just
not
have a
everything
starts from
contradiction. You'd
something.
have both everything starts from something, and also there's at least one thing that doesn't start from something. It's just a direct contradiction, unfortunately. The premise people running
Well,
the
most
cause
things are
argument typically
contingent in
look
the
to run
universe.
is something that like constrains these entities temporally, which is why, for example, like William Lane Craig will say that everything that begins to exist has a cause, because what you're trying to do is establish like some beginning to like the temporal chain. So you want like some like temporal feature of things that indicates that they're caused. That's typically you don't want to say that like everything has a cause.
Sure, yeah, everything does have a cause. If we follow
No,
the
you don't
chain of
want to say that.
events, there has
God
to
has
be
a cause
something at the
now?
beginning.
This is news. Wait,
So,
does
well,
God have
I
a
would say he's
cause?
uncaused.
Oh, so
He's
everything doesn't
the
have a
only thing
cause.
that's uncaused.
Wait, does everything have a cause,
Nice.
or just some
Everything,
things have a cause?
well, everything in the universe is God in the universe.
Well,
Oh, everything in the universe? Is the universe in the universe?
Yeah.
well, the
No,
universe
I'm
just
sorry.
describes that
Is God
everything
in the
exists.
universe?
Well,
Because we
I mean,
can't
under
see
your
him, right?
worldview, God's obviously not in the universe, but similarly, the universe is not in the universe. So it seems like the universe wouldn't need a cause either.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, is like a box within the box? Like, no, the box is the box. It's not within it.
Right. And so where'd the box come from?
Well, I mean, that's perhaps a question, but if your claim is everything in the universe has a cause, well, the universe is not
Yeah.
one of those things.
Because there's something outside of it.
There's not something. I mean, we can debate about that, but the point is that the universe is not in the universe.
Oh, I never
Right?
said that. I don't think
Right.
so.
So if your claim
if
is
I
just
did.
that things in the universe need a cause, well, the universe is not one of those
Yeah.
things. So it seems like the universe doesn't need a cause either.
Hello? Sorry, it's kind of glitchy right now.
So the point is,
But yeah,
is
I
that
would say everything that is in the universe has a cause. Everything's
okay, but
contingent
sure,
on
but the
something
universe
else
is not in
except
the
for
universe,
God
so the
himself.
universe doesn't need a cause.
Well, the universe, yeah, the universe does have a cause. Because
How do
where
you
do
know
we get
that?
time? Where do we get space?
How do
Isn't
you?
it
Well,
cutting out for you?
according to my
No, not
theology,
for
right?
me.
It's cutting out for me.
My theology,
Really?
Oh,
my
according to your
theology
theology,
suggests
that's
that.
the
Apple
exact
headphones
thing that you're
suck
trying to
ass.
establish, though. So just saying like, well, it's true
Yeah,
according to
but
my
you have a
theology is
theology also.
obviously going to be like totally unmotivating for
Yeah,
us.
just
You know, if everything in the universe, if everything in space-time
Let me
has a cause, why would I assume that
yeah.
space-time
Let me,
itself or
get
the
a
particle fields
non-Apple pair of
have
headphones to try
causes?
this. I think it's an Apple issue.
could be.
I'm sorry, I'm not very well versed on, I guess, your theology, but I know my theology suggests that it was caused by a creator.
Yeah, what's the argument for that?
Like everything began somewhere, and if we follow the chain of events, inevitably we're going
Does
to get
God
to the one
begin?
thing that didn't have. Eventually, we're going to get to the thing that didn't have a first cause, right? Eventually, we're down the chain.
Can we
Something
can we
Yeah,
just
like the
had to cut
universe.
acknowledge?
all this off.
Can we just acknowledge that everything has a cause and also something doesn't have a cause is a contradiction? Can we just acknowledge this like basic fact about logic?
No, of course not.
No,
That'd be
I
silly.
can't acknowledge that. I'd have to say
Okay.
that there was one thing.
Then, unfortunately, there's like kind of no way to move the conversation forward on this topic if you can't even acknowledge that everything has a cause contradicts something doesn't have a cause.
So we're at an impasse, I guess you might say.
Well,
Yeah,
it
right, because
has in
you're like
some sense.
incapable of engaging like intellectually honestly.
I mean, like it's like saying, you know, the car is red, but also the car is not red. Like you're just affirming a contradiction, I guess.
Yeah, but yet you're saying that nothing created everything is what you're
Literally
saying,
nobody's
right?
saying that.
Well, I'm sorry, could you help me understand your view a little bit better? I don't know your
Yeah, at
religion
least
very
my
well.
view is that the universe, or that there was never nothing. That's my view.
So it always existed and
Well, there
for
is
all time.
uh, yes, that is true. The universe has existed for all time.
Hmm. And it never had a beginning.
There could be a first moment of time.
So what started that moment? What was the reason for a moment coming into existence?
Well, I don't think that moments are the kinds of things that come into existence. They either exist or they don't. This should work fine? Okay.
You guys
But
okay?
the
You got
question,
mic issues?
yeah, well,
Well,
audio.
the trying to use multiple outputs on Mac
I
usually
could just
works,
connect
but
to my phone.
using multiple Mac items as multiple outputs seems to not work. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, and also like we live in a knowable universe, right? Like you guys seem like some smart dudes. You can kind of figure things out, you know, from our, I guess, survivalistic brain point. Like, what's the point of knowing everything if we could not even touch the nearest star? You
What's
know,
the
this is
point?
just
I don't know. What does that mean?
There's like huge
yeah,
evolutionary
because that's
advantages to
not
being able
survival.
to know the world around you. I mean, all it takes
Oh
to
yeah.
actually have knowledge is just that you have specific beliefs, which requires like some sort of like representational part of your mind, or I don't know, like some sort of capacity to represent and abstract certain features from certain scenarios and recombine them. And this has great evolutionary advantages, right? You can think about how you would like to live with other people. You can imagine how you might create tools. You can think about like threat assessment. There's tons of reasons related to survival and reproduction why humans would have this capability.
Right. But if we leave Earth, right, for instance, like space travel is like the future of humanity, right?
I don't know how they did
Uh,
this.
our DNA, once our DNA like deconstruct in outer
Who sent
space,
that?
kind of like what you see with astronauts in the space stations, because we're made for
I have no
gravity.
idea.
We are
Maybe.
specifically made for here
But
on
let's say
Earth.
that that's true. So what?
So that means it's not our survival instinct to travel the universe. Our survival is to stay here on this planet, and
Technological
we're adapted.
advancement obviously outpaces evolution. So evolution cannot account for these like detrimental things that come about via like technological advancement because it evolves at a much slower rate.
Well, you might say technology is evolution, and there's nothing wrong with evolution in the, I guess, our frame point, because we could say God was the
Oh,
beginning and he started off these chain of events. So inevitably, yeah, we are going to evolve because we are created to know. We are created with this curiosity, you might say.
sure. So, how would you explain the specific cognitive biases that we have? That, for example, humans are inclined to ascribe agency towards uncertain situations. That we, when something bad happens to us, our knee-jerk reaction is that somebody's like fucking us over, or when you hear like a bump in the night, you'll suspect that there's like a person in your house. There's an evolutionary explanation for this, but it doesn't make much sense why God would want us to have this cognitive bias.
Yeah, so like what's bad to you may not be bad to somebody else. If
I
you're
don't think
afraid
that
of
that's what
sounds
Ian
in
was
the night,
saying.
other people. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you clear that up?
So we have certain cognitive biases. We're inclined to think that when something happens in the world around us, that it was like a mind that caused it. So, let's say that we're living like 50,000 years ago and we see like a rustling in the bush. One person assumes that it's just the wind. The other person assumes that it's a predator and runs away. Now, let's say that there is a predator in the bush. Well, the person who assumed it was a predator fucking
I'm
booked it
sorry,
out of
you're
there.
breaking up. I can barely hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you just fine,
Where did I
Ian.
get cut off?
I can hear him too. His reception's really low though. He's got red bars.
Hmm.
That's weird. I'm on Wi-Fi right now. I'm sorry, could you repeat
What's
that
the
though?
last thing you
You
heard?
said somebody was in the bush, and then one person assumed it was like someone was wrestling in a bush, and some people perceive it as a predator, where the other one perceives it as, I don't know, because you broke up.
Yeah, there's good survival reasons to assume that what's in the bush is a predator, even if there isn't one. What's called a false positive, that you assume that it is the case that there's a predator, you ascribe agency to the rustling in the bush, and you run away. Even if there isn't one, you're still going to be safer rather than sorry. So that's a good evolutionary reason for why humans would just jump to assuming that about what's going on around them. But why, under your view, would God want us to have this specific cognitive bias?
I don't think I think that's just for our own families, right? Like if we're a father or a mother and we have young ones to protect, so we're not going
How does
to
that help
take the
us?
risk of their, how does it help us to survive?
Yeah.
It keeps us alive. Yeah, it keeps us and our families alive.
Yeah, but how would you say that that works if you think that, for example, God could have just designed us at like the societal stage where this is like way less useful?
Or God could
I
have
mean, it
just
leads us
given us the
systematically
ability
to
to
false
So
know.
I
conclusions.
kind of
So
like,
even under your
that's the
view,
point
you'd
of
have to
this.
say that God
I
gave
think
us these cognitive biases that lead us systematically to false conclusions.
that sometimes we could be wrong. Is that
Yeah,
what you're
but why would
saying?
God
Like
give us these
sometimes we're
cognitive
wrong. Like for
biases?
instance, why would God give us the ability to make right and wrong decisions? It's called free will, I guess, because we're
That's not
not
what I asked.
robots.
That's
We
not what
have.
I asked. I didn't ask
It
that.
has nothing to do with will. It has to do with our perceptions and our
Can you break
belief
it down
forming
simply in
systems.
in layman's terms for me there?
Humans have cognitive biases, will make snap judgments that are systematically wrong in a number of cases. We will ascribe
Okay.
agency when there isn't any. We will catastrophize when there's no reason to. We will refuse to change our beliefs even when we're met with really decisive evidence. These are all you can explain every single one of these under the evolutionary framework. All of these have a good survival and reproduction benefit to them, but they undermine
Yes.
rationality in many instances. Why would God want
So you
us
think
to
that
have our
you
rationality
th
undermined in many instances?
so you think that we should not have evolution under the theology of like God, that God existed?
Just that you'd have to say that God gave us
Like
these
we don't need
cognitive biases
evolution?
that lead us to false conclusions. He like intentionally
Well,
did this.
to be clear, you surely don't need evolution if God exists, right?
I think it's a I guess a byproduct of the way he created us. We're going to evolve,
Why? Why would
right?
he do
Like
that?
in certain ways. Just because we're made to adapt to our environment. For instance, like the Earth, right? We're built for gravity. We're not built to be without the sun. We need oxygen. We need water, right?
Yeah.
This is
So I
something
agree
that
with all of that, but
that
what
we
I'm
have.
wondering, why would
Uh,
God give us these cognitive biases that lead us to false conclusions?
is there an upset cat somewhere?
So God doesn't give them to us. We learn these things, right? The things that He does give us are like the morality, right? What's good and what's bad. What's scary,
What's the
what's
evidence for
friendly.
that? What's the evidence
Uh,
that we learn these things? Why are they ubiquitous across
uh,
culture?
yeah. So like if you're like a brand new born baby, you're kind of ignorant, right? You're walking around stumbling through the world. You don't know that that truck's going to run you over if you walk onto the road. You're just a kid and you're just ignorant, right? You're just doing your thing. And if you do get into danger, you won't even know it. You're just going to jump into the swimming pool even though you don't know how to swim.
It's a
This
great
is
story. I'm
something we
looking for
have to
data though. You
learn.
made like an empirical claim that these things are learned behaviors. I want to know what's the evidence that these cognitive biases are learned rather than like intrinsic.
So, so you want like a scientific journal
Yeah,
cited.
something like that.
Oh my goodness. I didn't know this was a formal debate. I'm sorry, I didn't bring any research with me. We're just having a convo.
Okay. I mean, I can give you like evidence against it. Strong evidence against it is that these cognitive biases appear in literally every human culture.
Yeah, but every culture is
In
different,
fact,
right? Like
I
some
wouldn't even be
cultures
surprised if they
think
appear in like a lot
things are
of
good
like
and some things
ape
are
cultures
bad, right?
too. What?
And under a atheist framework, we're just slime floating through
Well,
space.
that's not the case. That's like
It doesn't
obviously not the
matter.
case. We're not slime. We are solid matter.
It's
Well, what does it
flubber.
matter?
What do you mean? What does it matter?
Yeah.
The questions of whether something matters, like
why would we
objectively, is
why
not
would we
a
care if our children
is
survive? Why would
because
we
it's
care if our children
evolutionarily
survive? Like some
beneficial, and
people.
and as a result of our psychology evolving, we would have that kind of psychology.
So if I'm going to be dead in like 20 years, why should I care if
Because your
our
psychology
species
requires it.
survives?
Because your psychology requires
What's
it.
like, are we born with the psychology, or is the
Yeah, it's
psychology
part of
taught
our
to us by our
brain.
surroundings?
It's part of our brain. It's part of our brain structure.
Where can we find the psychology department in the brain?
Literally, there are things called mirror neurons that give us empathy.
It gives it to us. So we're not
Yeah.
endowed
As a
with
result
empathy.
of as a result of mirror neurons, we have empathy, as in we feel the things that we see.
So empathy, right? Like you feel sorry for somebody who's in a bad situation, right? That's kind of what you mean by empathy, correct?
That is a good example of empathy, yeah.
Like you have feelings for, right? So some cultures don't feel the same empathy as other cultures, right? If we go throughout the
Not
world,
really.
we'll see some people
Humans
who
having
don't
empathy
feel
is just
sorry.
like a default
So it's
feature of
kind of,
humans.
no, it's not, because there's many cultures
Can
who
you give me an
will,
example of a culture without
take
empathy?
advantage of other people.
Can you give me an example of a culture without empathy?
Sure, like I could say like one off the top of my mind would be like the
Sure.
Viking culture, right?
You don't
When
think
they
they had empathy?
stormed England, did they have empathy for the families that they were taking over,
No, because they
or
considered them
their
others.
property they were stealing?
That doesn't mean that they didn't have
Yeah,
empathy, period.
exactly. So where's the empathy on that? There's no
Yeah, they had
empathy
empathy.
there.
They had empathy for their community, which is what's built into our brains.
Yeah.
Well, what they had was, they wanted to steal everybody's stuff and take it for themselves
Clearly not
because under their
everybody's stuff.
framework.
Not everybody's stuff. No, only the stuff of people that
Well,
they
in their
deemed
world, it
other.
was everybody,
It literally isn't everybody.
right?
It's
In
only
their
the people
world,
that they deemed
yes.
others. Did they want to steal from their wives, their brothers, their husbands, their their fathers, their mothers? No, of course they didn't. They were okay stealing from people that were deemed as
Definitely,
other,
right?
not part of their
So
own
everybody
community.
who didn't look like them, they had no
Yeah,
empathy
exactly.
towards.
That's what's hardwired into our brain. That's why
Why wouldn't they
racism
have
exists,
empathy
my
towards
guy.
anybody?
It's
That's why
happening right
racism
now.
exists.
Yeah, because some people don't care, right? It's called no empathy.
No, it's not no empathy.
This
It's empathy
empathy
for
thing
your
that you are
community.
saying that
So
exists in,
empathy is stronger
no,
when
that's
you
a survival
have
instinct.
more
Yeah.
crossovers with the entity that you're observing, right? So the more they look like you, sound like you, have the same background as you, the more likely you are to empathize with them because your mirror neurons are more able to mirror what you're seeing. The thing that happens with your mirror neurons is they're connecting with what you're witnessing and hearing like visually and auditorily, right? So when you see somebody else in that particular pain, the same neurons in your brain that would fire if you're in that pain are firing in your head. But that is amplified, right, by what you're witnessing. If what you're witnessing is something very comparable to yourself, you're more likely to fire more of those neurons. If there's somebody from a different background, different culture, different age group, the whole thing, you're less likely to have a high level of empathy because less of those mirror neurons are firing in your brain. That's why it's easier to be empathetic towards your family, your friends, your neighbors, than it would be for complete strangers from a different background and culture.
So what would they do if one of their children came out not, not fully formed, or maybe had some
Who?
sort of a issue, right?
Who are we talking
These
about?
like these empathetic people throughout time.
Well,
Some of them would just cast their kids off into the sea or throw them out to the wolves. Where's the
you're
empathy for your family in that
Well,
situation?
you should be on, like, if you read any ancient literature, you would find out that a lot of these children that were either executed or exposed, which was the most common form, typically they did this out of mercy because otherwise they wouldn't be able to survive in the world. And back, a couple thousand years ago, the idea that somebody with severe disabilities is going to be able to survive on their own was pretty limited. So,
Also, it's pretty easy to think that your baby is actually being like possessed by a demon or something if they come out with like horrible deformities.
true,
So
true.
Well, not everybody believed in demons. back in those days. This is more of a Christian kind of a
I don't know if
framework.
that's true. I
No.
mean, to be clear, the Vikings were Christians.
The
Not
Vikings
really.
had
They're pagan.
some diverse religious
Like
beliefs.
in the era of Vikings, they were Christians. Like in like the 1100s to 1300s, like these were Christian folk, right?
They believed in Thor and
Yeah,
So
people like that.
the Viking era was not like all of ancient Scandinavian culture, right? Viking was a specific, and I think like the Viking era started in what, the 900s or something like this.
I'm not
I
sure
don't
when it
know
started.
exactly which era.
But anyway, like Vikings.
But
like,
I know they
like,
had
for-
other the Norse gods. They weren't Christians.
Yeah, but they weren't Vikings either.
The Norse
Viking
gods?
was like
Those are from the Viking culture.
Well,
no, okay, you're confusing Scandinavian culture and Viking culture. Not all Scandinavian cultures are Viking cultures, right?
I think
Like
that
the
might be
Vikings
incorrect.
Christianized, or the Scandinavians Christianized pretty early. Well, early is,
yeah, I thought
I'm
that.
looking at it right now.
I thought the Christians. Go ahead, bud.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, I was just gonna read off of this. Christianity had taken root in Denmark and Norway with the establishment of the diocese in the 11th century, and the new religion was beginning to organize and assert itself more effectively in Sweden. And then there's like another quote that was mad interesting. One sec. Women had religious authority and were active as priestesses and oracles. They were active within art as poets and rune masters and merchants and medicine women. There may have also been female entrepreneurs who worked in textile production. Women may have been active within military offices. The tales of shield maidens are unconfirmed, but some archaeological finds, such as the Burka female Viking warrior, may indicate that at least some women in military authority existed. These liberties of the Viking women gradually disappeared after the introduction of Christianity.
Right, which is what I was going to say. I thought originally they started out as worshiping mostly the Norse pagan gods, and then Christianity later slowly started to mix in
while
Viking
they were
culture.
still Vikings.
Yeah, while they were still Vikings. Yeah.
So I can see on I just Google searched, and it says
Yeah,
that the Norse religion traces back about 500 BCE.
Yeah,
which is
they
now
weren't Vikings
Denmark.
at that time.
And in the beginning of the 8th century is when the Christianity came in.
Yep, and
So that's
that's
a long
when they
period
started
of
doing their
history
Viking
without
stuff.
without
Yes, this is
Christianity.
Blitz's exact point. Yeah, this is literally Blitz's point. Is that
So
when
they weren't Vikings
they started
until
doing like the
Christianity
Viking
arrived?
stuff from the late 8th to the late 11th century, right? This is literally
What's the
Blitz's
Viking
point.
stuff that you're referencing?
The Viking it's an occupation. It's the job title of a person who goes out and seeks wealth by plundering, right? And that was a thing that the Scandinavians did for a period of time around 1,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, they weren't doing that.
The Norse gods. Who were these people? Just regular Scandinavians?
Yeah. Not all Scandinavians were Vikings.
So they didn't become Vikings until they became conquered. Okay, so let me change that, I guess. The Scandinavians believed in the Norse gods, right?
Mm-hmm.
Until Christianity arrived in the 8th century.
Yep.
So they were pagans. They weren't Christians until that moment.
Very true.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
luckily, Blitz's claim was
let's
just
clear
that this
up.
is true of the Vikings.
Well, in my mind, the Scandinavians are Vikings.
Okay. I mean,
maybe I could bring like a flamethrower to this
have-
entire conversation. You know, it doesn't seem like doesn't seem like the ancient Israelites, had much empathy for the people groups around them. You know, for example, when God commands the Israelites to go and like genocide all those other groups, doesn't seem very empathetic.
Yeah, so I don't really think you understand the Bible, so it's kind of hard to take
I
anything
do.
you say about the Bible.
I understand it pretty well. Cephas, how about I'll
mean,
pick it up with you.
You're not Are you atheist or
I
not?
look forward to hearing you say, "Well, I'm just not familiar with this. You know, I just haven't read this." I can't wait to hear that from you. Yeah, you should talk to Justin about this.
I'm just saying, if you're an atheist, you say there is no God, and the Bible is God.
The Bible's definitely not God.
No.
Goat.
Well, we say it's God's breath. God breathed, and the Bible.
You would say it's the word of God.
Just a question: is God divinely simple?
Oh no.
What is that?
Okay.
Oh
Never mind, you're
gosh, the Catholic who doesn't know anything about Catholicism.
Divinely simple. What does this mean? Like easy to understand?
No, does he have
No.
parts?
Like a trinity? That's the only thing I could say.
Okay, you know what?
You don't want to say that he has parts, otherwise you're a heretic, according to
these
the
boots,
Fourth Lateran Council.
These boots might be
you
too
know,
big,
your
so
own.
we can talk about the Bible instead of talking about divine simplicity.
Yeah. So, Cephas, since you're such a good Christian, I assume you've read some of the Bible. Have you read through any of Numbers, the book of Numbers?
No.
No, not at all,
Wow.
My goat.
Oh, well, he's Catholic, right? And
You
Catholics
can
don't have to read the
reference
Bible.
something. I have a general knowledge, but I just
Why
haven't
would you tell us
studied
that
the
we
book of
don't know the
Numbers.
Bible when you literally haven't read the fourth book of it?
No, I'd said you don't believe in it. You're atheist.
You said that we don't
right?
understand
You don't
it.
believe in God. No, I said you don't have any like you don't
said we
believe
don't-
it. So why would you
So
quote
we don't
it?
have any knowledge.
Hey.
We don't understand it, is what you said.
No, I said why would I listen to what an atheist believes about
This
a
guy's
theist
just lying.
book?
He's just
Yeah, he's
lying about the
lying.
conversation.
Lying's a sin, by the way.
I'm not telling
trying
you
to
what.
clear it up.
I'm not telling you
looking for
about the
clarity,
book. I'm just asking, do you want to read
You
it?
believe? Okay, you can leave.
Because we can read a
Well, no,
passage if you're interested. It's not a difficult
I don't
passage.
think it's very fruitful. I don't think it's
To
very
read
fruitful.
the
I mean, we can
Bible?
read it. I
It's
don't
not
mind.
fruitful to
I
read
love
the
the
It's
Bible.
not fruitful to read the Bible. When did reading the Bible become unfruitful? The
I said it
scripture
wouldn't.
literally says that faith comes by hearing, hearing by the word of God, which would mean this should increase your faith as we read this.
My faith is at 100.
I find that doubtful.
Okay.
Cool. Well,
Well,
tell you
that's
what,
your opinion.
if you're at 100 now,
Bring
then
up to 120.
yeah, we'll read a passage and see if you go to 120 or you drop down to like 95. How about that?
So if I pull verses out of the Bible, what are you
Yeah.
going to say?
We'll listen to you.
Well, we're happy to engage with the biblical verses. I'm pretty familiar with the passages.
Yeah. Well, I think what's confusing you
So
is this
like
is
the
an internal
resurrection
critique.
story when I
You know,
tell
in
you
the
that
same
God
way you were
brought
asking, you
himself
know,
up
in
out
a
of the
in a
out of the grave.
meaningless atheistic worldview, you know, why do your senses mean anything? You know, that's not the worldview that you would subscribe to. So you agree that you can engage with the other person's worldview and ask them questions about how their worldview could be consistent without holding it yourself.
Yeah,
That's an
I
internal
do think
critique.
that
You
it's
believe in the
okay for you
Bible. We're
guys
giving
to
critiques
critique.
of it.
You guys can critique and poke at the Bible, but the question is, why would I listen to what you had to say about the
Well,
Bible, which you don't believe in?
Hopefully you
You're
think
not.
that the
You
things
you
we're
already
saying are
you
imminently
concede that it's not
reasonable.
real, right? You guys
We're
say that
not
it's
telling
not
you
real.
to.
You think
We're not
it's
telling you to believe what we say about the Bible. We just want to read the Bible with you. You can tell us what it
should
says. You can
should
call
I
the Holy
believe this
Spirit up.
Bible?
If you don't believe the Bible, then that's the problem for you, not us.
And so, all things considered, you shouldn't believe the Bible, but you do. And so that's where the
Okay.
disconnect comes from. So that's why we're reading it, to see
Right.
if we can give you a good reason to why you shouldn't actually believe the Bible, right?
Well, I do believe in the Bible, but I just
Right, so
think
let's
that
read
you
it together
guys
and
don't
see.
believe in it. So it's funny
So
that
what?
you
We
bring
don't.
it out. But go for it. Let's read it. Go for it.
Okay.
I love to read the
Before we
Bible.
start, I'm sure you do. So, first question: do you think that in your framework, right, would it always be wrong? Because we're talking about this Viking stuff, right? Would it always be wrong to like I don't know, kidnap like little girls when you go to war and then turn them into war brides?
So if we're talking about the Bible, some of
I,
these people
I'm not
who
talking
you're
about the
warring
Bible.
against.
I'm not talking about the Bible yet. I'm just asking you a
Oh,
general
I'm sorry.
question. Do you
Go on.
think it's wrong to do that kind of thing?
There can be righteous reasons for making these kind of actions, righteous wars, for instance.
Now, I'm not talking about wars. I'm talking about kidnapping women and turning them into war brides.
Little
So in your
girls, do you think
idea,
it's
maybe
wrong
it's kidnapping,
to
but
take little
maybe
girls
in
as your
another
war
frame
bride?
point, they're being saved.
They're being
They're being
saved from
saved
what?
from somebody who's going to mistreat them, right?
No, this is not that. In fact, it's not even remotely the case. So I'm just asking. Listen, generally, if you go to war, if an army goes to war, and they're like, look at all these like little virgin girls, can we just take them and make them our war brides? Is
How do
that
they know they're
like
virgins?
Well, we're about to find out. But that's not the question. The question is not how. The question is whether or not it would be morally acceptable just to kidnap the little girls that you want and turn them into war brides.
Yeah, it would be okay.
Oh, okay. So you are okay
What?
with just kidnapping little girls. What if they're like, I don't know, 14?
What if they're like 7?
Yeah, where's the limit here?
So I think there's rules in the Bible about this kind of stuff, right? And you're actually bringing them into a better life, closer to God.
How would you know? You haven't read
By
the
raping
Bible.
them.
Well,
Got him.
just what I've known in general.
You don't know.
Yeah, can we get the verse that says that you can't?
What if they're
Which
children,
verse? I'm sorry.
Cephas?
So when they're children, doesn't mean you have automatically bring them home and start doing whatever you want with them. There's like, they had rules for those kind of things. Like I'm not specific on like which rules but I do know like for instance like the slavery topic comes up all the time.
Well, we're not talking about
Where they say,
slavery. We're
well, was
talking
it
about war
okay
brides.
kidnapping? Yeah, we're talking about kidnapping, right? Which
Do you
was
think it's like okay
at
to
the
marry
time, it's
like
like,
a
would you say?
7-year-old?
I don't think so, but if it happens, it happens, I guess. And there, like me personally, would I go out there and do that? No, right?
I'm
Obviously,
asking
I'm
if
from
you
the
would do it.
20th century.
I'm asking if it's
Not
like
not right
morally
now.
acceptable.
Not
Okay, so just to be
I'm
clear,
a married
Was it?
I'm a married man.
it is
Let's
morally
be clear.
acceptable
I
though
have a wife.
to go to war, to kidnap
Can you
little
have,
girls and then rape them.
actually? Can you have more than one wife?
So so let me be clear with something. So you're saying they're in a war situation, correct?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so during a war, they
Uh-huh.
kill all these people's families, right? And there's little girls left behind.
Well,
You're saying
sometimes.
To
it's
be
not
clear,
okay.
in a war, you don't have to kill civilians.
Yeah,
Like,
to be sure, you don't have to genocide the
Yeah,
people, but also you don't have to keep the little girls either. You could, because remember the little
just
boys
blow
are
them
gonna
up.
get the little boys are gonna get murdered. So you could literally just
Like
kill the
that's
little
happening
girls
right
too.
now, right? That's
Well, we're
happening
not talking
right
about
now
right
in
now.
And
We're
it's
the Middle
bad,
talking.
East.
right? You know,
Yeah.
it's a bad thing.
Wait,
Yeah,
that's a fair
we
question. Is
pray
it
for that
bad?
to end.
Is it bad
We're
or
praying
oh,
for
so
that to
so it is
end.
bad to
Yeah, that's bad.
genocide. Okay. So
But that
so
genocide is
when
completely wiping out. That's a whole different. So you're jumping around topics. We're talking
we're
about war
not,
brides, right?
you brought up
The
genocide.
spoils of war.
Oh, so
The
oh,
spoils of war.
gross.
No,
little virgin girls are spoils of war.
well now they become your responsibility, and you have to raise them and teach them about
Well,
God. You don't.
you also
So
Is
you
get
it
don't
to
with
fair
one
rape
to
hand
marry
them.
say
someone you
that.
have to
You
raise?
don't. You don't with one hand
Damn,
How
that's
say
come
the
they
worst
don't?
part about
listen
kidnapping
to
a
what
little
God
girl and
says,
raping her is now you have to
and then
raise
you turn
her.
around and start doing another thing,
Jeez,
right?
that's
Because you
tough,
wiped out their families. What do
man.
you
What
do? Leave
a
them
Poor
there to die?
Israelites.
well, you actually don't. Well, first of all, you're about to find out that that's not the concern of God when I read you Deuteronomy 21. God doesn't care if they die. The other thing is that you don't actually have to kidnap them and turn them into war brides. You know what you could do if you're the most powerful
What should
God
you
in the
do?
universe? You could say, everyone take up a tax. We're going to collect a tax and we're going to put funds together so that these poor orphans can have an orphanage and be raised. You don't have to rape
So
them for the rest of their
God
lives.
has to force us to not have free will according to that.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, what you said is God has to make a rule himself,
No.
right? That we have
God
to
God
makes
do
rules all
certain
the
things.
time. What
God
the
made
hell?
hundreds of rules in the
That's
Bible.
literally that's all of
Yeah.
Leviticus.
Did you fail to read a book? Oh, we know he didn't read the
No,
book.
I
So God
I did
can't
read the
make
book.
any rules because it's going to violate their free will.
So he gave them rules already, right? Which are like the
But
Ten
are you
Commandments.
saying that God can't make
I'm
rules
sorry.
because it's going to violate free will?
Do you think that the Ten Commandments is all of the rules in the Hebrew Bible?
That's probably the case, yeah.
Well, the ones that I subscribe to, yes.
Well, we grant
I don't
that
follow the
because like
Levitical laws. I'm not a Hebrew. I'm not a
we grant
Jewish.
that,
I'm not
but you
Jewish.
understand that in the Hebrew Bible, God gives like 600 plus rules.
Oh yeah,
Right.
definitely. And some of
So
them are
it's not that
man-made.
God
Some of
only
those are man-made
it's
rules.
well
So
no no God
that's why
specific
that's why
they're
we can't go
specifically
to the
commandments
Bible.
from God, right?
No, actually,
So
the
this is
the
why I
ones
don't want to go to the Bible
the
with
rules
atheists
in the
because
Torah
you guys don't
are not
understand
man-made.
that
Every
we
one of
don't
them
follow
comes
all
from
those
God,
rules.
actually. No, I do understand, and I can talk about that next. We're not talking about that. No one asked you if you follow the rules. So again,
You just
every
asked
law that was given to Moses was by God.
the
It
Ten
just says
Commandments.
so. No, all of them, all
Yeah.
600 plus laws.
Whoa. No, I
Did
don't
did
think
you?
those are all from Moses.
Oh my gosh, this guy hasn't read a single word of the Bible. Okay, well, I'll just show you very easily why you're wrong, and then we can move on to the actual verse I wanted to read. At the beginning of every passage in Leviticus, Exodus, Numbers, when the laws come, God speaks them. The Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you enter the land I'm giving you," so on and so forth. Every list of laws inside of the Torah is read just like this. God spoke those laws to Moses. That's why they're God's laws.
This is a second-hand account, Moses, right?
This is an account of what God said to Moses, as is everything about Moses in the Torah.
Doesn't it say the same thing for the Ten Commandments in Leviticus?
Yep. Well, they're not in
Or
Leviticus, but yeah.
Wherever they are. Exodus,
Yeah.
In fact, could we go to that particular place? And
Yeah.
I'm curious if it's also a second-hand account for the Ten Commandments.
It's going to be a third-person accounting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Then God spoke all these words. I am the Lord your God. So yeah.
Who did he
the
speak
Ten
these words to?
Commandments. We agree.
Who did he speak these words to?
Moses.
Oh, so it's a second-hand account.
Okay.
No, the Ten Commandments were given directly to Moses, right?
So
Now
Wait,
Leviticus is talking
so was
about
Leviticus.
Leviticus is
Everything
like
in Leviticus was
200
given
years
directly to
later,
Moses.
maybe
No,
300
it's
years.
not.
Who knows how long?
they
How
were
long
in
do
the
you think
desert for only 40
is
years.
in the time of Moses?
Yeah. Wait,
Yeah.
what? Yeah.
Leviticus is in the time of Moses?
We just read it.
It's literally the next book.
I just showed you. It says, the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai. This is all happening
Does
while
that
they're at the
mean it's the
mountain.
exact same time?
Yeah.
Oh, hold
Mount
on, let me
Sinai
check
is
this
where
real
the
quick.
Ten Commandments were given.
You haven't read anything in this book, have you? You've never even watched Charlton Heston's Ten Commandments.
Bro, can you imagine
guys don't
having
know what
like
you're
the
talking
about.
fucking like
Embarrassing.
church father profile picture and it's all a LARP? Like you're just LARPing Christianity?
Dude, imagine not wanting to read the Bible with atheists because you were afraid we weren't going to understand it. You haven't even read the damn thing.
Is that a real goat?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I like that less now.
Oh, what? Well, we didn't kill it.
Yeah, but it's a tax. I don't know. Something about it makes. It's almost mummified.
It is.
Yeah, I like that less.
Oh, well.
So what year would
She
you
has
say
a
the
name.
Book of Moses is written?
Does that make it better?
The Book of Moses.
There isn't a book of Moses, my guy.
Book of Moses.
You mean the Book of Mormon, I think.
Where the fuck
The
are we
Torah,
right
right?
now?
The five books of Moses. They're called the five books of Moses.
Books, plural. The books, plural of Moses. And yes, according to tradition, the Jewish people believe that Moses wrote them. He obviously didn't for other reasons, but
The Book
that's
of
not
Moses,
important right
like
now.
the Mormon one? Isn't
That's-
the Book of
that's what he
Moses
said.
Mormon?
Yeah. Well, they have the
So,
Book
like,
of
what
Abraham
time would you
too.
say that those?
Right.
What time would you say those were written?
Do you mean by tradition or like actually historically? Because
Either
historically, I understand that they were probably composed around over the course of 500 years, between around 1000 BC to around 500 BC, with some stuff coming a little bit later after that. But
Yeah.
I think by tradition, it's like when Moses was alive, which would have been like 1400 BC or something.
Yeah, which is
So Jewish
preposterous.
tradition says about the second millennium BCE.
Yeah, 1400 BC is part of the second millennium.
According to the story, it would be in the 1400s BCE.
And when was Leviticus dated to?
In real life, Leviticus doesn't have an origination date. Leviticus has manuscripts. The oldest manuscripts are part of the Dead Sea community, and they date maybe to the 3rd century BCE, which means we don't really know exactly when it was written. The language that we find in the book of Leviticus would lead one to believe that it was written post-exile by a class of Levitical priests who were really concerned with these particular laws.
But importantly, Exodus would have been composed in a similar time period, at least parts of it.
Yeah, none of these books show signs of actually being penned in Moses's time period. The date of the authorship's irrelevant. If you think Moses wrote it, it's fine. The question is, did these laws actually come from God? Because according to the book, they did.
And why do we no longer follow like the 600 laws?
Well, it's irrelevant. We're not on the topic yet. Do you
Yeah, well,
even
you're
know
trying to
where
hold
we're
my
at
feet
in
to
this
fire of
conversation?
600 laws.
I'm not holding your
you're
feet to the
asking me
fire of the
about the
laws.
Levitical
I'm
laws.
not asking you
The
about the
Levitical laws
laws. I'm
have
literally
no
asking you about
bearing
Numbers
on my
31, which isn't a law.
Numbers 31. What? Okay, go on. What's up with Numbers 31?
This guy cannot pay attention. It's crazy. Okay. At no
You guys
point
are
did I
bouncing all
bring
over the
up.
place.
You're the one bouncing all over the place. At no point did I bring up the laws. So I'm more than happy to talk about why you don't follow the laws after we're done with this. I'm trying to ask you your moral position on kidnapping virgin children, girls, and making them into war brides. And now you're saying that it's acceptable, and we're just trying to make sure that's your actual answer before we move on to read the passage, because it sounds Like maybe you're not fully understanding what we're talking about. We're talking about literally kidnapping little virgin girls and then distributed them to the warriors to become brides to the warriors. You think that is an acceptable thing to do?
In war?
Yeah.
In war, yeah.
Oh my god.
Everything's acceptable.
Jesus fuck.
There's only
Everything's acceptable?
all
Everything's
rules
acceptable
are
in
out the
war.
window when it comes to love and war, right?
But that's
Literally no.
that's a
And
colloquialism.
love.
That's certainly not
Do you think
a
do you
moral
think
law.
do you think it's okay to rape people even if you're in war?
No. Me
Well,
personally,
Okay,
no.
so then clearly not everything's acceptable in war.
yeah, obviously, and this would be considered rape because little children that are kidnapped can't consent. Children can't even consent to begin
Where
with,
does it say
much
that
less.
they're getting raped?
That's what it means
Where does it
to.
say
What do
that?
you think a
Can you
war
show
bride
me?
is?
That's what it means to not consent when somebody goes into you.
Where does it say that is happening in the Bible? Can you show me where?
I can show you, but I need you to understand definitions first. Do you agree that if somebody turns you into a war bride and you didn't, like, you literally can't consent, you understand that that is rape, right?
Like right then and there, it would be. But what if over time they
Obviously,
became your,
it
actual
it would
bride?
it would still be rape, and it would just be Stockholm syndrome at that point.
So is it like are you stealing when you
Do you
go
think
to
maybe
somebody
you can
else's
like
land
you can
and
just
conquer
rape
them?
somebody? You could rape
Well,
somebody enough
yes.
that they'll start liking it. Is that your vision here?
So like if another country, let's say we're in
What?
America, right? Let's say
Why are we
Mexico
talking about this?
starts a war with
Can you
us.
stop? Can you stop changing this
I'm asking a
topic?
hypothetical. I'm
Do
trying to
you,
ask a hypothetical
is
here.
it related to raping war brides?
Yeah.
Okay, then go ahead.
So if we go to war with another country, right? Let's say Mexico, right? And they're attacking America, and America attacks them back, and eventually we just take over their land. Is that stealing, or is that
Yes, it
the
is
result
stealing.
of war?
Also, you can't steal people.
The people aren't land; they're not supposed to be property. Remember?
It's called kidnapping. Yeah, but
Yeah,
so
that's
in that
kidnapping,
context, it's
which is
still
wrong, by the
stealing
way.
when you're defending yourself,
Yeah.
when you defend yourself against somebody else.
So it
Like in
turns
Arc
out
Raiders, somebody tries to shoot you and you kill him and take his goop.
It turns out conquering someone or kidnapping people is never self-defense.
What if they're
Like,
attacking you?
obviously, conquering them
So you
is
have to
not
defend yourself.
self-defense. You can defend yourself without conquering them and kidnapping their children.
Right.
So what do you do with their children after you've destroyed their families?
Well, apparently the god of the Hebrews had no issue just having the male children killed. So you could just kill the female children, presumably according to the god of the Hebrews.
Right.
But more than that, you could adopt them communally and then, take care of them rather than raping them. You could not slaughter.
So you're assuming
their
they
parents.
automatically brought them back and started. You assume
could
they brought
not.
them back and just
By the
started
way,
immediately going to
something that
town,
you
right?
could do. So let's talk about the Mexico America situation, right? So say Mexico attacks the United States, and the United States fights back and pushes them off of their land, pushes the Mexican army off of the American territory, and then the Americans start pushing into Mexico, and starts not only killing soldiers but also killing mothers and fathers who are not involved in the war, just civilians. And then you're saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Their parents were killed. We have to kidnap their children. Oh no, but we can still kill the baby boys, but we have to kidnap the baby girls. We have to kidnap the children that are girls because they can be our wives. How is this? Like, just don't kill their parents. It's so easy. Or at least if the fathers are fighting, perhaps don't kill the mothers. Why do you have to kill the mothers?
So who's going to take care of these women and children when their fathers are dead?
But that's the point. You don't have to murder all of them.
But they tried to murder me first.
No, again, you keep inventing a scenario. Like we're talking about a scenario in the Bible,
This
which,
is
by the way,
like what the Bible's talking about.
Cephas, it's not. You keep trying to invent scenarios.
The Midianites? You're talking about the Midianites?
are about
The
vengeance,
Midianites
by the way,
didn't
not
attack
self-defense.
anyone. Okay?
Take a vengeance on the Midianites.
The Midianites didn't attack them.
After that, you will be gathered to your people. So Moses said to the people, arm some of your
So
men
now he's
and
like,
go
maybe
to
I
war
should actually
against the
read it. Yeah,
Midianites."
yeah. Maybe you should. Yeah.
No, I already have been reading it, and I know exactly what's going on here.
You
You guys
do
are trying
not
to
know what's going
extrapolate.
on here.
Is vengeance
Yeah,
self-defense?
you're
Would that fly in a court?
trying in the court of God, which is
Well,
the
no, I mean,
ultimate court.
like for example, let's say that like somebody's dad comes and beats up your dad, but then that dad that beat up your dad, that dad has a stroke like next week, like the week afterwards, and you're like, so you can't take vengeance on the dad that beat up your dad. So instead, you go beat up his son. Is that self-defense?
Yes, because his son's
Who are
gonna
you
go up one
defending
day and try to
against?
attack me.
Okay,
Wow.
we're
My
just
future
saying
self.
false things at this point, right? You know, the sky is red. 2 + 2 is 5.
This is wild. Well, let's lay the groundwork, okay? So I'll paint the scenario, so maybe you can address the actual scenario rather than making one
Yeah, I'm
up,
gonna drink this,
right?
but-
If
do it.
somebody causes somebody in your community, in your church, to go worship another god, and then you're like, well, we're going to go take vengeance on them, and then you go and you slaughter all of them, even the ones that weren't involved in the ordeal, and then you kill all of the children except for the little virgin girls, and then you turn the little virgin girls into war brides. Do you think this is an acceptable practice?
If it's in the Bible, I accept it. Let's just
I
say
Crazy.
didn't.
You think
I didn't
child
ask
rape
you
is
about
fine?
that.
Wait, so just point blank, you're fine with child rape?
That's what I'm hearing.
Also, it
wouldn't.
sounds like
I
you're
don't
fine
think it
with,
says that specifically.
It does. Want me to show it to you?
And sorry
Yeah,
to
show 'em screen.
sorry to add in a red herring, if you will, but it sounds like you're also fine with polygamy.
No, I'm not.
What the Bible is.
Hmm.
We'll touch that one
According
next.
There's a
according to
patriarch.
Jesus, one man was made for one woman, right?
So
Jesus never said that. So in the passage,
No,
verse
it's a different
14,
topic.
we'll
Moses
get there.
Moses became angry with the officers of the army, the commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds, who had come from service in war. Moses said to them, "Have you allowed all the women to live?" These women here, on Balaam's advice, made the Israelites act treacherously against the Lord in the affair of Peor, so that the plague came among the congregation of the Lord. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves. And then that's what they do. And there's like 30,000 children, virgin girls that get distributed, most of them to the soldiers.
Gotcha. So there's some
They're
sort of a plague that's being spread around by these people.
Not a literal
Nope.
plague.
It's not a literal plague. What happened was
How do
there
we know
was
it's
an
not literal?
instance, because we can read earlier Numbers when it happened, okay? So what happened is there were some women who enticed some of the Israelite men to engage in worship of their God, therefore committing adultery. God got really mad. God sent out his own plague to kill a number of the Israelites, and then that plague ended when another guy speared one of the enemy women, and God was pleased with this death of the Midianite women or woman, so much so that he's like, okay, I'll stop the plague. So that's what's happening here. This is revenge for some of the Israelites being led astray to worship another god, and that revenge is murder all of them,
Right.
and then take the little virgin children girls for yourselves. And it does actually say in Hebrew children. It refers to them as hataf, which is the children in Hebrew. They're little virgin girls.
Where's the raping part?
Oh, that's easy. So what happens is they get distributed to who? Where do they go? Remember?
Divide the spoils. It looks like they get spread amongst the army.
Get to who? For what reason? What do you think the warriors are doing with these little virgin girls? And what do you think their virginity has to do with it?
I don't think it says it. I don't think it says that in here, does it?
What it does,
I
yeah,
don't see
down
it.
in like
Why are
verse.
they only keeping the virgin girls?
Yeah, yeah. Down in
Because
verse
the other ones have
25.
some kind of plague.
No, they don't.
No,
Down
not
in
a
verse
plague.
25, it
They're
says, "The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, You and Eleazar, the priests and the heads of the ancestral houses of the congregation, make an inventory of the plunder captured, both human and animal, divide the plunder in two parts between the warriors who went out to battle and the congregation." So the girls,
I
about
don't see a part
15,
where they're being raped at.
just pay attention. About 15,000 of the girls were given to the warriors. What do you think the warriors were doing with them?
And why did it matter that they were virgins?
It doesn't
And just the
say
little
what
girls,
they're
one of the
doing
little
with
boys
them.
too.
Are we just extrapolating?
We're actually
If you had to
asking you a
inference to the
question.
best explanation.
What do you think
Well,
they were
I
doing
think
with
they
the little virgin girls, the warriors?
I think they raised them into women, and maybe some of them could have become
Oh,
wives.
is that right? Yeah. How come their virginity was
That's what I think.
how come their virginity was necessary to be known here?
And their
Because
gender
then
too.
they would be suitable. They would be suitable for wives.
Oh,
So
so
it's
if you're
grooming.
not a
So wait, so they
virgin,
groomed them. You think
yeah.
grooming is good?
So yeah, you bring in children, you raise them, and
You're
then
wait, you're
eventually
pro
someday they're going to want to
grooming?
marry.
Holy
Post
shit.
pro grooming.
That's what you are. You're programming.
That's
Point blank.
crazy.
I'm
You
never
just wait,
saying
you
any of
just
that.
said it. I'm not pro grooming.
You're
You just said that you're
extrapolating.
fine with
You are
taking like young
extrapolating.
virgin girls, like 9-year-olds, 7-year-olds, and then
You're
raising them up
and
to be
raising them.
wives. You're
Yes.
pro grooming.
Yeah, that's
I
exactly
guess
what
you
that
could
is.
Pretty
raise
sure
them
that's
up
what
to
grooming
be
is.
single women. You could raise them to be single
Mm.
women. Would that be grooming?
They actually
Wait,
wouldn't be
why'd
single
you take the
women. They would
women
be
and not the men?
concubines.
Why just take the girls and not the boys?
Yeah.
Does it say only the boys
Yep,
or only the girls?
it does.
Yep.
Yeah.
It says
because
kill all the
the
little
little boys will grow up.
No, they
The
won't.
little boys would eventually grow up and want to
No, they won't.
kill
The
the
ba-
people who killed their
The ba-
families.
No, they
wait,
won't.
the babies. Wait, so are you saying that like baby boys would more likely want to kill their parents' killers than baby girls?
Most likely, and they have the ability to.
They wouldn't. This is not something that plays out in history. If you look at the wars of the ancient Near East, this is not a thing that happens. People are
So let me
routinely
get this correct.
sent to war, and they do not then just, the children don't just grow up and say, actually, this thing happened to our parents long ago. We must go avenge them now. Typically, retaliatory wars happen because the people are being oppressed by an oppressor, not just because there was a war in the past. A war in the past doesn't require another war in the future, as long as all the people that are still alive are at least mingling cohesively with the nations or the cities around them. That's not a really thing. That's a thing that happens. But the other thing is, we know for a fact that what was happening with these little girls is they were being made war brides, because elsewhere in the Bible, God approves of this, and they actually explicitly tell you what they're doing with the little girls. That's in Judges 21. In fact, they tell you before they go to war that the point of doing this is to go capture little virgin girls and turn them into war brides. So we know this is something that they were already doing.
But this chapter you're specifically citing doesn't say anything about graping little girls. It just says to take them into your, I guess, under your,
It doesn't say
whatever
that.
you call that. Your
It says distribute them to the warriors and
possessions.
to the Israelites. Yeah, their possessions, their property. Yeah, they're not daughters.
Yeah, the spoils of war.
They're property.
Not
They're going to be
just
treated,
the kids, by the way. It's
and
the
they're going to be
sheep, the cattle, the
and they're going to be treated like
donkeys.
sheep and
Do you
cattle.
think that it's okay to kidnap children? Like just straight up, even like
It's
this is
not
kidnapping.
That's not
surely.
kidnapping. No,
This
why
is
do you
absolutely
keep trying
kidnapping.
to
What?
add on all this extra
Wait, hold
stuff
on. I'm
to
sorry.
what the
What do you
Bible
think it is
says,
when?
though?
What do you
Because
think
the
it is when
Bible's
you?
not saying to go out
What
and
do you think
kidnap
it
kids.
is?
These
What
are
do you think it
spoils
is
of
when
war.
you
It actually
take a
does tell you.
person-
The spoils of war is kidnapping.
No,
I
it
don't know
actually
if you know
doesn't.
that.
you're taking them against their will and their children.
Yeah,
right?
that's called kidnapping.
No, that's a whole different scenario, I guess you would say, because
No,
kidnapping
it's
would
not.
be, I'm going there to take kids, not I'm fighting a war and now all these kids are left behind.
Do you know what the definition of kidnapping is?
Yeah, I do. Don't you?
Yeah, I don't think you do,
So why are you adding kidnapping into this
because
war
kidnapping
scenario?
is when you take somebody against their will.
Uh-huh.
Do you think that
And
the children
well, when you
consented to be taken?
it was the will of their parents to fight a war with you, and now they
Did the
are
ch-
caught in the middle.
Well, they didn't fight a war.
Wait,
Again,
to be
wrong
clear-
again. The Midianites did not
Yeah,
fight a
there you go.
war.
They didn't defend themselves?
Are they not allowed to defend them fucking selves?
I would say they are.
Also, to be clear, in the text, I don't think it says that they defended themselves.
It doesn't say that either. Now you're adding
And in
to
the
it.
text, it doesn't say that. It doesn't. In the text, it doesn't say they were raped either. So there we
Actually,
go.
in the text, it tells you that they're going to be given to the warriors, and anyone who's actually read the rest of the
Which
Bible knows what's
means
going to happen because
all
the
that means
warriors
is that
are
they'll be
allowed
given
to
away.
make war brides of these little virgin girls, which they do on multiple occasions. This is just one of multiple.
Who are the warriors? Who are
The
the
men of
warriors?
Israel.
You want the fucking
Are the men of
names?
Israel
Like
are they godly people?
No,
God,
they're
goddamn
assholes.
Ishmael?
Is Israel they're not godly people?
No.
Well, maybe for the god that
They don't
believe
answer
in,
to a
perhaps
god?
it is godly.
They're not
No,
atheists,
they don't. That's why
right?
God sent them into
They
exile
care.
twice
They
because they
have
actually
empathy.
weren't godly. That's why God had to fuck them up in the Old Testament.
Sorry,
So
they have empathy, and
if
so they
if a group of atheists had
killed
shown
baby
up, for
boys.
sure they would have been raped.
Oh, that's not the case at all.
I actually
Yeah, but
don't
these are
think so.
godly
So you
people.
can blame
So
a
I
lot on
believe that they're
atheists
brought into
historically.
God's house.
Imagine
through this.
pivoting to atheists.
You can blame a lot on atheists
No.
historically. Like you can talk about like famines as a result of like Stalin or Mao or whatever, and maybe that can be blamed on their atheism if you're like a crazy delusional person. But I don't think
Yeah,
even
but
the
so you
most
guys are putting
delusional
an
people.
atheist frame.
I don't think
You're
even
putting
the
your
most delusional
atheistic
people
mind
would blame
into
rape on
God's
atheists.
people, right?
Oh no,
These
we're not doing that.
Israelites are
No,
not going to
this is
automatically
a
rape them,
standard
but that's
Christian.
something an
No, they
atheist
definitely
would think
are.
of.
Oh no, not at all.
Can
In
you
fact,
give me one example of a
It's
rape?
your
your
atheist
Christian
brain.
commentaries
It's your
agree with
atheist
me.
brain,
I'll
'cause
I'll
nothing
show
has any
you.
meaning.
I'll show you. Don't worry.
Nothing has any meaning in your framework. So
I'm
yeah, it'd
actually
be okay,
curious.
I
Can
guess,
This
for
guy's
your
so
framework to
funny.
do that.
I'm actually curious.
This
Can you
guy, this
name a
guy's trying
single-
to. He's like desperately trying to pivot to tag after getting
That's
like
true.
slow roasted on this
It's
part of
called
the
a
Bible.
barbecue. No, I'd actually love an example of a single atheist who's
Only
a
thing
rapist.
that's
A rapist.
only thing
Actually,
that's
I
barbecuing
forgot.
is this guy's
Cephas,
vocal fry.
did you say if you were Catholic or not? I forget.
You have vocal fry too.
Yes, I'm Catholic.
Oh, I'll get a Catholic commentary for you that says that I'm right. Don't worry.
By the way, and I'll ask again, can you name a single atheist who's also a rapist?
Doubtful.
You think I have a list of atheist rapists on my?
Well, you seem to
desk
think
right
that
here?
atheism is like pro-rape when we can go look like throughout history of like, just look up any Catholic priest who raped a child like in the last week and you'll find plenty.
Yeah.
What was
Evil
David's
people.
son's name?
There's evil people everywhere.
King
was-
David?
Yeah, the
Solomon?
Or sorry, who was the one whose son came and raped the people on the top of the palace?
Oh, that was Absalom.
Yeah, so Absalom was not an atheist and raped people.
True.
So like, let's go one for one. You name one atheist who raped somebody. I'll name one non-atheist who raped somebody.
So in
In the New Testament.
No, just period, just at all in history, human history.
in the Jerome Bible commentary, which is a Catholic Bible commentary on Numbers 31, it says, only the virgins were spared because they could marry Israelites. So, yeah, they're going to get raped.
So you think getting married is getting raped?
Yeah, when you didn't consent to it, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, how
it's
do you
also
think that they-
grooming, right?
How do you think that they
It's-
what is it? That thing that they do on their wedding night, what was the tradition of the time?
You don't know
Are
about
they
that?
little girls at that time?
Yeah.
They're getting married. And yeah, in this case they would be.
Therefore, it's at the age of consent.
There's no such thing.
Can property consent?
Nope.
You calling people property now?
No, the Bible
The
does.
Bible does.
Yeah. They're in the same category as like the ox and sheep,
Actually,
remember?
I heard that word come out of your mouth. It doesn't say that in the Bible.
Do you want to pull up doesn't it say that specifically in the Numbers chapter? Doesn't it say that they're your property or something?
Well, it says that they're going to be divided along with the other property. We can
Okay,
show
so
you,
if
but
there's other property, then surely they're property.
yeah, certainly, like there are other passages where human beings are referred to as property. It's in Leviticus 25, verse.
Can you show me something
44
from the
through
New
46.
Testament since I'm a Catholic? Show me
I'm
something
sorry,
from the New Testament.
Catholics
since I'm a Catholic,
don't
not a
believe
Hebrew.
that the New Testament is true,
And I said
or the
everything's
Old
fine.
Testament.
No, we do believe in the New Testament. No,
But
it's
the
not
Old
that,
Testament.
but you're trying
Okay,
to
so
pin,
you don't.
you're trying to
so
pin
you don't
my
think that the
theology
Old
down
Testament's
to the Old
true.
Testament. But
I'm not pinning your theology to anything.
I follow Jesus, right? There's no
Well,
Jesus
Jesus
in
said-
the Old Testament.
So you don't think Jesus is God?
Granted.
Well,
That's
he's
like
there,
the
but
Infinity
he's
Blunder, by the way. That's not what you just said.
yeah. There's a whole different story we'd have to go down with Jesus being in the Old Testament. But
Well, unfortunately,
I'm
he's not
asking
there,
for
that's
New
for
Testament
sure.
references to what you're trying to say.
I don't know why you think there needs to be a New Testament reference. Is Jesus God?
For sure.
Well, that means he agreed with what happened here.
Yeah, he asked for a war against these Midianites, right? And then he
What?
gave them instructions what to do with the spoils of war. None of them were to go rape all
Which
the little kids
includes.
like you're trying to say.
Wait, just to be
Oh,
clear,
it definitely was.
do the spoils of war include little girls?
It does.
Now, are spoils property?
They are.
Ah, so little girls are property.
Yeah. Now, it's also true that your slaves are property, right? In Leviticus 25, which is, what we're
Well,
saying.
obviously, slaves are property.
I mean, that's a given. We know the slaves are property, right? It says you may
I believe
also
they
acquire.
thought their women were property as well, even just Israelite women.
Well, kind of. They were not necessarily thought of in the law as property, but they were treated as property quite often. Do you think that women are property?
Yes, but
I'm
I'm
actually
not a
pretty
Hebrew.
What? Oh, cringe.
What? Okay.
You think women are property? Have you told your mom that?
Hello? No, I'm sorry. I don't believe that they're property. I'm not
You
Hebrew
just
though.
said that you did believe that.
I'm just checking. Justin, am I correct in
No,
saying
I'm
that
sorry.
the
Let me
last of the Ten
clarify that.
Commandments is about
They
not
are
coveting
not
your neighbor's
property to
property?
me,
Yeah,
but
and
to
that
the
includes
Hebrew people,
women
they
and
were.
slaves.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, and I can, I'm not a Bible expert here. Apparently, neither are you, Cephas. What's the last of the Ten Commandments that you think are actually given by God? Do you happen to know?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What's the last of the Ten Commandments? In Exodus 20, the
Commandment
last
number
of the Ten
10?
Commandments? Yeah.
I think
happen
it's
to
the
know?
one about adultery.
Nope. That's
Off the top of my
number
head.
7.
What is it?
You shall not covet
There's
your
like
neighbor's
14.
property.
There's 14 thou shalt nots in the Bible.
There's more than 14.
Yeah.
He's only read 14 because he's like 10 pages in.
But so
See, that's why it's kind of hard to talk to you guys about the Bible because you don't
this is
understand
about
that
coveting your
Catholics
neighbor's
don't.
stuff.
Read
We
it.
only follow the 10 Commandments.
But the Ten Commandments says women are property, by the way.
That's what he just said. Were you not listening to
Well,
the 10th?
That's the Hebrew
10
Ten
is the.
Commandments.
There's no
These
other
are the only
list.
10 Commandments.
There's only 10.
Right. And I mean, to be clear, like you would know this if you weren't just LARPing Christianity, but the
Yeah,
New
this guy can't
Testament
be
is
real.
incomprehensible without the Old Testament. Like utterly incomprehensible.
Jesus came to fulfill.
Are you
Right?
going to address
Not
the
to-
10th commandment or not, dude? That's
So-
where we're at.
So the Ten
What is it?
Commandments.
What does it say?
You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not cover your neighbor's wife, male or female slave, ox, donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. Now, does property belong to somebody? If something belongs to someone,
Correct.
are they property?
Yeah.
Is it property? Yeah, so your wife is property then.
So do
According
you
to the
remember
Ten
when I said I'm
Commandments.
not a Hebrew?
But you
I'm a
follow the Ten
Catholic.
Commandments,
You
right?
said you followed the 10 commandments.
So we have
not-
our own 10 Commandments now.
Oh, where do we
don't-
find
We
them?
have lumped like
Where can I find these?
go on
In the Bible, where can I find
CatholicAnswers.com.
Are you gonna not know that Catholic Answers is gonna point you to Exodus 20?
Yeah, but they're gonna show you what the real 10 Commandments
By the way,
are now. There's
CatholicAnswers.com
From
like,
where?
doesn't exist.
From where?
CatholicAnswers.com doesn't
Or
exist, by the
.org.
way.
Where do you
.org.
think? Where do you
don't
think
know.
they're gonna get the list from? Please tell me you know
From the
that
Old
the
Testament.
Catholic from the Old Testament you got it, and they're gonna get it from Exodus 20, which is where
Yeah,
the Ten
but
Commandments.
I don't think it's
are
exactly the way it's read in the Old Testament because I hear this argument
So
all the time. Like,
so
why don't we
they-
keep the Sabbath?
So
and all
they
that stuff?
changed them.
Why
they
do we worship
changed the
idols?
They changed the Ten Commandments then.
No, I think they combined a few of them.
What? Okay, are they still the same laws though? I don't care about the numbering.
Essentially.
Okay, so that means this is still something that's part of the Ten Commandments. You shall not cover your neighbor's house, neighbor's wife, male, female, slave, ox, or donkey, or anything else that belongs to your neighbor.
Okay.
So that means the
Right.
women are part of the
In
property.
fact, I'm on Catholic.com, which is what Catholic Answers is, and it says that the commandments in the Bible prominently appear twice. First in Exodus 21 through 17, which is what we just read, and then again in Deuteronomy 5:4 through 21. So, do you want to look at 20 verse or Exodus 20 verse 17?
That's
Which are the 10 commandments that Catholic Answers cites?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. It's on the screen.
It's on the screen. You can have a head start.
Exodus 20 verse 17.
So what are we proving here? That the Hebrew people
According-
believed that their women were property?
No, God
according to
did.
the 10 commandments. women
I
are
agree.
property.
I agree to that.
According to the 10 commandments, that wives
I
are
would
property?
agree that that's what they believed.
No. God said that.
Yeah.
This is God's
According-
stuff.
So God
Yeah,
believes that
yeah.
women are property.
Exactly. Well,
Oh, but
do you think Catholics
and
today
you believe
think
it
women are
too?
property?
I'm not asking what Catholics say. Do you think that women are property?
No.
Why don't you
Alright.
follow the 10 commandments then? Why are you breaking one of the 10 commandments?
Because we are not required to.
Oh.
Oh, so you don't have to keep the
It's
10
called
commandments.
context.
That's definitely not
We
called
do.
context.
It's kind of weird, huh?
Wait, do you have to keep the 10 commandments or not?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do.
I can't
okay,
covet.
so
I can't covet my neighbor's wife, right?
yeah, and
Or any of his other
Are we
property.
allowed to covet our neighbor's wife?
or any of the property, right? So that would mean that women are still property. Now, listen, I know this is tough for you, and you really wanted to talk about Jesus. I do have one passage about Jesus in Matthew 15 that I'm going to assume that you've never read. I could be wrong, but I
I'm sorry,
don't know
guys.
if
I
you're going
gotta
to like
go right
it.
now. I'll
I
get
bet
back
you
to
do.
you.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'll come back and we'll keep going. I gotta get going.
You're going to come back just
Okay,
like
yeah.
Jesus was coming back, huh?
Ew.
You know it.
Truly I say, some of you who are on this live will not taste death until I return.
Well, we'll find out about
Somebody's coming on someone's back.
that. Oh no, we had a wild one there, friends. I'm gonna read some super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. We've got 2 in the YouTube queue and 3 in the TikTok queue. We'll try to get everyone that we can here. Philodragon, good to see you, friend. Gotta love it when the apologist pretends he understands Tarski's semantic theory of truth and then immediately faceplants. Just say no to Phil Bros. Well, when Ian's here, I'd like to see the faceplant. If he wasn't here the minute Tarski or whatever came out, I'm like, all right, we're done here.
But I know stuff about Tarski's undefinability theorem.
Yeah, but you know everything.
And I don't know fucking hardly anything. I don't care about theories of truth. This shit sucks. It's boring.
think-
It's so boring.
Well, I mean,
Look, it's math, okay? You can still
Yeah,
like
exactly.
math even
Yeah.
if the meta theories of truth are dumb.
and Big G says, too many theists calling in and lack genuine belief. Genuine God belief demands fervent belief in power of prayer. If you go to Grok before going to God, then you are a materialist heathen. True, actually. I think this is the case. And also from the Big
I'm the
Cheese.
Lord your Grok.
Thank you so much, friend. Being outside universe is a special claim dependent on a spatial relationship and location. That's what I've been saying. You can't be outside of space because that's a spatial term. There is no here or there without a spatial dimension. Being located outside of space is a contradiction like change without time. That's my view. I could be wrong. But that, to me,
That seems right.
it just, yeah, it's wild. Also, from Phil Dragon says, apologist ignorance plus arrogance is so immensely cringe. You know what? It is cringe, but it does make for a good show. I'll tell you that. And Cheese with another follow-up. Thank you so much, Cheese. We have up to 6,000-year-old remains from around the world of people with amputees, dwarfism, Down syndrome, etc. that were cared for and lived to old age. Empathy is old. We even see animals adopt orphans and care for a week. This is true. And people caring for other people has been around for a long time. Obviously, the guy that we just talked to doesn't know anything about that because he thinks women are property. But Cheddar Cheese, hey, thank you for the $100 super chat.
Aw.
That is
Whoa.
Amazing. Let's get 100 W's for cheddar cheese. Speaking of Christians not reading the Bible, how do they dance around Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29? Women are basically just a special class of slaves or property in the Bible. God should have commanded equality and bodily autonomy instead of whatever the fuck this is. Okay, so cheddar cheese, 100% right. That last guess kind of proved your point. But the way that Christians will typically get around Deuteronomy 28, or like 22, 28, and 29, they'll try to, it doesn't work, is they'll say something akin to, like the Hebrew word tafaz for seize doesn't really mean violently seize or forcefully seize against their will. Because look at the passages prior to it, like verse 22 or so, where it talks about raping a married woman. It uses a different word. It uses hazach, which means to, get strong or overpower. So like, obviously it's not the same thing, but it is the same thing, because as it turns out, that seizing is also involuntary, and it's used to talk about capturing cities in battle. And also, she becomes defiled or diminished or violated in verse 29, which is why he gets punished, right? So if it was just two consensual people doing a thing, he wouldn't be punished for it. He wouldn't have to marry her the rest of her life. Having premarital sex didn't result in that type of a punishment. Certainly, there's actually another passage in the Bible that seems to confirm this, and we find other laws in the ancient Near East, like the Middle Assyrian laws, that say the same thing. If you have this type of consensual premarital sex, it is kind of up to the father to decide if, hey, do you want to actually marry this woman or not? But he's not forced to, and you're not going to be forced to stay with her for life. So that's the other thing. Also, the same word, the root word is ani, to like make smaller, to diminish, is the same thing they say about other women that are sexually assaulted in the Bible. Like when Amnon rapes Tamar, it says of her, using the same word, that she has now been violated. So we have all the indications in the passage.
Are you telling me that it would be inappropriate to sell someone that I diminished their mom?
Depending on how you interpret it, yeah, you could definitely say that's
because I want it to be consensual, of course.
Right, that's one way to say it, but that would not be consensual.
Okay, so I won't start telling people that I diminished their mom last night. Got it.
I disavow.
Well, only if it's consensual, right? Only consensual.
Okay.
Well, it depends. Or you could, if you pay the full bride price, you can even it out.
Still seems a little sus.
Maybe, we'll see. Hey, Hunter Girl, good to see you. Thank you for the tithe. Huge W for the cause. And PSA, Justin, the video is laggy on whores. Really? I can check it out. I hope we had some storms here recently, but I hope that the internet is still snappy. I apologize. I wonder what resolution I got it set to. I apologize. I bet it's set kind of high. I think it's at 4K right now. That's on me.
I have to be able to see my pearly whites.
Exactly. Blitz is here. Want to really get it going. I'm going to open the stream real quick to see if it's laggy for everybody, or if it's just on your end. Because if I can load it here and it's not lagging, it might just be that you're having trouble keeping up with the. Oh, it's like 2K right now.
Yeah, I know TikTok has been complaining about lag problems this entire time.
Yeah.
Dude, TikToks have been really laggy last couple of weeks. It's been bad. But if it's lagging specifically today, I'm going to tell you. But it's one of those things where it's, I don't know. It's not lagging for me, but I understand it could be lagging for y'all. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can degrade the resolution in real time. Anyways, it says also, if anybody wants to chat, anybody in chat is going to Sturgis and wants to do Unapologetic lunch ride, leave me a note on my video from yesterday. Rock hard for Doug. Hi Blitz. Hi Ian.
What's Sturgis?
The motorcycle convention.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a big thing. Yeah, in motorcycle culture, it's a big thing.
Of course, yeah. I would never diminish such a thing.
But anyways, I want to get just a couple more super chats, and then we're gonna get I think Pokemon Master in here. Meloditis says, "Yo, what's going on? Justin and Blitz merged. Struck hard for Doug. We tried to do a three-way merge. It didn't work out, but we got two, and Blitz and I got together. Now we have a son, Ian, below us. So
yeah, true.
It's gonna be okay. And
he was begotten.
I love and people have been bringing up more often the begotten argument with Jesus. What does it mean to say that Jesus is God's son and that he's begotten? Those words are meaningless if you think that Jesus somehow is God or co-eternal, like, or non-contingent. What are we talking about?
I think it kind of sounds like what they want to say is like it's like a causal relation. That's how I thought it was like
Non-temporally, of course.
understood. But
Right,
yeah, it's
and-
like an eternal, non-temporal causal relation in which
How's
production
it-
never actually took place.
Exactly. How is it causal? I don't understand.
Yeah.
It's wild.
I don't know. You might intuitively think, surely generation requires like some state where it doesn't exist, and then like a state where it comes into existence, but nope.
We didn't read this one.
Right. Sanguine Sonder, thank you for just another super chat. I think it needs to be said that the idea that it is possible for a man to essay their wife is something developed in the 60s by feminism. Before then, marriage was taken as permanent implied consent. I would say it depends in the minds of who you ask and in what culture, but I would say in Western culture, yeah. If you got married, it was kind of like
Especially in
implied
Christian culture.
consent. Yeah, yeah. But should it be that way is a better question. No, I shouldn't be that way.
Obviously not.
Consent should always be able to be revoked. We've got 2 super chats from our friend Billy Sipes. Huge W, Billy Sipes. Thank you for the $50 super chat. This might very well be the most disgusting person I've ever heard call in before. I hope, with all of my heart, that he is a dishonest troll. If he genuinely believes this, I have lost hope for humanity. And that was my concern, but after talking to him for a while...
He's a believer.
It feels like
He's
is.
just dumb.
Yeah. It's... This is why we have to do these streams. Because these people exist. They're real. They're out there. So... also from Billy Sipes, another 50 spot, huge W. I need to get my more sound effects loaded up on this new piece. Oop, wrong one. There we go.
You can't just surprise me with an ooh-woo.
What's got excited? I don't know that I have the mental fortitude for this today. I get it. I genuinely might cry because he is so poisoned. He is willing to accept the worst behaviors, and that is so tragic. It is weird. You wonder if he wasn't part of the religion, would he bite these bullets?
No,
I don't
never.
know.
Obviously not.
He couldn't, right? Like normal people wouldn't. I would hope. But also A-list. Hey, thank you for the super chat. Ian was a 100% the child, but they are also 100% Justin and the Blitz.
True.
It is true. And this is the divine Trinity mathematics at work. So. Pokemon Master was next in line, and I think
so.
After that is Guest, and then Sage. And I could be wrong, but I thought Dipster was an atheist. I
don't know. Also, these headphones are enormous.
Yeah, they're enormous, but they're like floating on clouds. They're so soft.
Yeah, they really are.
But yeah. Anyways, they're really really comfortable. Pokemon Master, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 23 years old.
Sure. And do you believe in God?
Of course, there are archaeological proof.
We heard of course, and then you broke up a little bit after that. Can you say it again?
Yeah, there is archaeological proof that God exists.
Oh, there's archaeological proof of which God?
I think it is Revelation 19. We talk about the Euphrates River. Euphrates River. According to the Euphrates River and discovery.
Revelation 16 is what you want.
Oh yeah.
Would you like to read it with me? Because
it is the Euphrates River verse.
I think what you're trying to say is that the Euphrates River is drying up is proving that the Bible is true?
Yeah. Revelation 9:14 instruct the sixth angel to release the 4 angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates. Yeah.
I know that made sense to you, but I didn't hear most of what you said. So in Revelation 9:16.
Oh yeah, Revelation 9:14 to release the 4 angels who are bound at the great river.
That's the
Yeah, okay.
That's the prophecy you're referring to.
So, where's the archaeological proof that this happened?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay. So, where's the archaeological proof that this happened?
He's got the wrong passage.
I'm sure.
It's okay.
No. I'm sorry, but it's Revelation.
It's Revelation 16.
Okay, I'm gonna show you.
You got the wrong one about
No,
the
I
Euphrates.
think that he's gonna say that the four angels were like discovered underground or something.
So
I hope not.
look at this. So
Yes,
look at this.
we know that the
This is the
level
proof.
of the Euphrates River is getting lower.
No, he's not
It is right
making that
now.
claim. He's doing something way wackier.
Oh, he wants to do the Omega sign on the river, doesn't he? Oh, good grief.
Yeah, it is the Omega, and there's also proof. The archaeologists and
Wait,
the
do you
person have been
know what
investigating
there's a name for this kind of river where like the river
Yeah.
pinches off.
Yeah.
What's it called? Do you guys know?
Yeah.
It's like a bow tie river or something, or it's like where it forms like it's like a ring river or a ring lake or something.
It's a pretty well-known phenomenon.
Oxbow Lake, that's what it's called. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is pretty common, and it's not particularly special for the Euphrates River.
Yeah, this is a pretty common phenomenon in rivers. It happens all over the place.
Yeah, there's various archaeologists who have discovered, caves of this river, and they have discovered it, chains, discovered noises. Apparently,
Sorry,
a lot of the people have
who are
heard
these
noises in there.
archaeologists? Who are these archaeologists?
Persons have discovered these caverns in the river. They have discovered this cave,
Who?
They have
Who
discovered.
discovered this? Who's they?
Well, I've only seen various videos. I don't know the names, but I've only seen videos about people who have
YouTube
claimed this.
videos.
Okay, well, it's
No,
false. It's like
really.
made up. You know that, right?
I don't think it is made.
It
I've
is
seen
made
various
up,
people
yeah.
who it can't even be. I don't think so. No.
Source, TikTok slideshow with
A lot of
the
people are talking on this
creepy
on
music
YouTube,
in the
on social media. I
background.
don't think this is false.
Oh, and people can't lie on social media and YouTube.
It's illegal.
I can show you a video if you want about the noises of
Just
the
give
fallen
us,
angels.
just give us the name of the archaeologist.
To be sure, like if you would read the very next verse, you would see why this is silly. Did you bother to read verse 15?
I only done some investigation.
You did what? Did he say he just learned this on Sunday? Did you what he said?
No. I have only done some investigation on this. I've only done some
Okay.
base level investigation about this.
Sure. It says, saying to the sixth angel who had the trumpet release the four angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates. So you got a couple problems. One, it doesn't say the Euphrates River is bound. What it says is that there were four angels that were bound at
Right,
the
he's
great
saying
river.
that like they dug under the river and they found caves with chains in them where like the angels were bound. But like also, since when can angels be held by chains? Maybe I guess they're made of iron. But secondly, that is just made up. That never happened. It literally no archaeologist ever found caves. Like it's made up. But anyway, the next line.
The next line says the four angels were released who had been held ready for the hour, the day, the month, and the year to kill a third of humankind. Do you think that these angels have been released and killed a third of humanity?
Not yet, but I got a little bit of my information wrong. They were not archaeologists. They were scientists. They were scientists who were discovering this. There are various videos on this.
Name one.
I don't know the names.
How do you know that they're scientists?
I need to do more investigation, but I don't know the names. But there's a lot of videos, and there's a lot of information in social media about scientists.
There's also a lot of videos about the Earth being flat. Do you think that the Earth is flat?
I don't believe it that they are flat. That's nonsense.
Okay, but there are a lot of videos about it.
That doesn't make any sense.
You're right. You got it.
You mean sometimes people on social media say things that are not true?
But
Never.
I can show you the videos. I mean,
Why?
I can show you the
Why do
videos
we care?
of the river.
Why do we care?
I can show you the videos of the flat Earth.
Is he talking?
Information.
I don't know.
It's verified information. If a lot of people are
cutting
talking
in
about
and
in
out a little
YouTube, in X, in our sites.
Yeah, there are lots of people talking about the flat Earth on YouTube, on X, on Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok.
They're doing it specifically to fuck with people like you. They realize there are people out there that will believe anything.
It's really quite unfortunate.
I think his connection's been bound up with the river. Pokemon? Did you finally catch them all?
I want to be the very best.
We lost him.
Hey, that was a pop culture reference that you got.
I know. No,
I'm so impressed.
Every once in a while. I don't know what happened to Pokemon Master.
If you had called them Pokemans, I would have not been surprised.
You shouldn't be either. You should not be.
Have you heard of Digimon?
Oh, they're gone. Yeah, Digimon was those goofy little computerized things.
Those are Tamagotchis.
Oh yeah, no, I got
Oh my
them wrong
God.
then.
This guy.
Sorry. Well, we lost the guest. I don't even know what to say. Thanks. Revelation.
All right.
13.
We do have we have a guest on Video Ninja.
Yep. Let me grab our next guest, and then we'll pick up more super chats after that from. Well, the guest doesn't have a name. It's literally just named guest. So we'll roll with that. Guest, how you doing? Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Sure. Any particular one?
I'm a Protestant Christian. I believe in the God of the Bible.
Sure. And do you have a name that you'd like to be called, or do you want to be called guest?
You can call me Isaac.
Isaac. It's a very biblical name.
Yeah. All right. We got Yitzchak on the line here. What do you think is a good piece of evidence or reason to believe in your particular God?
I could list a couple. For me, one of the most compelling ones is just the math behind intelligent design and irreducible complexity.
Irreducibles. Man, this is right up my alley. What's the deal? How does it work?
So, down to the cellular level, I know, and also the, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
You're fine.
Down to the cellular level, I would argue that because so many things would have to evolve simultaneously for an evolutionistic worldview, that it would take someone or some outer power to direct the evolution for it to be successful, for life to exist.
And we
Like
know
what?
this how?
Well, we know this from more observation that if you take a certain part of an organism away, then it will die. So it would have had to have.
Well, that's not true. I've had a part of my organism removed, and I didn't die.
Right, and some parts you can take away, but the majority of them,
So
not the majority of them, but many
you can
of
take
them,
you can take my eyes away, and I'd survive.
Hold on, it's breaking. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Besides that, I'd rather. Can we talk about the? I mean, if you want to finish that.
It's fine.
Yeah, let's finish that. Well, I don't know, let's stick with it.
More about the God of the Bible and how you believe that he is an evil God.
Oh, that sounds way more fun. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do the second one.
Yeah.
Yes.
How fond are you of like genocide?
Genocide is wrong.
Like scale 1 to 10.
Very wrong.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And I'm aware of God saying in the Bible multiple times, particularly the Old Testament law, God telling Israel to completely wipe out a nation or a people. And in the context, I believe that all people have done wrong, and if you rebel against this holy God, against a righteous God, then the punishment is ultimately death and separation from that God, but that he will accept repentance, and he will if you want to come to God and renew that relationship with Him,
How did we get here from genocide? Did I miss something?
I think he's saying that it's okay, that genocide's okay if God says to do it.
Is that what's happened?
Ultimately, the punishment for sin, I believe that the punishment for sin, and that really all humanity, what we deserve, all humans, Christian, unchristian, what we deserved was death, because we have broken God's standard on right. Every person has broken God's standard on right, and so we all deserve.
We have?
Yes.
How do you figure?
Well, God tells us what His standards are in the Bible.
He didn't tell me.
What are the standards?
Well, I mean,
what
you've talked a lot about like the Ten Commandments and about. Sorry, hold on. It's breaking up for just a second. Can you still hear me?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so some of the standards, like Jesus says in the New Testament, if you commit lustful thoughts, that's sin. So if you look on someone.
But do you think that everybody has committed lustful thoughts?
Not everybody, but the Bible also tells me that all have sinned, and I believe that the Bible is true. It says
So like, what sin
sinned.
did like a 3-year-old do?
We are inherently born sinful. A 3-year-old.
How can you be born? I thought being sinful meant that you did something that was in violation of God's will. Yes. So what did a 3-year-old do?
That's correct. The 3-year-old may not have done anything up to that point. If the 3-year-old passes away, I also believe in an age of accountability where.
So then a 3-year-old isn't sinful. A 3-year-old doesn't deserve death.
Yeah, because if the wages of sin is death and 3-year-olds don't sin, why would they die?
That's a good question. Why don't 3-year-olds live forever?
Or at least until they sin.
Yeah.
Well, I also believe in a second death, and I think you know what I'm talking about, i.e. sentenced to eternity in hell.
Well, hold on. But now we're equivocating, right? Because the claim originally was that genocide is okay. You didn't say those words explicitly, but the idea is that genocide's okay because we're all sinners. We all deserve death. But, like, 3-year-olds didn't. They didn't sin. They don't deserve death. And yet God orders the death of them, right? So why is the genocide okay if we're talking about worldly death?
Okay, do you want to talk about the... I'll get to the genocide in right after this.
I thought that's what we were already talking about.
Yes, well, I was talking about in the modern day context where now, you know, Israel's not a nation. There is no genocide. In fact, God tells Christians
Israel's not a nation?
Well, Israel's not God's chosen people, nation right now. They have rebelled and been sent away from God, and now the church...
Did God say that?
I'm pretty sure the church said that. That sounds like something the church would say.
Yes, the church has said that, as
not
in
God.
Romans.
God didn't say this.
That the church has been, we have been grafted in, and Israel's hearts have been darkened for a time. Just because you are a Jew, and you hold on, my internet is cutting out. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I think this one might even be Justin's fault, the internet problem, because it's also cutting in and out for me.
Okay. I believe it says in Romans. Sorry.
I think Video Ninja might be struggling to keep up.
You're good.
I was having a little bit of lag. Anyways, in Romans it talks about through Christ we are grafted in, and that Israel's hearts, the Jewish nation, is darkened. Their eyes have been blinded, and that one day, in the last day, they will actually be grafted back in. How did we get here? We were talking about...
Well, I mean, for some reason you brought up, like, the modern-day nation-state of Israel, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, like, you know, the Midianites or the Amalekites, these groups that were genocided.
Right. And then ultimately you were asking just a second ago, why do bad things happen to what seems like innocent 3-year-olds, right?
Well, no. I mean, if the wages of sin is death, why do they die? Not why do bad things happen, but why do they die specifically? In fact, why does God order their murder?
That's a good question. Okay, so with the genocide, if you look at the history of Israel, Israel always walks away from God, normally because they affiliate and associate with pagan cultures and pagan religions.
But the commands for this one came straight from God.
Yes, yes. And so if
In fact,
they
I believe they were
to,
punished for not following the rules about genociding, right?
yes, you were correct.
So
You were
like
correct.
they didn't genocide hard enough.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is where I'm going. So they were, if they affiliate with these pagans, and also then it would lead them away from God, which is the ultimate downfall, the ultimate sin, if you will.
Why?
Because there's no restoration for that point. If you don't come to the God that can restore you, you can't be
Why?
restored.
Why can't he restore you?
Because
Didn't you just say that he will restore the Jews?
yes, and that's my point. They will come back. The Revelation talks
So then
about
why is it a big deal if they leave temporarily?
well, there will be generations of people who are Jews that will die and go to hell because they rejected that God. But then their descendants will one day come to the knowledge of Christ and salvation through that. Anyways, back to the genocide. That's what I believe.
Right.
You may disagree.
Back
That's
to the
what I believe.
Israelites slaughtering 3-year-old boys.
Yes, yes.
Right.
What I was saying is when they affiliate with the pagan culture, when they allow that into their system on any sense of the term, it always leads them away from the Lord. And that's been the history since Genesis, when the descendants of Seth married evil women, and there's a whole different.
Sorry, where
weird
did those?
context
I'm
to
just
that.
curious where those women came from.
Yeah, that's a whole nother debate that's talked about by many theologians that I can't really even begin. Some argue that they're angels, some argue that they're possessed men, some argue that those are evil men. That's not really what I'm here to talk about today. Back to the genocide. The genocide of those people.
Midianites, Amalekites.
The alternative, yes. So they needed to take out the people who were influenced by pagan, beliefs, so that they would not be led away from the Lord.
Why did they have to murder them?
In biblical times.
Why did they have to murder the 3-year-olds?
What's the alternative?
You think the alternative to idolatry is just straight up murder?
No.
Well,
no,
to be clear,
alternative?
You don't have to cast them out if they're not in your community, right? The Midianites were not part of the Israelite community.
Well, they were going to influence, and then later on they actually.
What do you mean going to?
Hold on, which chapter?
Well, couldn't God like teleport them like geographically elsewhere? You know, couldn't God like teleport like the evil ones into the sun and then send down like angels to raise the children? It seems like there's a plethora of options here.
Make like a really big wall so that they
argument.
can't, communicate with the Midianites.
That is a fair argument. But God uses human agency, and I believe that God has a perfect plan.
Does he have to?
And normally,
wait, to be clear, he doesn't.
Agency.
He doesn't, but also
what about
like
what about like the angel of death that killed the firstborns of the Egyptians?
What about like raining manna from heaven for 40 years in the desert?
Again, another miracle, another exception.
Well, God can just do more of that.
We could do plenty of miracles.
Yes, he can.
Is he limited? Does he like run out of power, have to recharge, or what?
No, he is not. He is not limited. That's the whole point of it being a
He ran out
miracle,
of
though, is
spell
that
slots.
it's an exception to the natural world. He is supernatural.
Bro had to cast cantrips.
Hold on, it's breaking up again.
Yeah, they lagged out.
Anyway, what were you saying? He could have done a miracle and spared them.
Yeah, it sounds like he could have done a ton of stuff. And I know you're saying like, well, that's the exception. But like, he's God, he's sovereign. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He can do miracles all the time if he wants.
Also, he could have just made it a law to not interact with the Midianites. He didn't even have to do a miracle.
He could have done the fucking Tower of... He could have had the Tower of Babel happen again. They could have hit him with like the gibberish.
Well, that obviously did not work, the Tower of Babel, because they spread out, and then those different tribes became evil, and then they started influencing Israel once again.
Wait, are you telling me that God had a plan and it didn't work?
What it sounds like.
I'm telling you that God offers his plan. He has a perfect will and a factual or a literal will. And that
I don't know what that means. What's the difference between the literal will and the what was the other will?
The factual will.
Factual may be a bad name for it, but it's the reality that we live in. So here's the best way I can describe the two differences. So God's perfect will is that he doesn't want anyone to rebel against him. He doesn't want anyone to be sent to hell. He created hell for a place for the demons, for the angels that rebelled against him.
And for humans.
No, I disagree that it was made
No,
for humans.
no, it's made for humans because before God even made it, he knew humans would go there. So it made for humans.
But here's why I don't believe that it was made for humans is because he offers the choice to anyone who believes.
I'm sorry, did humans decide to go there or did God decide that they would go there?
I believe that humans, when they choose to reject God, the only place you can go without God is hell.
Because he created that. So God decided the consequence of rejecting him would be hell. So that means he created hell for humans.
God did decide that the consequence of rejecting him would be hell because, hold on.
There you go.
God
so he made hell for humans and he knew he would be sending them there before he even created it.
Here's why. God is the existence of all that is good. Hell is the absence of all that is good.
Well, that can't be the case because God's omnipresent, which means good will be everywhere.
It sounds weird. I can't
Contradictory,
explain it
you mean?
in human terms.
Can you explain it in like God terms?
I cannot explain it in God terms.
Just sounds like you can't explain
it. Yes, I can explain it, but I'll try to give you an analogy. In my finite mind, the way I understand it is if there were three sort of dimensions, and one of them is hell, one of them is heaven, one of them is earth, and one of them is hell where God is not. That's how.
So he's not everywhere.
He's not even everywhere on Earth, it seems.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
No.
So
he is everywhere.
God's not omnipresent.
God is omnipresent.
Okay, so is his presence everywhere?
The glory of his existence, his glory, where he resides.
Is God's glory separate from God himself?
How do you reside somewhere if you're already everywhere?
What I mean by that is God's glory is not separate from himself, but God can choose when to show and to withhold his glory from where he is.
What does that mean?
So he's not everywhere. It sounds like you're saying like sometimes he's not in places.
No, God is in hell. He just doesn't show himself. He's hiding.
In a way. It's not exactly theologically
so then you're not
accurate, but
separated from God. He's just choosing to hide himself from the
best way.
sinners.
In a 5-minute conversation, that's the best way I could kind of explain it. To get
So
back
then you're not
to
separated
the
from God when you're in
genocide,
hell.
You are separated from his glory and from
But that's God's
his
choice.
holiness.
But God chose that to be the case.
God, I don't know if you could say God chose that or if that's the reality of how it is.
God has no control over that?
God cannot be with sin. God
But
cannot
then how is
sin.
But he is there. He's just not showing his glory.
Yeah. How is he everywhere and can't be around sin? And also, how did he have a whole ass conversation with Satan in the book of Zechariah and the book of Job?
That is another good question that theologians have debated for a very long time.
It's a mystery.
And it's another thing that I can't quite fully explain because I have a finite understanding and I believe in a God that I can't fully grasp and comprehend. And if your point is you can't comprehend and logically explain your God, you're correct. I cannot logically explain some of the theological truths, and I know they seem as contradictions to us as logical contradictions, and I will concede to that. That I believe and have faith in a God that at times seems like universally and spiritually, mysteries.
So it just sounds like you're saying you have faith in things that are contradictions.
I have faith in it's an apparent contradiction.
That's not what that means.
Word for it.
I don't know. If something seemed like it was a contradiction, I would just
paradox.
reject it.
I have faith in what I believe is paradoxical.
Oh, it's not a paradox though. Paradoxes are self-referential.
God is self-referential.
No, like a paradox is a type of like proposition or like a set of propositions that make self-reference.
Okay.
That's like a minimum condition
A
of things
paradox
that they
is
need to be
also
self-referencing.
a paradox is also like, like the things that you put on after you put on your underwear.
Oh, we cut out. Blitz, you lagged out
God
again.
damn it. I lagged out. Okay, I said a paradox is also the kind of thing that you put on after you put on your underwear.
That was some of his best work.
Damn it. God's trying to see this guy fail.
Hold on. Say that again. Was that or is
Yeah,
that what
a
you
paradox.
said the first time?
Yeah, that is what I said the first time. Don't worry about it.
So I have a question. I have a question, guys. Do you think I don't know, do you think God is absolutely independent, or do you think there are some ways that God depends on us?
I believe that God is absolutely independent.
Yeah, sure. Do you think that we take the actions that we do because God knows that we do, or do you think that God knows the actions that we're going to take because we take those actions?
Could you repeat that one more time?
Yeah. Does God know that we're having this conversation because we're having this conversation, or are we having this conversation because God knows we're going to have this conversation?
Both. And that sounds
It
like a
can't be
contradiction.
both.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
A circular explanation.
Yes.
Okay. That's not an explanation. A circular explanation doesn't explain anything.
Yes. I'm not trying to necessarily explain it. I believe that God both foreknew that we would have this conversation, but in his sovereign will, he gave us the power to choose to have this conversation.
Mhm.
And those two things can't coincide in a finite space-time continuum.
Okay,
believe that
well,
God
I
is
mean, if
not
you affirm like circular
withheld.
ontological dependences, then, I think that that's pretty absurd. That you think that basically what that would boil down to is like we're having this conversation because we're having this conversation. Like the fact that we're having this conversation explains the fact that we're having this conversation. Like metaphysically.
Yeah, I don't believe that God's understanding is limited to a metaphysical reality. Is why
You think God's outside of metaphysics?
I believe that he is not contained by them. I think he is within and beyond them.
Okay. Do you think that God is like metaphysically possible?
Could you describe that a little bit further?
Do you think that there's like some possible metaphysics that would include God as like an entity that's there? Like, is there some way that reality could be such that God exists within it?
As in inside of metaphysics?
Just that he's like a metaphysical entity.
And to be clear, metaphysics, the term, are you talking about just basically how we interact in like our universe, what we observe?
No, the nature of reality.
Okay, so everything that is real.
Yeah, the nature of reality specifically, like its structure.
I mean, yes, I believe God does exist also within the nature of reality in metaphysics.
Okay, sure. Then you do think that God's within metaphysics.
And without it, yes.
That's a contradiction.
Yes, it
He's
is.
both in the nature of reality and also outside of the nature of reality, it seems.
Yes, because he's supernatural.
Okay,
That's the kind of God
yeah,
that
it's
I
just another
believe in.
contradiction.
The God that I believe in cannot be explained cannot be explained with logical reasoning.
Why would you
Do you
believe
think
in
that-
something that can't be explained? Like, I just don't get this at all.
I have faith.
Why?
I believe enough. Well, I see enough of proof for God in my life.
Proof
that I
for
believe.
God? What is God? You don't even know what it is. You have no way to understand it. So why would you think that there's proof of it if you don't even know what it is?
Well, I look at the archaeological evidence, at, like I said, the intelligent design, at the Bible and the...
Right, but you don't even know what this is evidence for because you don't even understand God.
Well, I do not understand God. I have to trust that he is good. I have to trust what he tells me. If he is evil and he is lying to me, then...
Do you have faith in the Great Fleeble?
In what?
The Great Fleeble.
I don't know what that is.
Well, yeah, that's the point. Why would you have faith in something if you don't know what it is?
He has told me enough about his character, and if he is lying to me,
How do you know?
I will admit that.
How do you know
That's what
he's
I'm
told
saying.
you anything? Who is he? What is he?
I also believe
How does he
in
work?
the historic evidence for a death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ, and I think that is one of the ultimate proofs of Christianity and of God.
And to be clear, do you think that the evidence that we have is incompatible with aliens having caused this? Because you have two, you basically, like, even if you think that Jesus resurrected, you basically have two options. Option one, believe in magic that you don't understand and cannot be logically explained, or two, believe that aliens did it. And at least with aliens, you can logically explain things.
Yeah,
I would
more
say
on the
I believe
aliens.
in what you would call magic.
So you'd rather believe in something that you can't logically explain rather than believe in something that you can?
Yes, if it's in accordance with what I believe.
I'm asking why you
most
believe.
likely. It's a choice. And why do I make that choice is because
Well, it's not a choice.
I've seen God work in my own life.
But it's not a choice. You either believe or you don't. You didn't choose to believe. You can't really choose what you're convinced of. But like so,
well,
it sounds to me like having faith is not what you're actually doing. You're actually just convinced of it.
Sure, I'm convinced that this is the truth.
But you don't know what it is.
Right, yeah.
Well, like I said, I'm convinced that there's an intelligent design. I'm convinced that of all the explanations of an intelligent
Ian, we can see your
design
legs.
that-
Cover up, harlot.
I know, I'm sorry. You guys got like a knee reveal just now.
As I was saying, I'm convinced of an intelligent designer, and I'm convinced that the most probable reality of that intelligent designer, the most likely explanation is the biblical Christian worldview for that.
Wait,
that's what I'm
can I ask you? I have questions about intelligent design. Sorry if this is like a derail.
Yeah, go ahead.
But why do we have goosebumps? Why do we get those? You know, there are reasons why other animals get goosebumps. You know, for example, when you're covered with fur, puffing out is a great way to keep warmth in. Or like cats, you know, they can turn themselves into like fur balls. Like they can get way bigger. There's like, you know, they have use for that. Why do we have this? It doesn't do anything for us.
I don't know. I believe that it was. I mean, I do not have all the answers, but to tell you shortly, I would believe that maybe that is something that God put there to help us experience and feel emotions and things of that sort.
But it doesn't do that. It doesn't help us. It like uselessly causes like little bumps on your arms.
I mean, it doesn't harm us. I mean, I believe that it could be a blessing.
It makes zero sense why God would do this thing on your worldview, but there's a good reason why under evolution we would have these like useless things. It's because we have really recent ancestors who do make use of this stuff.
And okay, sure. You want to explain it a little bit more?
Yeah. So goosebumps do things in other species because they make like the fur stand up. So if you're a fur ball, if you're covered in hair, you're going to be able to retain warmth better. When you're cold, your hair stands up and you retain warmth better.
Right.
We don't do that. It doesn't work for us because we're not covered in fur. You know, our arms are not like covered in fur, so it doesn't do anything. It doesn't retain any heat. It probably takes energy to do. You know, there's no reason. Like, this is a bad design. Basically, it's useless.
Your arms aren't covered in hair. Speak for yourself.
Yeah, mine are, but I think yeah. Your point is that it's not really an advantage. Goosebumps aren't an advantage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. They're not necessarily an advantage. I believe that they're just something that God put there just
for funsies, right?
For us. Yeah.
This is like an Easter egg. So
Sure,
God just
kinda.
makes choices for no reason.
No, I believe that there's a plan and a reason, but I can't tell you that reason. Maybe it may not be a survival reason. I believe, like I said, it's maybe an emotional reason, so that you can better express and feel what it is to be nervous.
You already feel nervous.
Just like how you sweat when you're nervous. Like, so I'm
You
saying,
are-
it's just an extra dimension. He didn't have to do it, but he did.
It doesn't add any understanding to any of these things.
I feel that I mean, I feel that.
Also, what's the
Hold on.
point of
Explain what you
frisson?
mean by that. What's the point of what?
Frisson? It's the phenomenon that happens to some people. Not everybody, but some people. When they hear something that's like moving, like music, or when they see like a moving piece of art, they'll just get goosebumps randomly.
Right. I also believe that that is like a gift from God to help you experience.
But you're already experiencing it. Why do you need the what do the goosebumps do?
Hold on, you're cutting out a little bit.
What do the goosebumps
Yes, you are
do?
already experiencing it. You're already experiencing it, but you see, I believe that we are a psychological, as in like our soul and spirit, and we also have a body. So, and those two things are tied together until the day that we die. And so, having those two things tied together in your consciousness and in your physical reality just adds depth. I feel like we're getting a little bit off topic with the intelligent design. Did you have any more questions about the intelligent design or something along that?
It just doesn't seem intelligently designed. Like there are
Yeah.
things that are seemingly there for no reason, and then there are things that are like actively detrimental.
So maybe give me an example of the actively detrimental. Sorry, I can't speak.
Like some people have like congenital diseases that they're born with.
Yes.
And that's
yes.
just like a feature of the human experience.
Well,
it's just a thing.
Yes. Majority of people.
Also, our windpipe, our breathing pipe is right next to our eating pipe. So like you can choke. Also, the fun pipes downstairs, the plumbing is right next to a place that's filled with bacteria. So like tearing can happen and infections can happen. Oh no. Cutting out.
Sorry. Okay, with your first one with the diseases and stuff, I believe that God created everything to be perfect, right? In Genesis chapter 1, I believe he spoke it into existence, and that the diseases did not exist until after man chose to rebel, and that because the father of all, as in Adam, the father of mankind, rebelled, his genes and the disease of sin had spread down, and so we have physical effects. Like I said, the physical and the spiritual world is tied together.
That's not really how it works. Like physiologically, or genetically rather, that can't be how it works, because if Adam didn't have these conditions, then it's impossible and Eve didn't have these conditions, then it's impossible to produce what would be recessive traits, becoming the only genes that somebody has, right? Unless Adam and Eve actually had these genetic traits, then those genetic traits can't be inherited.
Well, that's what I'm saying. After the fall, their biology could have changed.
Right. So did Adam and Eve have these diseases?
I'm not completely sure about which specific diseases, but I mean, it is
all of them. It must be all of them, actually. Right.
Could you imagine if God gave Adam and Eve like congenital diseases?
Right.
Well, here's
no.
what
Instead,
I
they
mean
lived to be like 900 or something.
I would say that they did not possess these diseases, but you're talking about like genetic disease, as in like altered DNA, and it has to do with your DNA structure, right?
Yeah.
Right. So as time goes on and you genetically can have mutations and things of that nature.
Are the mutations designed by God?
Down through mutations.
Are the mutations designed by God or no?
That's a tougher question. I'm not sure if mutations were necessarily designed by God.
There's something in the world that's not defined. They are.
Yes, I would say.
So then
they were, and then they were. Some were corrupted. Some mutations are negative and are corrupted. Thus.
Some are.
Yes, like there are some positive mutations, which I'm sure you're aware of, which is microevolution.
Well, I believe that evolution happened, but if you believe in Adam and Eve, then you don't.
So I believe in micro, not macroevolution. I believe that an organism can change, as in like its color of fur, its fur, how dense it has, but I don't believe that something like, maybe what you believe, that eventually a reptile could have evolved into a completely different.
This is a whole set. Like we could go down this rabbit hole, but we don't need to. I mean, like the point is it seems like that there's some features of our biology that are evidently non-optimal or even detrimental.
Right.
Ow. Sorry. Genetic disorders, congenital diseases are an example, but like just some of the features of the human body, right? Like, your breathing tube is next to your eating tube. What's the deal there? That's a good way to choke.
Well, when it was designed, there was no death. Like you would not choke.
But
if that makes
wait,
sense.
But
so how?
Godfrey knew that it was
Yeah.
going to come to this.
He knew the future.
And more specifically,
Yes, but
Adam
he
and
still
Eve had their
chose it.
eating tube next to their breathing tube, right? So that didn't
Yeah,
change. That was
yes.
part of his original design.
Mhm.
His original
Yes.
design enabled choking.
I don't believe that they could have choked. And
Was there
died
like a
again.
magic barrier blocking off the breathing tube when they were eating? Like what was stopping them from choking?
They were perfect, as in they could not like accidentally choke.
Okay,
As
so
in,
walk
like,
us
they
through that.
would not
What
make
prevented
mistakes. They
choking?
couldn't make a mistake.
So God
Wait,
took their
other
free will
than
away?
Wait, hold
choose-
on. They couldn't make mistakes? I
No,
thought
no,
that
no,
Eve
no.
made a
Here's what I mean.
mistake.
They would only do things intentionally. They would not mistakenly do things. As in, when I say mistake here, I don't mean sin. I mean, when you accidentally stub your toe, you didn't intend to do that. They wouldn't accidentally stub their toes and things of that nature. But they could choose
Yeah,
to
but
disobey God still, because they had
but
a sharper mind as
but
well.
babies don't really know what they're doing.
Yes.
That's
You
why
want to
they
continue
choke
with that?
most of the time
Yes.
on food.
What's your point with that?
My point is that the design flaw of having the food pipe and the windpipe next to each other is primarily a problem for children and infants, not for adults.
Okay. Well, so what would you
But what
say a
changed in the
better?
physiology?
I guess
Nothing
he's saying the
changed in the
brain?
physiology.
So then why is choke... Look, why was the design good when Adam and Eve hadn't eaten an apple? But then all of a sudden, if nothing changed, how can it go from good to bad?
I would say the design is still good, even though even though there's a possibility of
Clearly
choking,
not. If you
and it
asked an
does
engineer,
happen.
if they should put two vital functions next to each other that can block each other,
Well,
it seems like an engineer would be like, yeah, that's a crap design.
I would argue that that the whole of the human body is well designed, and that it is a good design, and that
Oh, well, I mean, an engineer might disagree with you.
Could it be better?
could it be better, as in improved upon?
Yeah.
I mean, in a sinless world, it would be perfect, I suppose.
What would be different?
So I guess
About the
for
trachea?
today, we could see bodies that. But as far as the anatomy, I would not improve upon anatomy. I think
You
it's
don't think
right
that the
how it's
trachea is
supposed to
poorly
be.
placed?
No, I don't believe that the trachea was wrongly placed by God or poorly placed by God.
Okay, well, tell that to all the people who choked to death.
You're saying it couldn't be improved. Just a minor change would make it so that nobody would ever choke to death, right?
Again, but if that didn't exist, you would argue, well, why can sharp things cut people? Like, just the fact that something badly could go wrong.
Yeah,
Why would anybody argue that?
If one problem was fixed, yeah, we'd focus on a different problem. That's the point. We're
Yes.
using one specific problem.
And the whole that's
To be
yes.
clear, intelligent design is just about, like, the argument behind intelligent design is something like, is this the optimal way to build something? And, like, it's obviously not. Like, you have two vital functions that can block each other, that have, like, the potential to block each other, and yet you put them right next to each other where they can block each other. That's not optimal design. I mean, you can also go look
Yeah.
at the recurrent laryngeal nerve as well. That's not optimal design.
Yeah, with your infallible foreknowledge, you also foresee that by creating it this way, tons of people are going to choke and die because of this,
Well-
and you still do it. Let's say that you're an engineer and you're designing a car and you make I don't know, you position the wheels along the axle in such a way that you know with absolute certainty that people driving the car normally are just going to the wheel is just going to fall off and they're going to die. Tons of people, and you choose to do that anyway. You could easily make it not that way. You choose to do that anyway. Could you possibly be a morally perfect engineer?
As far as the engineer is concerned, no, but I believe that God is not like it was never God's intent that death was even a reality.
But he did indeed will. Is God willing from eternity to send his son Jesus down to like
Yeah, because the
sacrifice himself?
Bible says it was his intent.
Yes, the Bible says.
Did Jesus die?
Yes, Jesus did die.
And he always intended Jesus to die.
Yeah, Ephesians chapter 1 says it just right there.
Before the foundation of the world, he knew, you're correct, he knew that sin would enter the world. He knew Adam and Eve would choose poorly, according to the biblical context, right? And so he had a plan for restoration from the beginning. Yes, that was never plan that was like I said earlier, it was not his perfect will to have to restore.
Was there ever a moment where that plan wasn't in place?
Well, God's not inside of time, so no.
That's right. So the plan was always the plan.
Yeah, so he was intending it from eternity.
From the beginning of time, yes.
Yeah.
Notably before Adam and Eve sinned, right?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. He planned for death
Yeah.
before Adam and Eve sinned.
Yeah.
From day one, he knew what was going to happen, and so he had a plan in place.
Yeah. So he knew what was going to happen if he designed it this way. He knew it would cause tons of fatalities.
Yes, he did.
He could have designed it otherwise. How is that not the same thing as like the engineer?
I mean, well, hold on. Death is not God's fault, and you're going to argue that it is because
wait, sorry, who said that it was his fault?
Because he knew about it. But
I don't think anyone said that.
Okay.
I think this is a bit of a straw man.
Okay.
I just want to know, how is this different from the engineer situation? Like, I would think like an engineer who knows that this is going to happen if he designs the car this way, that, I don't know, there's like some, if you go like one single day over like the recommended vehicle maintenance, that there's like a likelihood that your wheel will like pop off.
Okay.
And then you'll fucking die. And he knows that this is going to happen to like millions of people. He could change it. He could make it not that way, but he doesn't. How is that different?
Okay. With your illustration, so he makes a car with a fatal flaw, right?
Yep, but only if the person goes a single day over the maintenance. Then there's like a 0.01% chance that the wheel pops off. But he does know, he foresees and foreknows that this is going to kill like millions of people.
Okay, to simplify it down, there's a fatal flaw. He knows that it will cause wrecks and death, and he does not change it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So the difference between the engineer, and the engineer should fix it, the difference between the engineer and God is that when God made it, he did know that, like you were saying, he did know that it was going to have maybe this flaw if sin entered the world, and he did know that sin was going to enter the world, but he gave them the choice. It's man's fault that man sinned.
And in the engineer situation, it's the driver's fault because they go one day over the maintenance. That's part of the scenario. There's only the risk that the wheel pops off if they, you need maintenance every 3 years, and at 3 years in 1 day, there becomes that chance. You could easily fix it and avoid it, such that even if you go over the maintenance a little bit, this doesn't happen.
Yes, but if to fix the problem, God would have to have taken away free will.
Why?
Literally.
Why would that? Wait, sorry. Wait. So to fix the problem for the engineer would have to take away free will, is what it sounds like. How does it take away free will, by the way, to just like move the fucking windpipe?
No.
A different place from like the eating pipe.
Hold on. To fix the maybe I didn't. I jumped ahead of myself. The driver was, let's say for a moment that the driver was clearly informed. It was all over the car, and we actually have situations like this happen in real life where people are informed. I'm trying to think of a better one. I can't think of off the top of my head. If you can, let me know. Of say, don't swim in the pool if you can't swim.
Oh, right? Where'd Ian go?
Oop, I'm here.
Like don't jump into the pool if you can't swim. And they're clearly informed. They understand, and then they choose to jump into the pool anyways, and they disobey or they choose to disregard the command.
Ian, can you give us an audio test really quick?
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
I can hear him. Can you guys hear him?
Okay. Yeah, something weird happened, but it's fine. Oh, it's good now.
Are you really arguing that the lifeguard doesn't still have the obligation to save the person?
No,
Or if the lifeguard...
I'm not saying there's a lifeguard in this scenario.
But there is, to be clear, to make it analogous, there is a lifeguard because God can step in and save them.
Yes.
In fact, God could fix the pool so that people don't drown in it.
Well, here's what I'm saying. For God to take away all death, well, I'm not talking about the intelligent design specifically.
We're not talking about
all
look,
death.
well, we are talking about the intelligent design. The point is there are evident pieces of human anatomy that are well explained by evolution, but they're very unexplained, and in fact quite unexpected if there's an intelligent designer, unless the intelligent designer wants us to choke.
Here's my argument, and maybe you probably disagree with this. The God that designed it, like I said, designed it for a perfect world, and you are correct. He foreknew that in a broken world it has design flaws, but it was designed for a perfect world, not a broken world. And so once that sin entered the broken world, which he did foreknow about, it was flawed by the new reality that they lived in. The new reality that they lived in caused everything around it to be broken, and even though the anatomy didn't change, the consequences of some of that would. Does that make sense? And you probably would disagree that he should have still changed it.
Look, he could have just not made it that way in the first place, right?
Sure. But it was designed for a perfect world. When sin entered the world, death was going to enter anyways.
Okay, but would it have been a better design if it didn't care what kind of world it was designed for? Like, imagine that I'm Steve Apple, right? You know, I am
Tim Apple.
I'm Tim Apple. There you go. Let's say that I'm Tim Apple, right? I made Apple. Yeah. And I'm like, look, I'm like the world's best iPhone designer. And you know, my iPhone, it works so well in California, but if you take it to Texas, where it's a little bit humid and a little bit hot, it just stops working. Well, that doesn't mean that my design isn't perfect. It just means that, you know, it wasn't designed for that. Like, no, you could just be a better designer and make it work in both cases.
Right. We weren't designed, I would say, yeah, we were not designed to live in a sin world. With sin,
right. That doesn't mean that it's an okay design. Like,
we can't
look, okay, iPhones aren't meant to work underwater, but they're a better design if they do. Right?
I mean, I see your argument, but if you're taking it into a cursed world, into a broken world anyways, into a broken environment, there's nothing you can do to completely fix it. You can't have a perfect...
Okay, but there is something that he could do to at least partially fix it. Like, obviously, just don't put the windpipe next to the food pipe. It's super easy.
Okay, but also, we would have so many other things that need to be fixed.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, because we weren't designed intelligently.
But he could fix it. I mean, when there's the new heaven, new earth, he's gonna have it all fixed. No one's gonna be choking on the food anymore.
Do you think that he's gonna move the windpipe?
Yes.
Could you imagine this sick fuck? He just like moves it. He just creates like two different openings. There's like one that's like through the oh my god. Can you imagine you show up to heaven having just choked to death in front of your entire family, and then your fucking windpipe is like coming through the head or something? Yeah.
I mean, like, it's honestly so easy. He definitely could have made it so that the nose leads down to the lungs and the mouth leads down to the mouth. Like, that's how it is for a lot of animals.
Yeah, he could have done that, but he chose to not do that.
He chose the worst design because he's a sick fuck. Like,
the worst design would have had all humans to, like, you know, never be
worse, not worst. Worse, not worst.
Oh, sorry.
It is just like it is just like a factually worse design than if like the nose, everything about it was the same except the nose and the mouth had separate pipes. One went to the lungs and the other one went to the whatever.
I understand your point, and I can see that in the reality that we live in with the sin right now, in the world that we live in right now today, and for the last 6,000 years, it is a
Oh my God.
problem, and
Would it have
is
cost anything to make
ported.
the nose and mouth have different pipes?
No.
Would it have made the design worse in any way?
I don't know. I'm not God. You would clearly argue not.
Yeah, it wouldn't. It wouldn't have. This is actually fairly common. Would you say that
Could you imagine like Jesus comes down? They know they know who the Messiah is because Jesus comes down with like the pre-fall anatomy and he has like the fucking snorkel set up.
Do you think that strong design or that perfect design is simple design is like maximally simple when it's possible?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I'm gonna just say not necessarily.
You think that having a more complex system when a simpler system would do equally well is evidence of design?
So say that one more time. Do I think that a
Yeah,
complex
so
system?
do you think that complexity is a sign of design or simplicity is a sign of design?
In the observable world, I think that our complexity is a sign of design.
Okay.
How many buttons are on your phone?
And here's my proof for that. Let's say that I have 10 rocks laid across my desk in order of
Sorry,
size.
I mean intelligent design, not just design in general.
Right. You would know that someone put those there. It would be astronomically, improbable.
That's actually a great question,
10
Ian.
rocks would.
Such a good analogy.
Huh?
Kudos to you.
Yeah.
No,
how many
good.
how many buttons does your phone have?
Like physical buttons to press?
Yeah.
3 or 4.
Yeah, but like,
And
wouldn't it be more
it's a good
complex if it had
design.
like an additional button to like call your mom and then like some like subsequent button that like, I don't know, it like
Logged
calls
onto,
the
like-
police and like, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
logs
I
onto, like,
understand your
Pornhub or
point
something,
that simple
you know.
design can be
Yeah.
very good, right? Simple design can be very good.
In fact, it's
Right, and
in
you're-
fact
and you're
I would
saying
say
God
that
could've-
good designs trend towards simplicity, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're not
They
losing
fucking
function.
never forget what they took from you. They stole the headphone jack from you because it's simpler, right? It's a more simple design. It's fewer things.
Right, and that's easier for us to handle.
Yeah, in fact, that's a sign of intelligence. It's a sign of a good engineer. If they can achieve the same goals with fewer moving parts, for example, that would be a sign of a good engineer.
Right.
But our body is
Sure.
spaghetti code.
Yes.
Our body was vibe
Yeah.
coded.
I would
by
argue
a
that
beta
what-
version AI too.
Yeah, they were using like Sonnet on this shit.
Okay. With the amount of, different vital organs and things that we have, I think that it's very improbable that whatever as you would say, the first ancestor is, would have the means and necessity for reproduction and life.
Why?
I think it's incredibly improbable.
Why?
If it is your ancestor, then by definition it has the means of reproduction and life.
That's what I'm.
So
the first one.
all
has
it needs to be able to do is self-replicate in order to do that.
Yes, and why would something try to self-replicate itself? Why would it need to
Try?
self-replicate itself?
It's not going to try to do anything. Those are like mental states. Instead, it does make more copies of itself. It would likely be like some sort of like RNA fragment that's enclosed by like a phospholipid bilayer that's just like spitting out new copies of itself that drift outside of the phospholipid bilayer, and then some of those would come into contact with their own phospholipid bilayers.
Okay, and you would say that was set in motion by the universe or by the Big Bang or whatever. The first
Yeah,
possible-
just by like that emerges via like laws of physics. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just don't understand how you can get from there to, the kind of ecosystem and organisms
Well,
that we.
that's why you would
really
have to
see.
go read an evolutionary biology textbook, right? That's what those are
And
for.
I also don't believe that the fossil record clearly demonstrates that.
Well, yeah,
what?
but you would know better if you read an evolutionary biology textbook or a paleontology textbook.
Like, we have a lot of missing links, if you will.
Can you name one?
What's a missing link? I don't understand this argument.
As in, like,
you want like every single fossil of every single generation? You want like the unbroken chain of like every single parent and every single child?
Not every
I
single
think
parent, every single
the problem with fossilization is like you're not going to get fossils of every species in every time period. Fossilization typically happens in like large cataclysmic events, but more often just when you're near like a seabed floor or a riverbed and you die and you're in the water and then the silt can cover you and then you can fossilize. Those conditions don't exist everywhere. You don't get that everywhere, right? So you wouldn't expect every animal and every permutation to be fossilized.
But for the record, we do have like tons of transition fossils.
A lot of them.
So many.
Okay, and
in fact, there's a Futurama bit about this.
There's a what?
There's a Futurama bit about this. I wish you could play it, but you'd have to find it first.
Yeah, I don't know the name of it.
I mean, I can find
like
it for
a
you.
video or what is it?
It's a TV show. You don't know if you don't know what Futurama is. It's probably not going to be relevant, but it might be fun for the audience.
I think the real black pill.
If you go to I can type it in. Futurama.
I think the real black pill is that
evolution,
speciation is like super suspect in terms of, or sorry, not speciation, but just like the idea that there are like these like very stable species that are very well defined is like obviously false.
To be honest, I am not a biologist. You guys probably.
So then why would you bring up the? Why would you bring this up?
Because I thought that it was relevant.
But like, I don't know. I would never bring up something that I don't know a lot about. Maybe that's just me.
Yes.
Well,
yeah, I need to know more about it before I would argue with you.
Here, let me show you something. Let me show you something educational. Who knows? I don't think that we'll get demonetized for a 40-second clip.
I hope not, but we'll find
what's
out.
the worst that could happen? So stick around. Oh wait, can he even see it if it's on Video Ninja?
If your elitist East Coast evolution is real, why has no one found the missing link between modern humans and...
Just a personal question. Are all three of you are atheists, correct?
Yeah.
Wait, it needs audio.
Yeah, I know. We're talking to the guest right now. I'll rewind it.
Okay, yeah.
That they are as well.
Yes, we are.
This is a genuine question. This isn't something that I want to argue against or for or whatever. From your atheistic worldview, does humanity have a purpose? And if so, what is humanity's purpose?
Like humanity, the collective?
Yeah,
to
like
pass
all of
butter.
us.
So, okay, there's a couple of things that you could say about this. Maybe you want to hold that there's something like various different species have like a type of flourishing, and that human flourishing comes about by being, I don't know, like some human who is living like a good human life, and then I'd argue that that includes something like virtue. You could also say, it also seems like pretty plausible to think that purpose specifically is like giga subjective. Like clearly people find fulfillment in different places.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think atheism is probably compatible with either.
So you would either say like the purpose from behind your worldview, or if you apply your worldview, your purpose would probably either be to live a good life, or what was the other one?
Yeah. So okay, one of two things is going to be true. Either there is like some sort of like objective, like self-interested, like good thing to do, in which case, it would be that. So maybe the good thing to do is like live a flourishing life, which would entail things like being virtuous and whatnot. You develop your capacities over the course of your life, something like that. Or maybe you'd want to say that purpose is like subjective, in which case,
Like you make your own goal.
yeah, like you set your goals, you
chase
pursue
that.
those goals. It's up to you.
Oh, okay. I was just curious, and that's it. Like, and you don't believe anything happens after your vital organs and like your body dies, and that's it.
I have no reason to think that it would. I didn't exist before this.
To be clear, you can be an atheist.
That was my question.
You can be an atheist and also think that that something happens after death. Those are not incompatible.
Right. You just don't believe in a god.
Right.
Right. You are atheist. You're anti-god.
But you could be like a Buddhist, for example. and think that you get like reincarnated. Buddhists are often atheists.
Right, that makes sense. That was just a question of mine.
Yep.
Well,
I don't know. It's compatible with
been
all
a
of them.
delight.
Hold on, you're cutting out for just a second. Did you have the
You're fine.
clip that I could look
Yeah,
up or something?
the clip is here. Yep.
Yeah,
What is the
I'll put
clip
on.
about?
It's about missing links.
Yeah, let me
Okay.
play it real quick.
Well,
or do you not want to see it? It's only
It's only 45 seconds.
45 seconds.
you can play it.
Sure,
Okay.
sure. Okay.
Oh no, an ad.
Oh, of course there's a friggin' ad. And it's in a browser window, so I can't even...
I mean, usually what I just do is I just do a window grab.
Wait, it's the wrong video too. It's the wrong video.
Oh no, stop.
It's an ad.
It's an ad.
Really
it's just
quick,
an ad.
because I feel like I'm either gonna have to leave, or you guys are probably gonna have to remove me, and I understand that. After this, I would recommend, and I saw you guys have a live debate thing coming up. Is that like open, like anyone can come, or is that like a scheduled thing between somebody else?
Nope, anybody can
I'm
come.
not necessarily saying I would come, but and Ian, I don't know. I did see you actually talk, or what was it, the Jubilee thing with you talked to, was it Jordan Peterson? Something like that.
Yeah.
I did see that. I would, this is just my opinion, but I would recommend that, you focus more on, I understand this is how you would kind of have to get started, but taking your arguments and things to people like, are you familiar with Ken Ham?
The advice
Ken
is super
Ham?
great.
It's just my
Ham's
opinion.
a joke.
You don't have to. You don't have to take it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying debate apologists, well-known apologists, rather than, because a lot of these people, because I listen to your guys' stuff a good bit, a lot of these people on YouTube, I will concede, are crazy.
Including Ken Ham, by the way.
Maybe even like especially Ken Ham.
Indeed, especially Ken Ham.
Well, I don't know for sure. I mean, he did debate like Bill Nye and stuff like that, so I know he's open to debates and things of that nature. I'm not sure how hard that would be to get, but there's other apologists out there as well.
So
no, I don't know. I think that makes
just
sense.
a thought.
Yeah, one of the things that we do here, though, is, we open a platform for people to come to us and talk about basically whatever topics they want to. We don't really have... Sorry, I'm loading the video up. We don't really have, I don't know, like time in our schedule to go out trying to win the debate circuit, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
we're pretty familiar with these people. Like, so a lot of people we debate against, people have this opinion like, oh, if they would just go debate this person, maybe they would learn something new or whatnot. But we're actually already familiar with all their positions.
It's not that you would learn something new. I think that, like, I don't know how many people take seriously that, I'm 18 years old. I graduated high school last year. Like, I'm not a qualified debater, and I feel like I'm still doing better than the majority of, like your last guest that was on here. He did not have his ducks in a row at all.
He's a bit of a maniac.
Well, I mean, there's like multiple ways. I think that the last guest, because he just like straight up bit all the bullets, like obviously that guy's going to come off psychotic.
Well,
but to be clear, I mean, saying that there are contradictions in your worldview is just like a point blank admission that your worldview is false.
I would disagree on the terms and call them more paradoxical, but I can understand why you would say that.
Do we have the video? What are we doing?
Yep.
We do.
I do. I'm just going to load it up. Oh, 1 second. I'm going to load it up in a separate browser, though, just because I don't think I'm going to be able to sync the audio using OBS's internal browser. So give me half a second. I'll add it here using the typical old school fashion, because we got 2 streams running. All right. I actually haven't seen this video, which is shocking to me.
I mean, well, it's pop side. It's pop culture, so of course he wouldn't have.
But I thought maybe it would come up, just because, evolution and whatnot.
Is it going to play on my screen as well? Or?
Yeah. Sure will. Yeah, give me a second. I'm just adding my Safari
This
web
is really
browser.
a really extended, completely unnecessary, if you will. But
while you're still trying to get that up, one other question, because this is a big problem that I have with atheism, is where do you get your morals from? Is there an objective morality? Can you really argue for an objective morality?
that is a whole conversation that we don't have time for.
Yeah,
I don't think we have
to
time for
answer
that.
your
I
question,
defend objective ethics.
Is
but,
there maybe a resource you could give me?
Yes,
handles
I
it
do.
well?
You should go onto the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy and read the article about Alan Goworth. That dude's the goat.
What's his name?
Alan Goworth. Gewirth. It's Goworthing time.
Okay. I just Googled him. I'll look into some of his stuff, because from my worldview, like, if you believe that we are a product of chance, morality can be thrown out the door, even though I feel that we can all clearly see what's good and wrong.
Well, except that doesn't follow.
I just have
and you
no
can
idea
go
why that
see
would
this
follow.
from-
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go see this from Goworth.
Yeah, I'll just research his stuff. Basically, in my brain, because I have to determine my own purpose, I can determine my own morals.
I don't think that follows. I think that, for example, you could say that purpose, regardless of what your purpose is, you're still going to need your freedom and well-being, which means that you're still going to need for others to not interfere with it. But if you being an agent means that you have freedom and well-being, or that you ought to have it, then that means that all agents ought to have it. Therefore, you can't go interfering with other people's freedom and well-being.
That does make sense, but that's assuming that people aren't, necessarily selfish to me. But I don't know. I'll look into it some more.
Well, let's grab. We'll show the clip here, and then we'll. I think we got to read super chats after this.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you guys for having me on. I'm glad to have a mostly respectful conversation with you all.
Yeah, sure thing. I think it was
Yeah,
respectful.
absolutely.
If your elitist East Coast evolution is real, why has no one found the missing link between modern humans and ancient apes?
We did find it. It's called Homo erectus.
Then you have proven my case, sir. For no one has found the link between apes and this Homo erectus.
Yes, they have. It's called Homo habilis.
Aha! But no one has found the missing link between ape and the so-called Homo habilis.
Yes, they have. It's called Australopithecus africanus.
Oh, I've got you now. Fair enough. But where, then, is the missing link between apes and this Darwinius Macellai? Answer me that, Professor.
What was that video called? I couldn't
Futurama
actually see it,
missing
but I
link.
could hear the audio.
Oh, you couldn't see it. Oh,
He's
this is
on Video Ninja.
Oh, the Video Ninja. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
forgot to
It's
share it with
okay.
you on Video
It's
Ninja.
fine.
It's okay.
It was all just a
It's okay.
joke.
I'll
It was
go
just
look
there
it
for
up
a joke,
later
I
after I
promise.
get off here. Just tell me what it's called, and I'll go look at it.
You don't need to. It was a joke.
It's
It was
the
a joke
Futurama
video.
missing link, but yeah, it
was just a bit. Like,
pulling
it's
your
fine.
leg.
Okay. All right.
But
Okay.
the guest,
Well, thank you
I
guys
forget
for
your
having me
real
on.
name is Isaac.
Isaac,
Thanks for coming by.
I wish you guys the best, and I hope that whatever we search leads to truth. Ultimately,
Yeah.
that's what we
Yeah.
need. That's why we need to have
That'd be
this
ultimately
Same to you,
good.
friend.
Take care, buddy, pal.
See you. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
See ya,
later.
Isaac.
So we have no degree required to end whoever Matt is in the guest box. But it's also like the time that we would normally end. And we also have like 1 billion super chats.
We still have 66 super chats to read.
Holy shit.
Y'all,
I don't know.
by
I
the
don't have
way,
any. I don't have any obligations, but
I think starting next week, we're only going to start reading them if they're $5 or more, because otherwise we spend like an hour doing this. And
Yeah.
it's just not.
It's a
not
short show.
economical.
Yeah. We only get a couple hours.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's not set in stone, but like that's something that is seriously being considered.
yeah, even fewer for me. It's even less hours for me because I'm late all the time.
Yeah, I know. Shame on you.
Nevertheless, let's grab some super chats, Fred. Thank you for all your support. Hazek says, callers like this make me actually fear something like the Headmaiden's Tale could take place this day and age. He is terrifying, just justifying taking war brides. Yeah. I mean, once you put a God into the mix, is there anything you can't justify? I mean, everything's on the table at that point.
Yeah,
And
he
from
just has greater reasons.
exactly, you don't need to know. You can't question God. He's above you. Jeff Rob BB says, "Oh, thank you for the super chat. My man said you guys need to learn how to debate." Immediately followed by saying, "I don't want or need to hear your argument." Then runs away faster than knights from a rabbit. Perhaps he ran to find his holy hand grenade.
Good reference.
Fantastic reference. I know about that. That rabbit was dynamite. Had sharp, pointy teeth. I know that much.
Bangs.
And from the Greater Full Band, thank you for the $20 super chat. Are Catholic priests godly people? My opinion is not typically, but you know, what do I know? I'm not a Catholic priest.
Nothing. You know nothing.
That might be the case. Alien, thank you so much for the 400 THB. Dr. Blitz and Justin in one room.
Indeed.
This is too much. How is it possible that the universe has not imploded yet? Magic, actually. The spirit of Blitz is holding the universe outward so it doesn't collapse. So that's what's happening right now.
That's my job.
Yeah. And also from Zach Penetrop says, if you have a name like Pokemon Master and your god isn't, how do you say that?
Arceus?
Arceus?
Arceus. It's Arceus.
Look, I've played Pokemon Red and Pokemon Yellow, and I also played Pokemon Silver, but that's it.
I'm a bit of a subject matter expert here.
You know, you would be. You should talk to Danny about that. I hear Danny
Is Danny a Pokemon guy?
I think so.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
Got 2 pros here now. And from Mike Bowen says, I've been to Kenham's museum. The first thing in the door is a display of Adam and Eve petting a dinosaur. It's true. Ken Ham is a clown, and his museum is a carnival of stupidity. It's pretty wild, actually.
That's way more demeaning than any straw man I could ever come up with of the young Earth creationist position.
And they do all the tropes. There's a section where they blame atheism for what Hitler did and all. I mean, it's all there. All the bad talking points are right there in the museum. And from LGSII, can we get no World Cup spoilers? Have to wait for Son to get back. Well, you won't get them from me. I don't watch soccer.
Me neither.
See? You're safe.
I don't play European games.
For sure. And Reg Z says, Jesus would have ridden a motorcycle, but all they had at the time was ass.
True.
And now you ride motorcycles to get ass. The tables have turned, except you only need one at a time, not 2. So
True.
Try riding 2 at a time, you're going to end up in the hospital. Daddy Todd says, my favorite live of the week. Well, shit, Daddy Todd. Thanks for being here. We appreciate that. And for supporting. And also from Felix says, great to see the squad together. Keep it spiffy. Well, thank you, Felix. Rock hard for Doug and Simply Wet for Sharon. Although I've never been described as spiffy, I don't think. Golok says, Cephas is a great demo of indoctrination and sheep church follower. Just had barbecue. Keep cooking them. Rock hard for Doug and for Justin. Thank you, Golok. And yes, that when people are willing to concede that it's okay to kidnap little girls in war, and
it's rough, isn't it?
That's bad. Lycon, thank you for the super chat. So before the creation of this world, God knew that death, sin, suffering, etc. would have been a thing. Yet he chose to create this world and not another world. Caller just denied free will. True. He doesn't realize it, though. The caller doesn't know that he denied free will. It just happens to be the case. M. Wiggy, thank you for the super chat. Speaking of Babel, did y'all know Noah's descendants had already spread out their own nations with their own languages in the prior chapter? Yeah, so this is the funny part. And not just that, also in Genesis chapter 4 and 5, we get this really interesting thing where the author is saying these people created these other people, the people that that play the harp or do metal smithing. That's where they came from these descendants of Adam. Like, wait a minute. Well, the flood would have wiped them out. That seems to be a bit of a problem. How'd they survive the flood? And so there's this weird thing happening with the Tower of Babel where, like, we get the descendants of Noah that, like, prior to them, other people were required to fill out the nations. And after Noah, there are people who come from Noah's descendancy that seem to repeat some of what happened prior to Noah in terms of like what their ancestors were said to have done. It's a really weird thing. And even in the pre-Noah, pre-tower situation, what you're specifically referring to, there's a group of people where it talks about like the language that they speak, like this is their language, this is their people group. But that wouldn't have happened before the tower, because the tower, remember, everyone's supposed to be speaking the same language. So it's like, wait, what are you talking about? So it's all jumbled up. This is either super anachronistic or is just a product of many stories being mushed together, which is what it is. So. And from Zach again, God's literal will versus factual will is like theoretical versus experimental yield in chemistry. Rock hard for Arceus. I don't know what that means. Experimental yield in chemistry.
Wait, so
It's a chemistry thing.
Oh, okay.
It's like how much you predict would happen as a result of your experiment and how much actually does. That's,
okay.
Yeah.
That's all that's happening.
God just predicted wrong, you see.
Yeah.
He didn't factor in I don't know, fucking wind resistance.
Always.
Wind resistance is a real problem. Oop, wrong button. There we go.
Can you imagine being God and you're like, shit. I was looking at the future through my perfect will. My bad.
And Josiah says, affirms child brides and kidnapping for 30 minutes. But anyways, you guys can't even have morals. That's the crazy part. We have no morals, but they're okay with kidnapping children and unspeakable things. Mr. Kiki says, I genuinely hope this POS doesn't have children, but I suspect he does, and probably never will consensually. Well, that's a fact.
I would hope so.
Consensual children are in this person's picture. Hey, Sand Sensibility, good to see you. Someone should tell Cephas that way cringe exists. Oh, I see what you're saying. Someone should tell Cephas about what he's doing. That way he would know that cringe exists. He should be...
I see. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Picking up what you're putting down.
God's 100% evil. But you're right, Sand Sensibility. And Yoshida again says, dude should watch Vinland Saga to understand the influence of Christianity on the Vikings. Yeah, actually, I believe it or not,
Or you could watch the documentary known as Norsemen. Very good documentary created by Norwegian folk, if I remember correctly.
I didn't see that yet. Timothy! Ian throws out the best unexpected references Flubber, UB, Funkies, Halo Reach.
Yep, absolutely.
Of the
UB
three,
Funkies and Halo Reach
Flubber.
were at the same time.
And Jay Wash says, guess my theory that Justin is Blitz without glasses on kind of like Clark Kent and Superman is ruined now that they're both in the same room. I'm sorry.
We're actually not in the same room. This is just a really good green screen. But also, it's not just the glasses. It's also stilts. It turns out.
It is. Look, I'm gonna put my seat at the same position
You might have a...
I'm much shorter than him. By a long shot.
That's actually shocking.
Yeah, people. When you get closer to the camera, you get bigger. I don't know if people know that.
Turns out.
Blitz
I'm
is really
sitting
tall.
like a good 12 inches behind him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Blitz is really tall, y'all, and I'm not. Camera does things. Anyways, Shadow Slay says, it's melting my brain seeing Blitz next to Justin. So cool. Go super secular friends. Agreed. You can be secular and friends and no church involved. Truth Over Faith says, hey, Ian and Blitz have any good book recommendations?
Well, let me tell you, there's this book written by this guy named Joseph Smith about 200 years ago. A pretty good book. I mean, not written by Joseph Smith, transcribed by Joseph Smith.
Oh, true.
I mean, not Joseph Smith, J.R.R. Tolkien.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry, this is evil. You would need to be more specific. It super depends on who you are as a person, what your goals are, and what your knowledge level is. If you're looking for like intro to philosophy books, you should read Knowledge, Reality, and Value by Michael Huemer.
And if you're interested in genuinely actually learning physics, you should pick up University Physics by Young and Friedman, or by Sears and Zemansky. They have the same name, two different books by two different pairs of authors, but
yeah. And if you want a book recommendation of Bible, read the Bible. Dread Goose, was Jesus' lineage to David via Joseph and the Immaculate Conception, two separate traditions that were compiled into one set of books. Okay, well, you got to remember the Immaculate Conception actually is about Mary's conception, not Jesus's, believe it or not. However, yes, the lineage is supposed to go to Jesus through Joseph, both in Luke and Matthew. Nothing goes through Mary. Mary is a Levite, as is her cousin Elizabeth, and her husband is not from the same lineage. So it's just clear that the lineage is supposed to go through Joseph, but Joseph wasn't a daddy. The Immaculate Conception was supposed to explain how Mary didn't pass original sin on to Jesus, which is a whole other thing. Space Lord says, Justin, as a relevant pop culture reference, you need to search for Argument Clinic clip from Monty Python. Oh.
Yeah, that's a good one. If you haven't seen it, it's a good
No,
one.
I don't know that one. Okay. Argument Clinic.
I'll show you later.
Okay,
We can watch it later. It's very funny.
Space Lord again says, a home COVID test is PCR. That means you're copying RNA when you test yourself. It's just a molecule. It ain't magic. True. What's this saying? All life is chemistry?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. And Lycon, thank you for the super chat. Did Adam and Eve eating the fruit cause all animals to change too? Because their design issues look very similar to ours.
Yeah, it actually also caused earthquakes, turns out.
Yeah.
Like tectonic plate movements.
It's
also
crazy.
caused by eating an apple, turns out.
Retroactively caused the dinosaurs to get cancer.
Yeah, fucking Satan went back and he's like dusting the bones off, like putting like the fake tumors in the bones.
No,
and then he's putting the bones back.
Obviously, the dinosaurs only got cancer after Adam ate the apple and before Noah's flood, because the dinosaurs were alive at the time.
Obviously.
True. Great
Everyone
point.
knows this. This is common knowledge. Philo Dragon, good to see you again. Perfect means whatever I want at the time. Yeah, obviously. And before and outside mean not actually before or outside, you know. Suleiman says, God removed the free will of the Amalekite kids. True. Permanently. That was permanently revoked. And also, I am the big cheese. Thank you for the additional super chat. If wages of sin are death, why is Satan the ruler of the world? True.
It seems like the wages of sin are like a promotion.
Wait a minute. It finally makes sense. God has to pay Satan in dead bodies because
what the wages
he's
are.
in charge of the world. Okay. It's an agreement between the two. It checks out now. Okay. So Yahweh works for Satan.
Or at least he's like a subcontractor. He's like contracting out to Satan.
That checks out.
So he has to pay Satan's wages.
That's what it is. Simeon Urgent says, glad to see Mr. Sir Dr. Blitz, PhD, has come to the heart of it all. Exactly. Hope you enjoy your time here. Luckily, most of the smoke has passed. I think it's okay now.
I was actually in State College last week, and we got hit really hard with the smoke. We had like readings of like 300 plus. So
it was bad here,
really
but
bad.
It's good now. Empiricist says there's no implied consent. Property can't consent.
True.
I mean, that was, yeah.
Although, I mean, surely your chair consented to you sitting on it.
I mean, I did ask it at least.
Of course.
I didn't get a reply yet. Kerrigan, thank you for the super chat. Their beloved Ian, in whom they are well pleased. Indeed.
I don't quite know what that's trying to say, but wait.
He's our son, in whom we are well pleased.
Oh, I see. Yes.
At the baptism, yeah.
Right. Okay.
We do have to baptize Ian still yet. Jamnik says, turn up Blitz. Oh, was Blitz quiet? Because Blitz and I are both on the same mics.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe. Who knows? Hard to say.
It could have been something else.
It's okay. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah. Philip Dragon says, cafeteria Christianity is so convenient. Isn't it great?
Is that when you eat the crackers and drink the wine, or is that a different thing?
They should rename that. It's typically when you just pick and choose what parts you want to believe in.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Like a buffet.
Right.
Yeah.
I do love buffets.
Dipshit Savant, thank you for the super chat. If I had a nickel for every time a Christian called in saying atheists have no morals while defending child rape, I would have too many nickels. And yeah, it never gets easier, to be fair. Like every time I hear it, really? Mike Bowen says, we need to send the Air Force for this guy's wife. Agreed. Get her out of there. Rescue her. Get the mission going. It's mission possible. Dreadgrew says, I'm going to one-up the flurfs. The ice wall bounds the edges of the universe, and dark matter is just icebergs that slough off of it. Well,
is constitutional carry legal in this state?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do because I feel like I need to go end.
Actually, you don't even need a license for it.
Oh, good.
So, I mean, we'll
that's gonna get us. By the way, that's gonna get us taken down. But you know, we're about to end the live stream. It's fine.
PSA, please, friends, take care of your mental health.
Yeah, that.
If you're having thoughts, please talk to somebody. We do not recommend taking things into your own hands. Tim, thank you for the super chat. Zealots like Cephas are sick people who need to be shamed out of society. There's no room for that cruelty in civilized humanity. Well, that's the problem is I think there are people that would tolerate that person and his views, which is why it's so damn hard to be on this end of it, to witness it. Lycan says, if it's in the Bible, I accept it. Would you accept to be my slave in accordance with Bible rules? Well, this is the classic Matt Dillahunty line from, like 10 years ago? And a lot of them would say, yeah. Someone like, what was his name again? Cephas would bite that bullet for sure. Also from the cheese, says Leviticus all basically happened at Mount Sinai. I know.
They're just like hanging out by a mountain for like 40 years.
Yeah.
Well, okay, not 40 years.
Well, not 40 years, for a while. At least a fortnight. But like, how did he not know that God gave the laws to Moses? Roy, hey, thank you for the $1.50 super dumbbells. And Lycon,
that's what that is.
Yeah, right. Lycon also says, never seen a caller so afraid to read the Bible. Isn't that wild? Like, they're terrified of reading the book.
They really are. It's actually pretty rough.
And Pressure, hey, thank you for the 99-cent super thanks. And also Kane says, speak for yourself, Blitz. I am slime. Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Well, shit.
Speak of the devil.
We did not mean to degrade your position, Kane. Mike Bowen said, what is the difference between Jesus and the 2026 Knicks? One of them actually pulled off a comeback. True. And one of them actually had balls. The Knights who say knee, tappin' is clappin', innuendo, city, rock hard for Doug, choke on an Ian's hog. Wait, is tappin'... Oh, yeah, now that I hear it, now that you... Yep. That could have been taken the wrong way.
Or the right way.
Yeah, well, depending on what your goal is.
Oh,
our friend Catholic Thinker, good to see you. Had fun responding to Justin's argument some time ago. Any arguments y'all would like my thoughts on while I continue to refine my arguments for God? I don't know if I have one right now, Ian.
I can't think of one either.
I don't know. I'm still like chewing through some things. We'll see.
It was fun, though. He had some really good critiques for me, actually. Placelord said, caller thinks that adjectives like good are invalid.
Or better. Better is merely comparative. That was crazy.
It is weird how they don't really understand how basic words work the minute you start having these discussions. And Big Cheese coming in again. Thank you so much, friend. This caller is an example of why shouldn't take Adderall. I think there might be a word missing in here. Why you shouldn't take Adderall if you have a concussion. Oh, shoot. Pure sophistry without any intelligible ideology. No God belief. That's actually a very good point. I've never heard that, but that's true.
I didn't know that was true either.
Somebody who takes Adderall.
Could be.
GP says, you don't think my made-up fairy tale is probable? Pathetic, though, bro. Yeah, that's the thing. Right?
He was making an argument from probability without being able to evaluate probabilities. It's very strange.
I don't know how you calculate probabilities without a single number on a piece of paper. Sonic Shroom.
It's vibes.
It's a vibe probability. Yeah, vibe.
Yeah, you could you imagine you're publishing in like academic statistics, and then the argument is just like, yeah, that seems right.
Yeah, it feels good. Feels to me.
Proving a theorem, the probability is greater than 50% because it feels good.
X over vibes, bro. Yeah. Sonic Shroom says, Phil Bro is funny. He's not trying to be so. That makes it funny for all of us.
That's true. It does make it funnier when they don't know what's happening.
That is the case, actually. And Game Guy says, I think you guys are pretty funny. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. He's pretty, I'm funny? Or do you think we're pretty funny? Is that what we're going for? Because usually Blitz is a pretty one in this pairing.
Does that mean that you're the funny one?
I don't think I'm funny. I don't even know how to have fun.
I might just be the pretty funny one.
That could be the case. Carlos, my friend, thank you for the for being a member for 5 months. Says, hey, enjoying the show. Thanks. Well, thank you, Carlos. I hope you're doing well, buddy. And I didn't realize you were membered up on this channel as well.
Now
Thank you so
are. Now
much.
you do know.
For 2 months now.
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. And Lycon, still chatting us. Thank you so much. I take a frequentist approach. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Now you know that reference, right?
Yeah, I know that one.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
A dodgeball. That's from my time a little bit. Sand Sensibility says, sorry, gents, I can't hear Blitz or Ian. Horse?
Oh, no.
Well, I think that might have been at the very beginning of the stream.
Must have been.
I think we're okay. Although if you couldn't hear them and everyone else could, that might be a problem. That's weird. Nick, thank you for the super chat. Justin and Blitz are reminding me of when I played Call of Duty 1 with my dad.
Oh, you know what COD is?
Listen, I was once a teenager, believe it or not.
Apparently not.
I was not born a 40-year-old man.
Well, Justin
Close to it.
was just the right age to yell at me over Xbox Live when I was on.
I'm pretty sure that Justin was created a 40-year-old man in the same way that Adam was created as a 30-year-old.
That might, it's pretty close to the
spawned
truth.
into existence.
Yeah, yeah. Caden Malik says, how long did Ian keep y'all playing League? And more importantly, who was everyone maining KDA ratio? I don't know what any of those words mean.
I was going to say, there's no way you know what maining
Not
or a
a
KDA
single word in there.
Oh, no. Yeah, okay.
I don't play
mean,
League, but I am a
I don't know.
main in Overwatch, so, you know, I'm a bad person.
You're a main?
Yeah.
Whoa. I don't know who'd be a good main for you in League. Do you like the May theme? Do you like the May vibes? Do you like that she's like a scientist? Is that what you enjoy?
Well, no, not really. It's more of the fact that A, she changes map geometry, and B, everybody hates her. Like, just like psychotic. It's like a something very satisfying about like preventing other players from playing and then watching with a gleeful smile while you icicle them in the forehead.
I think I could see you being like some like really good like Azir main. I feel strong Azir main vibes from Dr. Blitz.
Disavow.
It's true.
Also from Lycon, why is Ian not out of focus? What is happening? Is he
Hey,
supposed to be?
fuck you. No, I'm kidding. What am I? Am I supposed
Get
to
wrecked.
be?
Get destroyed.
Reverend Nate, good to see you. Dr. Blitz Goes to Ohio is a very special episode. Yeah,
It's true.
it's not quite as funny as like Ernest Does Christmas or anything, but it's pretty good. That's an old reference for those that are millennials.
Yeah, okay, Grandpa.
Aioli.
Time for bed, Grandpa.
Dr. Audio is too low or coming from Justin's
It may
mic.
have been coming from your mic the
Did
whole
your
time.
mic turn off?
Did
you turn it off at some point?
Am I just a big dumb idiot?
You might have turned it off
I
at
think
some
I'm a
point.
big dumb idiot. Oh, yep. That's definitely what happened. 100% that's what happened.
Oh no.
Wait, the audio didn't change at all. I don't.
Oh, okay. Wait, it didn't?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Maybe I'm not a big dumb idiot.
Oh, okay. Well, it'd be okay. Oh, Eliel's, good to see you. I'm in need to have high five to prove no green screen. Oh.
See, it was real.
It's real. Eat some shorts says glasses for Justin. Listen, as we've learned today, I don't actually need glasses.
Yeah, it turns out, well, you might still need glasses, but it turns out there's a secondary issue that even if Justin had glasses, it'd still be impossible.
Yeah. I got a lot of screens, a lot of stuff happening, and everything's very tiny. Lycon says, wait. You have bodies?
True.
It is accurate. This is the case. And now you know. Our secret's out. And Optimus Rhyme says, what? Blitz and Justin in the same room? Yes, it happened. It's a real thing. And we nearly had the trifecta, but we only get 2 of the 3 this time around. But we'll make it happen soon.
Yeah.
At least in October. Possibly again in November.
I was thinking about this when the guest was giving us like career advice at the end. That we did try to schedule debates with apologists, and they all said no.
Literally, okay. So just story time. I reached out. This was my job. I reached out to like 30 apologists in the Cleveland area, and there's a lot. There's like a lot, and we're offering to give them money to come talk with us live in person. Nothing will be posted like clipped or anything like that. We offered money, and everybody turned us down. we had one person who said maybe, and then ended up deciding, well, I'd like to do more research. It's coming up too soon. But I was sending out these emails a month ago. So,
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. If we found
Yahweh
someone,
can't
I'd probably
contend.
be there right now.
Yep.
Last super chat from Knights who say, "Nee, enjoying the finely tuned Canadian wildfire smoke." Exactly.
Very finely tuned. Also, are there more at the top? Because I feel like a bunch came in.
Well, there might be some new ones you mean that came in. Yeah, some new ones did come in while we were reading those. Yeah, let's grab those. Good eye.
I'm wearing glasses. What can I say?
See, one day I'm going to break down and get some glasses. Gretchen, thank you for the super chat. Blitzy, can you please take out the Dead Goat Witch while you're there?
Dead Goat Witch?
I'm not a fan of Dead Goat Witch.
Is that Dead Goat Witch?
Yeah.
I'm not a fan either, to be honest.
It's Mrs. Bavisham.
I get it. Still not a fan.
Everyone's creeped out by the Dead Goat Witch.
It is kind of weird.
That's why I like it.
Okay.
Kelly Harrison, Red Rover, send Jehovah right over. Well, we tried. And there was no
nothing.
Jehovah, so
we tried.
And Genji, holy shit, thank you for the $100. Holy shit, hold on, there's 3 of them. I gotta brace myself for this. Genji, thank you for the $100 super chat. Says, Justin, would you be willing to do a special series on the influence of Assyrian vassal codes on specific sections of the Hebrew Bible? Of course. Like a standalone video. Yeah, I've talked about it quite a bit, and I've mentioned it in the stream, but I've never actually done a standalone episode on it. I'd love to. In fact, Deuteronomy has been well known to be laid out specifically like a suzerain vassal treaty, similar to the one between Esarhaddon and Tyre, which I've got behind me in this book over here. But yes, I would love to talk about how the covenant of God in Israel is literally just a vassal treaty between really a conquering entity and a conquered people. And then you have to pay tribute. You have to follow rules. You have to go to war for the thing. And in return, they protect you like mobsters do, right? And so, but yes, Genji, let me write a note before do anything else. I will absolutely put out a full video for you on that because it is a really, really good idea. And I think it's worthwhile to do that. In fact, I got a notepad right here. I'm just gonna write down, let's see. Vassal treaty video for Genji. I got you, Genji. I got you. Thanks for the $100 super chat and for the suggestion. I'll let you know as soon as we get it done. Also, $100 super chat, huge. Let's get 200 W's for Genji. Ian, can you do a special series on the moral ethics of empire imperialism?
You don't need a series on that. You can just say it's bad.
Okay, so there's like a number of reasons. I think so. The nice thing is that when there's something that's like obviously wrong, every single moral system is probably going to converge on it, and like that's true in this case as well. Like you would have to adopt some pretty like completely insane ethical system to come to the conclusion that this is good. I mean, you know, like genocide, rape, like diseases, fucking conquering, removing people's dignity, you know, these things are bad, you know, suffering bad under utilitarianism. So they're going to say, don't do that. You know, the deontologist is going to say that people have rights, that, you know, you need to respect people's autonomy. And clearly imperialism doesn't do that. You know, clearly it's overriding these people's autonomy. So the deontologist is going to say, nope, can't do that.
Ian, you can't give away all the secrets.
Then,
you're supposed to make a special series on this. You can't just answer the question.
Yeah, true. And then, I mean, like the virtue ethicist is going to hold that both of the previous reasons have value. But then also, like, it's just an injustice, right? You know, these people didn't deserve to have that done to them. You know, there's every single ethical system is going to come to the conclusion that this is wrong. And in fact, typically the way that this was justified historically was not with ethical systems, but was rather with like ontological claims that it wasn't like a difference in ethics that justified this. It was like a difference in like whether or not you viewed them to be closer to people or closer to like cattle. You know, they justified it in virtue of thinking that these people were like too stupid or didn't have autonomy, or I mean, you know, sometimes they would just justify. I mean, they didn't think that they were like deserving of the same rights or whatever. In fact, I would be skeptical that they even think that they were like made in the image of God or something.
Well, clearly they weren't.
I mean, yeah, from our view.
Obviously.
And a third huge, let's get another 100 W's for Genji. Huge. Thank you so much for the support. Blitz, can you do a special reaction show to the Netflix documentary Behind the Curve?
Not only, well, okay, I can. I wrote it down. I wrote myself a little note. Show it to the camera. But I had seen the movie. In fact, I saw it long before I got involved on TikTok. I just thought it was the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. But it's actually not a bad idea. Maybe I'll set aside a time and I'll just do a live react. And I'll just like do like a 5-hour stream where I bring popcorn and just watch it. There are issues with perhaps monetization. Like I don't know how Netflix would like that I'm like streaming their video, and then like I don't know what the legality issues are there, but it's definitely on my to-do list. I've added it.
Okay. And we got 3 more from Ape-ish. Says, Blitz, are the OpenStax physics textbooks any good? Also, are a lot of the physicists?
So yes, the OpenStax physics textbooks are very good. At least the introductory ones. I used to use them when I was teaching at a university. I would regularly tell people, look, you can buy the textbook because there was a hard textbook that we had, but basically you can get all of the same stuff from the OpenStax physics textbooks at Rice University. So 100% would recommend. Are a lot of physicists atheists? More than the general population, yes. But even more so if you go at the upper echelons of the physics community, you have far more atheists than theists.
Checks out. And also from River Nate says, God owes mob debt to devil for whacking Job's family. Yeah, exactly. There's some generational debt that he's got to pay off there. That's going to happen. And Naaman Bruh says, got here way late. Wait until the flat earthers learn Blitz can teleport.
It turns out I took the long way. I went all the way around the back.
Yep, it's true. Behind the ice wall, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And Kelly says, truck nuts, and truck nuts. Well, I mean...
I haven't seen any yet.
Well, listen, you have to go to Southern Ohio to get that kind of stuff.
Like Cincinnati?
Well, Cincinnati's like a major city. They'll have some down there, but you want to go to like Nelson, Kentucky.
Some nutty trucks.
Yeah. There's some places you got to get out the country. But friends, that's the last of our super chats. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry we started a little bit late. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Remember, tickets are selling out for the October debate in the Bronx. If you want to get tickets, there's links in the description of this YouTube video. And you can get a ticket there, and you can go there, and you can be part of the audience. Or, hey, you can come debate us live in person. And if you think we're idiots, you can come embarrass us live on stage, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, we'll just be embarrassed, and then we'll be like, oh, no, I'm so embarrassed, and then we'll pee.
We'll just end our career. Yeah. Be done.
Yeah, we'll scream, oh, no, I'm in a YouTube Shorts clip.
Oh, no, I'm peeing. My name is Older Millennial.
No, Older Millennial is wild. All right, before we get on Older Millennial, friends, thank you for being here. Remember, a lot of streams going on today. Support the rest of the community, and we'll see you next week.
Tally ho!